What is up, you beautiful fricks? Hey, right off the bat, by the way, thank you so much, Taz. Mad lad. But seriously, thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm glad y'all like the Sonic 3 beta music. And yeah, how y'all doing? Hey, Blue Core, Kasum, Senor Dane, Blob. Hey, first mini games in SMB and Super Mario 64 DS were great. Yeah, they were. Those were a ton of fun. I used to play those all the time. With my siblings. They were. It was just a blast. I love that you only needed one copy of the game too, right? Because you know. We only had one copy. So thank you, Papa Nintendo, for thinking about that. Anyway, number 7, Megwa Gamer, Professor Edmonds. I think I already said your name, but gotta make sure. Rice Taz, some of the Seals. I don't know how you say your name, I'm sorry. FRNA. Oh, basically, Frick the Tank, I think. How y'all doing? That's gonna be my version of your username. I'm just kidding. Anyway, how y'all doing? I can't believe tomorrow I'm gonna never play Sonic ever again. Yes, well, so it's not gonna be that drastic, right? I am planning on checking out like Sonic fan games and mods and stuff. And when the new game comes out, obviously I want to play that as well. And I think I'll probably say it's part of the marathon, even though this, you know. There will obviously be quite a long delay in between Forces and you know, that stream. But yeah, oh, music skip, that was weird. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, after tomorrow, well, tomorrow I'm going to be doing Sonic Forces, and it should only take one stream if all goes well. So tomorrow should be the last Sonic Marathon stream, and that's crazy for me because I believe I started this version of the marathon anyway in 2017, something like that. So it's been at least 3 years, and it's coming to an end. So that's pretty crazy. You know, that's a moment. So I feel like that's a good time to try to change some things. I've been thinking about some stuff for a while, and I've said this before, but I'll make this brief before I get started with the stream here tonight. But yeah, after Forces is done, just want to reiterate it again. I'm gonna be wanting to try to change a few things. The most noticeable one being the schedule for the streams. It's not going to be every Friday and Saturday, like it's been for a while now. It's actually the idea is actually just to drop the schedule. I'm basically just going to stream whenever, right? And in a way, that's good. Well, actually, hopefully, entirely, it's good, right? The plan is to make it so it's not as much of like a job or a routine or whatever, right? And I can, and just give me more freedom in general, right? So if I'm not feeling like streaming some day, I don't have to, right? But if I want to stream someday and I'm like, it's not Friday, but I'm really in the mood to stream, which actually has happened a lot, I can do that too, right? And also I can stream at different times, you know, there's no set schedule, so hopefully that'll make time zone stuff better. And yeah, I think it'll be a good thing in the overall, but it might be a bit odd because I'm doing the scheduled streams for a while now, so I want to give a heads up. Yeah, this is, I guess, the last programming stream before that schedule change, so it's kind of interesting. But yeah, I think it's going to be for the better. And also, obviously, I want to start doing videos. I want to focus more on that. And I've already actually got a few that are mostly... Thank you so much. Okay, I'll shut up. Let me just finish the sentence. I've got a few that are mostly done, and then and a ton of ideas that are and scripts and things that are in the work as well, in the works as well, if I can speak. So hopefully they'll be hopefully people will like them. But yeah, I'm just gonna throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks and what doesn't, right? So there's probably gonna be some rough videos as well. But just let me know what y'all think of this stuff as I do it. I'm not gonna try to do anything too drastic. I'm gonna try to you know, do stuff that hopefully people enjoy. But yeah, things are gonna change, and I'm kind of excited about it, being honest. But in any case, let me shut up and get into this. So here we go. Eat. Let me read the chat real fast here, and then I'll get started. The idea is to drop the schedule and just stream every living second of my life. Yeah, it'll just be like the Truman Show, right? Just constantly. Rad sleeps, you know, 15-hour stream. I can't, add the Sonic Tokyo 2020 OC and I'll give you more money. You know, I should add that, actually. I don't want I feel like if I add it now that, you don't have to, man, it's good. But I'll add it sometime for sure. Hello, Radfordhound. Oh my goodness. Have you tried data mining to return to mobile? Oh, I haven't yet. That came out, didn't it? I haven't looked at that at all yet. You know what I've been occupied with on mobile? Hang on. I know I'm wasting time here, sir. I'm gonna get into the actual stream in a second, I swear. So I have an iPhone SE, and it wasn't my choice, all right? Before you be all like, oh my gosh, Rad's an Apple, you know, whatever. No, I don't hate Apple, all right, but I definitely you know, if it was my choice, I would have picked an Android phone. But honestly, it's been fine. It's worked really well for what I've needed to do, and I've been I've jailbroken it as well, right? Which lets me do a lot of cool things with it. One of them, and I know you can't see this, so you're just gonna have to trust me on this because I might as well have brought up a YouTube video, all right? But let me just I had it right the frick now. My gosh, Taz, you madman. All right, will do. While I'm getting that though, listen to this. Hang on. Frick, it's loading. Now you might be going, Red. Why are you playing the Sonic Heroes theme on your phone? Why are you doing that? I'm not playing the Sonic Heroes theme. I'm playing Sonic Heroes. It's a freaking Dolphin emulator. It's on iOS. And it runs at 60 FPS. Well, mostly. When it's in low power mode, it doesn't. Hang on. If you take it out of low power mode, it gets better. There we go. I know you can't see it, but trust me. So I'm gonna upload a video on that sometime too, I think. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Because when you screen capture it, it actually kills the frame rate quite a bit. But when you play it normally, I swear it's 60 FPS, and it's amazing. I can't believe it. Like, how is this phone doing this? Apparently, it also can run colors and stuff at 60, but like actual Wii games. I've seen some videos of that, so that's goodness. Technology is cool. But anyway, I just wanted to. I know that was random. Sorry. I just thought that was really cool, and I didn't know when else I could show that. Well, not show it. I don't have a proper, you know, HDMI adapter and everything, but it's really running on there. It's amazing. On your phone? Yeah, seriously. It's called Dolphin iOS, and it like just came out. And hang on, let me. It's a real thing. Like I didn't believe. I didn't. People were talking about it. I was like, that's gonna run horribly. But I tried it, and it doesn't. It works really well. I'm kind of shocked. Yeah, hang on. If you just look up Dolphin iOS, it kind of you get some out of date links. But the one I saw was on Reddit somewhere, and I don't know. Here it is. It's this, I believe. Dolphin iOS has been released. I mean, the GameCube and Wii games on your phone, and it's a real thing. I'm gonna pull this up on a new tab here, but it's kind of a weird looking website, so I wasn't sure if it was real or not when I went there, but it's real, trust me. And it looks like, you know, like this, and you just actually, you know, you add the game you want, you boot it up, and it literally works like it shows in this video. And it's just Dolphin. And you can even settle the graphics settings and everything. It's freaking amazing. I just wanted to show this. Anyway, all right. So Taz, which OST were you talking about? Were you talking about the mobile OST or the console OST? I don't know if they're actually the same or not. That might be a dumb question. I assume they're different. I haven't heard any of the mobile OST yet. Like seriously, I've not had I just didn't listen to it yet. So apparently there's like an Aquarium Park remix and a boss remix from Sonic Rush Adventure and wow, that's all really cool stuff. I gotta add that. Oh, mobile. Okay, sure. I'll go add that real fast, and then I'll get into the actual stream. Yeah, if I can find it. Well, there's tons and tons of uploads of it, but I don't see a playlist. Hang on, let me see if I can find one. Why the frick? Okay, so like Codename Gamma uploaded like the OST. It looks like, which is awesome, but it doesn't seem like I don't think there's a playlist for it, or if there is. Yep, here it is. For some reason, it wasn't showing up on Google. Oh, and also apparently it only actually has 4 songs out of all the ones that were uploaded. So that's I'm gonna have to add them manually anyway. That's kind of a pain, but I'll add that playlist anyway. You might be able to hear background noise. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. That should be there. Yay! Anyway, OC is really good. Yeah, I've actually heard people talking about it, saying it was good. I just haven't listened to it myself yet. I don't know what's wrong with me. That sounds kind of like Reach for the Stars, I swear. Especially the one part, it's like da-da-da-da. I can't be the only one. My PC can't even play Heroes. I'm sorry. Well, hey, if you have a phone, though, you might be able to play on your phone. There is a caveat, actually. It burns battery life like you wouldn't believe. Like, before I showed you that, my battery was at, like 80%. Now, well, actually, it says 0%, but that's not right. It was at, like, well, let me plug this in. Hang on. Oh, goodness. Okay, it's at, like, 70%. So it dropped by, like, 30 just by me showing you that for, like, literally a minute. So it eats battery. It really is a lot. So you pretty much want to play it only when you've got your phone plugged in, right? That part. That's a straight up Reach for the Stars. Okay, sorry. Your phone is a Samsung Galaxy S5 Neo, and oh, frick, I'm sorry. But yeah, so let me shut up and get into the stream, because I've been bobbing a lot, but in any case. There's so many Reach for the Stars references in Sonic 2020. You hate it, but at the same time you don't. That's how I feel about it too, honestly. I kind of want them to come up with original stuff, but I also love Reach for the Stars, so I don't know if I can complain too much. In any case, yeah, so we're gonna keep working on the randomizer and also on the Tails mod, obviously. So there's I'm running out of hard drive space because of all the videos and crap that I was working on. Goodness gracious. So for a long while now, I've been saying I'm gonna put in Godly Fast Tails animations, and I haven't actually freaking done it, and I feel really bad about that because he's worked like super hard on that. So I'm gonna try to do that before I do anything else here tonight. So let's start off with that. So the big thing that's been holding me back on that one, the reason I've been taking a while to actually get into doing that, is because I wanted to actually put in the custom animation trigger using the anim format. And we don't actually have the anim format cracked, at least not in its entirety, right? So in order to actually do that, I would have to basically crack it first, right? At least to an extent. And then also, you know, I'll probably ideally write a tool for it, and that's just a pain for a good number of reasons, especially considering like the state Hedgehogs in right now where I'm still figuring stuff out, and it's a mess. So I'm going to what I'm going to do is I'm just actually going to make a hex edit. So I'm going to try to figure out enough about the format to actually add my own custom entry, and then I'm just going to edit that in. And then later I'm going to try to actually make a tool for it and everything. I know that sounds like counterproductive and like, Rad, why are you doing that? But wait, you're going to really make a hex edit for it? Isn't that going to be a nightmare? Actually, it's not going to be that bad. Adding in a custom entry like that shouldn't be that bad. I just have to... Really, the only thing that's tough is accounting for the offsets. You have to adjust the offsets. Which actually could be a pain. I might be able to automate that in some way. Maybe I don't know. Maybe actually we'll just end up making a tool, but it shouldn't be too difficult overall to get something in there. So I just want to get the flying animation in under a name of Fly, right? I want it to be a custom name, and then call that through the DLL mod rather than replacing an animation. I don't want to just have to be like, I don't know, let's get rid of Cloud Walk Right and make that flat. You know, I want to add an animation, right? And I want to put it in there like that. And also I want to use the actual like names that make more sense. I don't want to use SN whatever because SN stands for Sonic, right? I want to like actually give it names that like, basically I want to do this like Sonic 2 would do it, if that makes any sense, right? So lazily, no, I'm kidding. But you get what I'm saying. So we're gonna work on that first, and that might take a while actually because the anim stuff is gonna be a bit of a pain, but it shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. So that's what we're gonna do first, and then I want to try to work on the randomizer. And when I say that, I don't exactly know. I don't even entirely know what that means myself. Obviously, it means adding stuff to this crazy randomizer thing. But what stuff exactly? I don't freaking know. I want to see... I've just been basically adding every type of, like, chaos I've been calling it, right? Everything I could think of to this. So we're just gonna delve into, we're gonna look at Geezer some more, we're gonna pop around at stuff, and we're gonna try to see what else we can do, and then do it, right? And hopefully that'll be interesting. But yeah, first off, we're gonna do the Tails mod, so let's get started with that. You think mobile spin-off can get away with being very referential? Yeah, I think it makes sense for a mobile spin-off as well. It's only when the actual games do stuff that it's kind of, you know. It's not like, hey, I'm the next main Sonic game, I'm gonna straight up reuse Sonic Heroes theme merchant for no reason, aka Lost World. Oh, yeah. Okay, I can agree with you there on that. Hey, Anthony, yep, I remember you. How you doing? Hey, Maxter, just out of curiosity, do ASMs and Lost World in the same format? Not identical, but they're very similar. So yeah, everything that I figured out with the anim format tonight is also going to apply to ASM and Forces. And I also looked at ASM in a previous Screwing Around stream, and I figured out a good amount of stuff there, which also applied to Lost World. So yeah, the work that I've been doing for each one of these games has been helping the other game. I'm sorry it's taking me so freaking long. My life's been whack, but I swear I'm gonna crack that and make a tool for it someday. Hey Rad, guess what? I made my 20th Twitter account today, smiley face. You made your 20th? That should be a world record. That's amazing. Well, not a world record. I'm sure there's some guy out there who has like 400 because they have nothing better to do. But that's amazing. Are we making custom slots for stuff rather than replacing stuff? Yes. You're so disappointed the Sonic modding community didn't raise you that way? You're replacing stuff? Yeah, it honestly really drives me nuts that everyone just replaces stuff. Okay, if you're making a, like SA2 Sonic model mod, for example, right? Makes perfect sense to just replace stuff, because you're gonna have pretty much the same kind of animations anyway, right? You have a walk animation, a run animation, a jump, you know, homing attack, all that stuff. So it's like, yeah, just replace it. That's easier, right? But if you're, like, adding something to it, you should add it, right? Not replace it. Goodness. But yeah, people don't do that because they don't know how, I guess. Which makes sense, but it's like, oh, jeez. It's not that hard, guys. I say as I scroll through this code that looks like it was written by a mad scientist who has no understanding of... like, this is bad. I need to clean this. Goodness gracious. It's really messy. Anyway, let's get into this. So, alright, before I do anything else, I'm actually gonna grab the, a clean, Tails pack from Sonic Lost World. As I mentioned before, this game actually comes with a Tails pack, and even on the PC version, and it just straight up doesn't use it on PC, because, it's used for the, like, Carnival minigames, right? And, those aren't on PC. But yeah, if you actually extract it, Tedge pack there, you can see, it's got, like, a Tails anim file in it. It has, a model and a spin ball, well, jump ball rather. It has textures, it has materials, it has animations and skeletons, and it has EV anim. So it has all this stuff for Tails, but sadly only the stuff that they need for the Carnival minigame, right? So they don't have like a running animation because they don't need that, which is great. Makes perfect sense. Why was the frick was out of my? Okay, well, I was gonna remove it, but I didn't even get to see the title in time. Oh well. Anyway, so they've got all this stuff, but they don't have anything they don't need. Well, except for all of this on the PC, because the PC doesn't use any of it. But anyway, on the Wii U at least, it's only what they need, which is great and all. But in this case, we want to make an actual proper Tails mod with running and everything, so we need animations for that. So Gotta Be Fast has been awesome. He has been making custom animations for Tails, and he's sent them to me. And we have them all here. Look at all this. That's freaking wonderful. So I'm gonna put these in. Now you note that they have the same names as Sonic's animations because he replaced Sonic's animations to test them to see how they look in game. So I'm gonna be changing the names when I put them in here, right? But yeah, but we're gonna be adding that. So let's get started, I guess. So let's So actually, I'm gonna take all these and I'm gonna copy them to another folder. I'm just gonna call it anim for now. It's just a temporary folder. And I'm gonna go grab. Oh my gosh, Taz, you man! Thank you so much once again, man. But seriously, you don't have to do this. Like it's your money. Seriously, man. But thank you. I really appreciate it. You gonna take a shower? Enjoy your shower, dude. Thank you once again. Holy frick! You're dabbing on me. Taz is dabbing on me. How am I supposed to feel about this? I've been put in such a state. My power, it's been depleted. Anyway. Alright, so, frick, is there no refresh? I guess there's not. So we're gonna go back here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna skip this song as it loops forever, and then we're gonna grab all these. And I'm actually gonna do a cheap thing for now. I'm gonna say SN. I'm gonna replace it with Tails, and for the flying animation. Which one's the flying animation? Because he sent me a flying animation, obviously, as well. That he made. I don't remember which one. I think I might have downloaded it already. Yeah, I think I downloaded that one already, and it wasn't in my downloads folder because of something. Hang on, let me go get that again. It should be up here somewhere. Hang on. I got that one. I got Wall Run L Loop. I got the ball ones up there. PK for parkour wall run loop. I got that. I got dash new anim. Here we go. Fly. Okay, somehow I misplaced that file, but anyway. Here it is. And I'm gonna call this what I think Sonic Team would. I'm gonna call it a TL. I don't know, whatever. Fly loop.anim.hkx. I just think that makes sense. And I'm also gonna rename this, obviously, to that. Alright, let's go rename these. Yep. Cool. Block renamer is very helpful, I swear. Can we get a dab in the chat, people? And then you give 3 dabs and then nobody else. It's like, can we get a dab in the chat? Haha! And then everyone just is. So anyway, just completely ignoring it. That's an elbow cough. Taz would never dab. This is from 2016. Oh, I see how it is. Have you all seen that 2016 meme calendar? It's really surreal because some of the memes feel like they were from like 2014, and some of them feel like they were from yesterday. And they're on the same calendar. And you're like, huh? It's really strange. Any case. Alright, so here's the animations. So we're gonna throw those in. So you know what? I said I wasn't gonna make a tool for this. I'm gonna make a tool for this. Cause actually hexating all this by hand is actually gonna be a bit of a freaking nightmare. Why do I still have the Rivals songs? I swear. Alright, I know people like the Rivals OST. Some people do. That's awesome. If you do, more power to you. I like a few songs from it. I really like the boss theme, for example. Most of them, I gotta be honest, not really my thing. So I'm gonna remove a few of them here. I'm sorry. It's the same the same thing over and over again. It's so loud. Anyway, all right, let's go. So the thing that makes this a pain, and really the main reason I want to put it up, it's really dumb, but it's like Hedgehog still is not in the state I want it to. I'm like never satisfied with it, but it doesn't have like a proper like XML serialization thing yet, right? So what I really want it to do is I want it to be it's like you drag on an .anim file and you get an XML, and you can just edit that and then drag it back on and you'll get a modified anim or a new one, right? But because I don't have like XML serialization, I can use a third-party library for that, but I have to like learn it and everything first, and then integrate that, and it's like a pain. You know, I think I probably should do that though. It's probably for the best. So we're gonna do that. So let me first let me go to the Hedge repository on a second monitor here. Give me a second. I have a issue where I said, yeah, pick an XML parser. And I have some options here that I listed out that I thought we could use. I was thinking PUGI-XML, I don't know how you say it. Poogie? I don't know. I was thinking, at least at the time, that this one looked pretty good. So, cool, we'll do that. MIT, wonderful. And how do you use it? You make a... Well, we'll find out when we download it. So is there like a release of this? Yes. You know, I'm thinking this is gonna, is this gonna be the whole repository? No, thank goodness, they stripped the stuff we didn't need. Okay, fantastic. and it is using CMake, sadly. Can't stand CMake, but we should be able to get it to work with Pyramid pretty easily. So let's get into this. We're gonna do some programming here. This might be a bit boring to watch. Sorry. I'm gonna try to make this faster. So I'm gonna make basically an ANM tool, right? And I can extend this to ASM for forces as well, relatively easily once I get it working for Lost World. So that's gonna be cool. What should I freaking call it? I don't know, just Hedge ANM or something. We'll just go with that for now, cause who cares, right? It's a fine name. Hedge ANM, whatever. I think it kind of implies that it lets you edit animations, and it doesn't really. So these anim files are not animations, right? These are referred to by the game as animator scripts. Well, anim scripts in Lost World, and animators and forces, but they're the same thing. So they're basically like binary files that tell the game what animations to play and when. So they're not the animations themselves. They're like scripts, right? So I don't know what to call this tool because I think Hedge ANM is a little bit misleading. Maybe just like Hedge ANM scripts, but I think that sounds dumb and terrible. I overthink this crap. I really do. Whatever. I'll call it. I'll just call it Hedge ASM because that's what the forces format is called. So that's fine. Whatever. Who cares? We'll drag this on here. Sure, that's all fine. Yeah, that should all work fine. We'll make a source folder. We'll make a main.cpp in there. And then here's here's our DLL serialization stuff. So we're gonna dump that in hedgelib depends PujiXML or however you say it. What is all this? Oh, geez. Oh, they do have a premix script, but it's premix 4. Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're gonna dump all this in here, and then we're gonna clean that up. So let's go grab that. Hey, other night, how you doing? Feel like grab some music almost is traditional here. It is, but I don't want that. Okay, they only have two. What's in there? Hedge script anim. Hedge scripter, hedge animate, hedge do the thing. Hedge do the thing is the best. Hedge script anim is fine, honestly. Yeah, alright, you know what? They're all fine, yeah. I think I'll use hedge script anim actually, though, because that's fine. Let's go. Okay. And go to hit the depends folder here. Just pause at the end of those songs. Okay, so apparently they already have a premix script here. So I'm gonna actually copy that over here. We're gonna get rid of the docs folder because we shouldn't need to include that here. And I'm going to look at this and see what we get here. The first thing they do in this script to compile the code is they generate a random number. Oh, good. What the frick are they doing? It doesn't. Why are they even writing all that code up there? They don't even need to do that. Well, this is for Mig 4, I guess. Okay, this is basically just a traditional premix script, except a mess. Okay, so we're gonna modify that. And what's all in here? All that code for compile these? Are you freaking serious? Come on. Come on now. Okay, we're gonna copy paste this and we're gonna mess with it. So let's see what we get here. Project, that's fine. You don't have to do this, but I like to. Sleep and post, that's fine. Files, yeah, sure. No, yeah, we want to mess with that. I actually think, that's the header, right? Well, obviously, but like that's public interface, isn't it? Well, this is the config. This is the interface. Okay. So we should probably, I mean... Probably makes more sense to do it like this. I'm gonna reorganize their freaking project. I'm gonna be like, no, you're gonna do it my way. Sure, great. Okay, these are fine too. Who cares? I don't see why we need a UUID for this, but okay. I'm just gonna yeet all the things that we don't need. Okay, we're gonna leave in their macro defines and all that. This is the best part of C++. I'm joking, obviously, but like seriously, my gosh, it's the fact that you have to, you know, you have to freaking set up like, you know, a script like this just to get some code working, like just to compile it. It's like that's bad. Okay, so they changed the suffix based on. You know what? I simply do not care about that. I simply don't care. I'm gonna delete that. It'll compile fine without it. And we're gonna grab Edge up here and grab some stuff from this. That's fine. Put that up there. I'm gonna throw this up here. I don't think they even need that, because that should be a given now. Also, I don't think they need this crap. I don't really want to statically link to that. Look how much simpler you can make this. And it will work, trust me. Well, it should. I might make a fool of myself. I might have forgotten something, but... Okay, so we're gonna go into the Hedgehog pre-make, and we're gonna say... How about include... Okay. Probably screw something up, but that should work. You know, no, it won't. Hang on, frick. You know what would be easier than all of this? Here's what would be easier than all that. Like literally to compile this, we're just gonna do this. Well, let's just even simplify it further. And it's gonna basically produce the same thing. Sorry, hang on. I know this is really probably boring to watch. C++. Great. Right, I want to give you a big floppy kiss on your left earlobe. Thank you, Showen. Alright, so what was that one macro they had? It was like ndebug. No, it was just underscore debug. Did they actually check for that? Because that might be important, but other than that, like, none of this crap is even needed. One more. They don't even check for it. So they define a macro they don't even freaking use. Wonderful. Alright, so that should just work. So let's go rebuild that. Well, wait a second. I forgot one more thing. My stuff is a mess, by the way. I know. I'm gonna clean it up. Oh, I did that, right. So then this one. Okay. Remake 5 VS 2019. Let's frickin' go. It's taking its sweet time. There it goes. I don't know why it took so long, actually, but anyway. So it should work now. So let's So I wanted to make HLib code that like serializes XML stuff properly. That would be for the best. And for now, I'm just gonna do something really simple. So I'm just gonna basically make functions that load and save the anim files, and they're going to in turn call PujiXML, and they're gonna do a serialization, right? And then later we can make that more complicated if we can branch that out to its own thing if we need to. So let's go find script anim. Okay. We're gonna include crap, but let's say animations, and then what do I even call the header? Like, goodness, I don't actually know what I should call it. Maybe I guess lost word anim or something. I think that'll work. How about lost word anim script? Okay. And obviously if the header doesn't exist yet, but we'll make it exist. Is it, this? No. Is it this? Yeah. Alright, I always forget. Cool. So, let me read the chat here as I get this set up as well. Get a cold shower before you hated it. It just feels even worse now. I feel that. That's, oh, it was cold. I'm sorry, man. That's awful. Hopefully it reminded you of Glacial at least. Oh, thanks for the link, Blob. Sorry, I didn't see it till just now. I'll add that as well. Okay. It's added. It has a random chance of compiling, exactly. What we're gonna do is, the experts say, using technical term, yeeting the frick, everything the frick out of there. Exactly. So many people, like, overthink their code. Well, that includes me. Okay, let me rephrase that. So many people overthink their, like, code compilation stuff, right? They make these, like, super complicated projects, you know, for trying to compile it perfectly everywhere, and it's like, dude, you don't need it to be that crazy complicated. Like, you're just grabbing some source files, some header files, you're just slapping it together. You're telling the compiler, do that, bro. Like, it's not that, it's not that tough. So literally that entire thing, you could just simplify it with that. In this case. But anyway, lost word anim script. Okay, we're gonna run that again. And we're gonna try to get some code working now. So let's get started on this. It's actually been a while since I've done something proper with that here, so I might be a bit rusty. But all right, so we're gonna pull up the Tails anim file because it's actually smaller. It's 636 bytes. Look at how small this is. This is the entire file. This is the whole dang thing. So thank you, Base Tasuka-san. You've made our life easier once again by making a very tiny file for us to examine. We're also gonna pull up Ghidra. And the reason I'm going to do that is because Ghidra has symbols, as I keep saying. Lost Word on the Wii U has symbols, and we can look at those in Ghidra. And the symbols are actually going to help us because the symbols are going to have names for things, right? That's what symbols are. So because of that, we can actually see like some of the names of the structs and such that make up these anim files, and that'll help us understand a little bit of what's going on better. So we can't actually see the layout of it. Sadly, we still have to crack that, but this can help us in some way if we need it to. The compile process doesn't take 24 files, targets 5 IDs, and takes 5 hours. Why bother? Freaking exactly. It has to be the most complicated crap humanly imaginable. So because Ghidra is Ghidra, it's going to take 9 years to load there. So we're going to let it do that. In the meantime, we're going to actually start cracking this. So I've already cracked a good amount of it before, but I've gotten rusty, I've forgotten some of it. So we're going to, I think I saved, hopefully, I saved what I learned about it to a file somewhere? Of course not. Why would I take 2 seconds to write down what was in my head when I could just forget it forever? No, I wrote it down somewhere. Huh, I guess I didn't. Well, alright, well, whatever. It'll come back to me when I look at this, like, legit. It usually does. Okay, so I remember this. I complain about this cover every time I do it because it's so funny to me. This is an offset. Offset's in Lost World relative to in Ben AV2 files, which are the ones that use in Lost World and Forces. You have these this node-based structure, and there's this like data node, right? And basically the data actually begins at hex 40, so this position right here, right? So everything before this is just the header. So the offsets are relative to hex 40. So this one, see how it says 188, right? If you say, oh, 188 plus hex 40, right? You'll get where it points to. So it points to this position right here. See? So an easy way to do it is you can just, for small files like this, you can just start at the hex 40 here and then go down, and you can see that number up there. See where it says 18A, 18B, 18C, you know, at the top left of the selection. See that little tiny number there? That says how many bytes I've got selected, right? So when I get to 18D, which is right here, see that's what that's pointing to. So that's a really easy, those are easy ways you can figure it out. So this first one points to ANM, and the second one points to 1.02. And I find this hilarious. Usually what Sonic Team does in their formats, in their bin A files, is they'll have, well, let me find it. Ah, frick. Okay, let me find a bin A file for you. Normally what they do in their bin A files is, they have this really nice structure actually. They'll have the bin A header, which again is hex 40 bytes. So it's this thing up here. And then they'll have a signature, which is always 4 bytes right there. And it'll say the type of file we're dealing with. So this is SOBJ, I guess it's Sonic Object. It's written backwards because it's little endian on PC. On the Wii U, it's actually written SOBJ, but on the PC, it's backwards. But anyway, SOBJ, right? So Sonic Object, or set object, or whatever. And then you have the version number, which is right over here. And that's usually just set to 1 because this is version 1 of the format, right? But sometimes it's actually set to something else. In Gizmo files, for example, it's actually set to, well, it can be set to a variety of things. All the ones I've looked at are set to I'm sorry, not Gizmo files, effects files. They're set to 106, and what this actually means is it's version 1.06 of the format. Or 1.6, I guess. And we know that for sure because there's actually a symbol in the Wii U version of the game, right? Somewhere. Oh, jeez. I don't remember where it's at, but I'll find it. Hang on. It shouldn't take too long. It's res effect, I think. Res FX collision. No, it's not that. That's an FX collision. It's what you think it is if you've modded these games. I thought it was just called res effect. Okay, you know what? I told this to death in a DM, I believe, so I'm gonna actually look through my DMs real fast because that'll be faster. Or maybe it won't be. Doggone it. Okay, I said it in the call, I didn't say it in the chat, so it's not that. Anyway, well, somewhere here there's a function that says convert, like, 1.6 to 1.5 or something like that. And there's one that's called check version, and they actually check the version number and all that. So anyway, it's a version number. And this is set to 1.0. So for the anim files, they screwed up, and some intern who didn't know what they were doing wrote this instead, and they actually put up here, instead of A and IM like they were supposed to, they put an offset to A and IM, which is written in the string table, which is stupid and wasteful. And then over here, instead of putting 1.02 like they meant to, they accidentally put an offset to this code, to this down here where it says 1.02. And I've ranted about this before, but basically the way that worked, the way that they did that is they wrote code something like this. And they didn't realize that this would do this. They assumed it would just put A at IM and then 1.02 right here in line. They didn't, or they just didn't care. Basically, whoever wrote this code didn't know what they were doing, right? So that's why that happened, and I find that hilarious. Anyway, So that's what that is. So then this is a move array, I believe. I found out. I do think I actually have this documented somewhere. Let me go pull this. Let me go pull up Map Plus. You don't understand why Bene hit us running normally, but somebody is running backwards? That's a good question. So it's because Sig is dumb. Quite literally, that's why. So here's the deal, right? There's different data types in programming, right? So what you usually want to use for a file like this is what you want to do is, okay, so for Bene here, right? What you have here is 4 characters. You have B, I, N, and A, right? So 4 characters in total. So what you would want to do is you'd want to write like this in C or C++, right? And that's going to give you 4 different characters in a row, and then you can set this to bin A. So that's what they did for the bin A header, right? Whoever set up this whole bin A thing actually knew what they were doing, and they wrote code like that actually made sense and worked. And they did the same thing for data, for the node signatures and everything. They did this, right? For this code down here, whoever wrote this didn't quite get what they were doing, so instead of writing this, they basically wrote this, or I guess this, and they basically are storing it as a number rather than 4 different characters. So an unsigned int, at least on Windows and everything, is 4 bytes in size, so it happens to produce the result that they want. Mostly, right? But the numbers are swapped due to endianness. So basically, well, you probably know what endianness is already, because I've mentioned it before and stuff, but it's just the order that bytes are written in. So like this right here is a uint, this is 4 bytes that make up one number, right? They're all grouped together into one. So because it's little endian, you basically read it from, it's in the opposite order of how you would write it out. So it's actually like 00000001, right? And of course, that's just 1. That's the same thing as just writing 1, right? Because all the zeros at the beginning of it are just they're like invisible zeros, right? In actual math. But anyway, that's how that works. On the Wii U or on a big endian system, it would be reversed. So instead, it would be 00000001, right? So anyway, that's the reason that this is written backwards. It's because whoever wrote this code wrote it as a number, and they didn't realize that would mean that it would be swapped when they switched to PC. Oops. And nobody bothered to fix that because who cares? The game runs. But yeah. It's at least better than this mistake where, wow, it just writes a string. But anyway, I don't think I explained that very well, but hopefully that made sense. Oh, cutting it with all these C in one video? Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah, I could do that. I think I'm actually just gonna wait for the for it to be uploaded by someone into different videos, and then I'll add those manually because I don't generally like to skip it every time, right? But yeah, I definitely will want to add that because I hear the OST is great. Hey Rad, Vance is showing some technical difficulties while trying to play Star Wars. I hear that's all you need to. I think it's all you need to hear. It's also on Full Stream's channel. That sounds beautiful. Thanks for mentioning that. I'm gonna have to watch that. Everything Joel does is amazing. Papa Joel. Anyway, all right. So, see, I swear I cracked some of this already. Yo, the frick? So, all of my NetPub+ windows are closed. I mean, I'm not even upset about that. That's fine. I'm just confused. I don't know why that happened. Like, what the frick? Okay, whatever. Weird. That doesn't really happen. I didn't run CClean or anything. I don't know why that occurred. But anyway, so I thought I saved it somewhere. I hope I did. If not, I guess I'm screwed. But I guess I didn't. So weird. But I've certainly cracked some of this before. So we're gonna crack some stuff again, I guess. So okay, the way that this works that I had figured out before was obviously there's an array of structures in this that represent these animation things here. So this part here says circus bound. So that's a string. So that's hex 192 is the offset that would reference that, and sure enough, we can find that right here, hex 192. If you actually look at the offset table here, you can find the position of every offset, and I'm to the point now where I can actually pretty much read these with just by looking at them, because I've seen so many of them, and I get how they work. So I'm going to actually do that to try to mark out these offsets. So that's 0, 1, 2, so that's an offset, 1. The other thing I have to be careful of is to not lose my place, because that's easy to do. 2, 3, that's that one. 2 again. 8, oh, that one's fun. Oh, wait a minute, it's, sorry, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. Okay, and then 3, 2, I'm almost done. This is actually just as fast as it would be if I were to, like, pull up a tool that would print it out for me, like the one that I wrote a while ago, because it's actually a little faster because I don't have to close this first and pull up the tool and everything. And I would have to mark them manually either way. Anyway, 8, so there we go, another one. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. It's this one, I believe. It sounds really nice. Okay, another 8 one. It's this, if I'm not mistaken. 3, I'm almost done, sorry. Oh man, I love that stream where Red did this and didn't explain what he was doing for a long time. Uh-oh. So you might be noticing a pattern here. It's like 8, 3, 2, 8, 3, 2 over and over and over again. So that's interesting. That's because of the way that the structure happens to go. I missed one there almost. Okay, and then one more 8 offset. And then we got this one. This one's weird because this one has a 5 at the beginning. If I recall correctly, one of these bits represents, oh, actually, never mind, it's not weird at all. Hex 18, so 24, and then you would do that by 4, and that's, if I'm not mistaken, so that's 60? Yeah, that's this offset, and then finally you have these two. Okay, so that's every offset in the file there. Okay, so here's all the offsets in the file. So, these two are the anim, the version strings. 178, I think it's that offset to that weird bootleg. Yeah, it's this thing at the end. I'm not really sure what's up with this thing, so I actually want to look into that first. It says there's one of these, and it says 180, and I think 180 is the offset to the array of things. It is. So then this is the one and only thing in there. Okay, so 1B8, so that's probably a string, right? It is, circus result, and then 1DD. Circus result loop. So I think that's actually the only animation that's in this, yeah. So then I don't know what the frick this is all about up here, and what the rest of the file is then. I guess we'll find out. I guess the jump ball and everything? Weird. We'll find out what it is. So hex 14, it goes here, and then we have 5 and 24, that's the array. That's what this begins at. And each one of these, it looks like there's a pattern here where there's 2 offsets, and then... No. There's 3 offsets like this, I think. Hex 34. I already figured out all of this stuff last time and I forgot it, so I'm sorry. I have to refigure some stuff out here, but... I'm doing it fairly quickly, as you can see. I've almost gotten the whole format figured out. So that's 5 things, yeah. And then, well, at least I thought so, but what is this? I think that might just be unrelated, so this might be an offset to something, this might be pointing to be something else. 128? Is there an offset somewhere that's, yeah, right there. Okay, so yeah, so every one of these structs in here is hex 34 bytes, which is, 52 bytes. And then they sometimes point to this crap at the end there as well, but no one knows what that is. So we'll figure that out in a moment as well. Okay, so this, so when I need to, is that circus bound? Yeah. So, Alright, so what we're gonna do first, before we do anything else, is we're just gonna try to get something to print this, okay? And then we're gonna try to get it to actually serialize it, and then we're gonna try to do the Tails stuff with this. Those are the goals for tonight. And I'll also try to work on the randomizer if I get time. So we'll see what we can do. So alright, so this is the structure for this. So we're gonna say what do I even call this? Get some hydration. Let's say Lost World Anim script. I think it's fine. And we probably want to include okay, so stupidly we have a signature here and also a version as string offsets. And then we have this up here, and that's the header. You can do anything, do the Sonic one, there always takes a chance. The song came first, by the way. This one is Green Hill Zone from Sonic 2 on the Game Gear, right? And then Sonic CD to Sonic Warrior, that was actually, they liked this melody so much that they reused it and they wrote lyrics for it. I find that, I think everyone probably already knew that, but I find that really interesting. Alright, anyway, so this is an array of, see, this is really weird, actually. I'm not really sure I totally get, I think it's like groups, and then like animations that fall into that group. Yeah? But it's weird, right? Like, I don't get it. Let's go with item tree, because that's another small one. Oh, I already marked all these. Okay. Well, actually, I didn't mark everything, I don't think, but I'm not going to do that because I don't care. This isn't our primary research one, so it's okay. I will mark that, though. Oh, it also has 1, and it says 1 BC. You can do anything. Is chat, updating because I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, I think it is. Okay, we're good. So 1 BC is, over here. What the frick? Well, there's none of them in this file, and there's one of them here. So whatever this struct is actually optional. And I don't know why that is. That's really strange. Okay, well, so we're gonna focus on, so let me look at the symbols first of all, because that might help. So give me a second here, sorry. Oh. I guess there's a good amount of symbols in here? No, not at all. Gator just likes to be slow. So this is weird for a lot of reasons. Sorry, I'm paranoid. I keep thinking that I didn't click something that I did. Sorry about that. Hey, back. I'm Rat, I'm sorry. Welcome back. Binary file get data. Ooh, this is really interesting actually. So Bene, I think people already knew this, but in case you didn't know, Bene stands for binary. Shocking, right? So binary file is their Bene stuff. So get data address. So they check if it's a version 1 header, so they check if it's one that's used in colors. So that I think is really interesting because I think that means that they actually freaking support. Yeah, dude. Has anyone ever done that? I kind of want to do that just for fun now. Okay, I'm gonna do that just to see what freaking happens. So it looks like the game supports the colors bin format too. That's interesting. Because if you needed further proof this game was built on colors, there you go. It was by the way. Which is I don't know how they started with colors and they ended up with this mess. But anyway, this was from W1A1 object. Oh, whoops. So we're gonna say, I'm gonna actually yeet the, what did I do with the Sonic pack? I think I was experimenting with animations. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave whatever that is there for now. You know what, nah, I'm gonna, oh. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna extract that. I'm just curious what would happen, right? It looks like in the code that they support it, so I kind of want to try it. So what we're gonna do is this. I didn't know that. Do you take it for someone who knows things? Yes. Actually, but yeah. I was joking actually a little bit earlier because, real talk, like, I didn't actually, figure out that it meant binary for a good while. I think at least a year. Like, after I had first seen a bin file. Someone finally told me it stood for binary, and I was like, what? No, oh! Oh. I was like, how do I never get that? But yeah, it does. And I just wanted to mention it because I think it's funny. Anyway, so the bin format, I can actually just look at my, Sonic Colors thing again. So, this is completely unnecessary. There's no reason for me to do this, really. I'm just kind of wasting time. So I apologize for this. But I kind of want to do this, because, like, dude, I think this would be fun. So what I'm going to do here is, first of all, I'm going to mark all the offsets. Which shouldn't take too long because there's not too many in this file, but those are the offsets down there. Every one of those bytes is an offset except for this 0. So I've already marked 2. Then this is 0, 1, 1, 2. You might actually be able to figure out how it works if you stare at this and see what I'm doing. So like, I'm here now, right? So now I'm here. Okay, so 3. So notice that says 43. So just get rid of that 4 there. Just read the 3. So take where the offset that you're currently at, and then add three offsets to it. So 1, 2, 3. There you go. That's the next one. And then 2, 1, 2. Right? There you go. And it's literally just like that for every offset, and I find that cool because when you get that, you're like, oh, that's actually really simple, and it's a really clever way of storing these offsets because it's very efficient, right? Like, it saves a lot of space. It's basically like compression. Except they don't have to actually really decompress it, it's just like bit packed. So it's actually kind of brilliant, and whichever Sonic team came up with bin A is actually very intelligent and should probably, hopefully is still working at the, well, hopefully it's being treated well wherever they're working at, right? Because this is actually a really smart format. But anyway, like, I just think it's really, really brilliant. But anyway, 3, 2, and then 8. Alright, so that's every offset in the file. So what I'm gonna do here is, we're gonna get rid of the, this header here, and we're gonna mess with all those offsets I just showed you there. And I'm gonna do something kind of funny. Well, not kind of funny, just kind of weird. So notice how all these files begin with this bin A header here, and it says bin A 200. So that 200 is the version number. All right. So it's the way it works is you've got the first byte is the major version. This is the, I guess, minor version. This is the revision. So it's basically 2.0.0, right? Enforces. Let me show you real fast. What? Oh. I'm in the wrong freaking window. Sorry. Hang on. Inforces, they have a revision of it that's version 2.1.0, right? So they changed that to 2.1.0. But that's all that is. So anyway, you got the version number up there, and then you have this data node and all that, and then the actual data begins here, right? And at the very end, you have this like string table and this offset table and all that. And there's information about the string table and offset table in this header because the game needs to know some stuff. So for example, this thing right here is the file size, 2cc. If you go down here, you can see it ends at 2cc. This is the amount of nodes there are in the file. So then the first node is here. Each node, it actually is this, you know, the Sega Ninja node stuff that they used in Sonic 06, like X and O and all that. They reused that here, essentially. So it's the same thing. So you have a signature which is 4 bytes, in this case data, and then you have the size of that node. So in this case it's 2BC. If you actually grabbed the whole data node, you can see this is 2BC. So that's what that is. Then you have 1C4. I don't actually remember. I think that's the... What is that? That's, it's like the string, table offset, I think? Yeah, it's the string table, offset, I think. Relative to, yeah, it's the string table offset relative to the beginning of the data, so 1C4. And then you have the string table size, it says B0, that's that. Then finally you have the offset table size, in this case it's hex18. And lastly, this is the one thing that I think is really weird and I don't really get it. There's like a padding size, and then there's that many bytes of padding. Which is just 0 always. I don't know why. I think that's reserved. I think it's reserved. So I think the intention is that at some point in the future they wanted to do something, like they needed more information in the header, they could just dump it there and not have to change anything else about the file, and the old code that loaded the old files would still work with the new files. So I think that's what that was for. But anyway, it's just padding. And then you have the actual data, right? And that's format specific. So that's the BenA header. That's version 2 anyway. So in Colors, you got another version of it. Colors had version 1 of the BenA format. And if you actually pull up a file from Sonic Colors, you can see what it looks like. So in Colors, instead of it starting with BenA, it has all this stuff at the beginning, and then it says BenA somewhere down the line. And the version number is different too. It says 1 over here. That's version 1. A lot of stuff is totally different here, but it is smaller. That's, I guess, the one benefit. But that's the BenA one from Colors. So what's interesting about it is it looks, anyway, if you look at the symbols, they check to see if the BenA files have a version 1 header. And they do that with some really weird, garbage, complicated check. But they check to see if it's using version 1 of the BenA header from Colors. And if it is, then instead of doing all this stuff that they do for version 2, they just go, oh, okay, we'll get the data, it's at hex 20. So here it is, right? There's the data, it's hex 20 from the beginning. So we should be able to use the old BenA header. There's no reason to do this once again. I'm just doing this because I think it's fun. So I want to try that real fast and see if the game loads it, and if it does, I'll laugh, and then I'll move on. Anyway, offset table offset. We're just gonna write Fs for now, and then we're gonna fill them in later. Actually, let's do that. Let's do it for everything. Well, let's do that for. Let's just put zeros. Okay, and then we're gonna fill them in. So file size. So that's going to be 28C now, which is 652. Wait, what am I doing? I'm doing a lot of stupid things here, actually, but don't mind me. Looks like a bunch of weird text and appears here. Oh yeah, it definitely does when you first look at it, but yeah, any binary file kind of looks like that. You do want to be a mod to create this in the future, though? Yeah, honestly, I say go for it, right? I think a lot of times people are kind of scared to try to get into that stuff because they don't know where to begin and they think it's going to be really complicated and stuff, but really the best thing you can do is just go for it, right? Just try to learn as much as you can. Because it's a lot of it isn't like anywhere near as hard as it looks, right? Really the big thing to get is just like computer science, right? Just like data types, so like int, uint, long, short, char, all that stuff, like what all those terms mean. And then also like hex, right? And like pointers and stuff. And that sounds really complicated, but if you can get what those like 3 things are, then like you can pretty much understand most anything if you try. And it's pretty neat. So anyway, I'll shut up. But that's why I try to learn C#. Hey, nice. Oh yeah, you have been doing that. Right, and that's awesome. Keep doing that. Yeah, C# super powerful. Right, so, okay, offset table offset. So this is relative to the start of the data. Right, okay, so the offset table in this case is down here. And the data in this case is there. So 274 in hex is what leads up to, so 74 to... Alright, offset table length. Again, I'm sorry, there's no point in this. I'm kind of wasting time, so I apologize for this. I'm trying to make this fast. What the frick is that? Wow, that's spoopy. Okay, unknown one is just padding. And then, unknown flag one. For set files, they actually set this, but I'm not going to use that. I don't think I need to set that here. And then they say, is footer magic present? Again, I don't think you need to set that. And then lastly, they have, oh, sorry. Then lastly, they have the version number. I think I just do this. I don't know if the endiness of that. Again, I'm sorry for wasting time here. I just think this is interesting. I kind of want to see if this works. And then the Endian flag. So in this case, it's going to be L for Little Endian. So L. And then, oh yeah, we can look at that Sonic 06 file because there's a Sonic 06 file that has been AV1, but it's in Little Endian, which is so fascinating to me. But yeah, we can look at that if we need to. Hyper sent me that a while ago. And then just padding, and it's this. So that alone should actually work. Like, this should just load. Well, it's almost certainly not. No, right, but wouldn't that be cool if it did? So... Oh, also these offsets are going to be borked, sadly. That's why I marked them first. So, okay, so we need to fix them too. All we need to do is subtract hex 20 from them. So that... Oh, wait, no we don't. I'm sorry, these aren't borked at all. They're relative to the beginning of the data node, and the beginning has been pushed up a bit, but it doesn't matter because they're relative to the beginning, right? So as far as they're concerned, everything's correct still. So, wow, freaking fantastic. Okay, so this should just load. So what I want to do, so the fun part about all this is that if this actually works as intended, you're not even going to see a difference in game. So I know, really exciting, right? So I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to see if it would work. You know what? Let me make a difference in game just because I feel like I should, just to make that a little more interesting. I don't even really know what this file does. It's like it controls the item trees. Okay, so like the trees that have stuff in them, I guess. So why don't we set them all to item tree A? What are the, you got item tree B, O1, all that, right? Oh, okay, why don't we set them all to item tree B something? Okay, so item tree B, and then BO2, we'll leave those all the same. I don't think we're actually gonna, you know, I don't actually think we're gonna see a difference in game, but let's just, I just want to see if the game loads this, right? I think that'd be awesome. And you know what, just to make sure that it worked, let's change the, oh boy, what do we change? Let's change all the wood textures. Well, let's change some of them anyway. You can see Mule's stank memes again. Sonic, I'm trying to join my time in Mushroom Hill, Detroit. Shut up, Obama! I need to find that ring I dropped! Neil just made that. I just got up. I did something. I came back and that was there. She's awesome. Anyway. Da, 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 da. Okay, we're gonna boot this. So if this works, the game won't crash. If it doesn't, then the game will crash. Hey! No crashing! At least not yet. So I don't know if we're gonna, so, we should also be able to see, it might not have loaded for some reason, so let's make sure that it did by going up to the windmill. Alright, so let's go find a windmill somewhere. And that should have the inverted wood textures on it. Yeah, it does. They're inverted. They're white where they're supposed to be the opposite. Well, you know, they're supposed to be one colored, so cool. So there should be a tree that's actually using... Oh, well, it should be using the wrong animation if you, like, climb up it. So, you know, I don't even know where the item tree stuff is used, if I'm being honest. Where the frick is item tree used at? Like, what is an item tree, anyway? Oh, I forgot I have the slow motion Sonic thing on. Okay, that's funny. From when I was experimenting with Anim before. Anyway, it worked, so... Okay, sorry to waste your time. I find that really... I just wanted to see if that would work. I find that really interesting, actually, that that works. So, what we did was I just basically, I guess you could say surgically implanted a Sonic Colors Bin A header on top of a Sonic Lost World file, and the game accepts that. It works just fine. It's totally happy with that. So yeah, the game does, this code does in fact run. The game does check to see if it's Sonic Colors file, and if it is, it goes, oh, okay, and it loads it. So you could throw some color stuff in here and it might work. Well, obviously it wouldn't be that simple, but like, holy frick. Like, it's easier to port stuff than I thought it might be in some cases. Wow. That's really interesting. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to see if that worked, and apparently it does. Freaking nice. Yeah, yes, Skype, it can. It can load bin AV1 files just fine. I find that really cool, but apparently that works. How you doing, by the way? It's a good thumbnail, thank you. Taz, no, please. She asked people when you served those 3 random things, and she made that. Oh, nice, wonderful. She's been doing that with me for a while. Where she's been like, I'll like go leave the room to get some water or something, and she'll be like, "Hi." I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "List 3 random things." I'm like, "What?" She's just 3 random things. Okay, and I'll like give her 3 random things off the top of my head. She's like, "Got it." And then when I come back, there's a meme that was made with those 3 things. So yeah, this is the one that she made that time. So what even were the 3 things? What is it, like Movie Sonic, Obama, and Mushroom Hill Detroit? Or was it, because there's also like Sylveon back there, and Morgana, and there's a, what were the, it's beautiful. Physical combos are kind of food that motivates you to do more C-sharp stuff. Oh, interesting. You got some from the mail last week. You're gonna try to do some C-sharp again this weekend? Alright, well sure. Whatever works, right? That's cool. I do not need your emotional support. Oof. Roasted. In any case, yeah, hey, I do. Return of Last Word Spectrum? I've actually thought about it. Because I've thought with code mods, like, I wonder how much you could do with the, like, you could make the gameplay almost like a boost game, right? And it wouldn't even be that much tweaking, because just like, take what happens when you, okay, you know when you like use Supersonic, and you hold down the Spinesh button, and instead of Spineshing, because you're Supersonic, he does the Supersonic boost, right? Do that, but like, for Sonic, and remap it to the X button, and have like a boost meter for it, right? You basically got a boost game, but with weird physics. Like, I kind of wonder if you could, like, make it work alright? I don't know, it's just, it's something interesting I thought about doing, but I've got so many projects going at once, I don't know. Mill stands for Morgana now, so that's probably why. I see. Yo, what the frick? Oh, that's the Shattered Crystal theme, okay. I thought it was the Resolute theme for a second, because it sounded the same. I was like, why is the quality lower? It's because it's ripped from the 3DS. Makes sense. Basically Forces. Yeah, that is basically Forces. Yeah, they just grabbed Lost World and made it boost game. Although, yeah, though Forces, that's why I thought Spectrum would make sense for Forces as well. But then Forces changes a lot of other things, like the way the Wisp work, you know, a lot of the formats. So, I don't know. It probably does make more logical sense to do Forces, or Generations, really. Last Word's probably the least logical, but that's almost why I want to do it, because I don't know, there's a part of me that almost is just like, but what if? You know, how far could you go with it? And I don't know, and also, like, the Drill Wisp and Laser, and Rocket and all that, like, they're already in Lost World, right? Whereas in Forces, they're not. So you would have to, like, take the Wispens and, like, turn them into the... Oh, gosh. Or change the level design significantly, and, like, how do you get it to... Like, I was doing that for Spectre. I was, like, trying to make custom level design for the Avatar stuff. I was trying to make all tag team levels and then make it, like, make the pathway so you could get up to them through other means, right? And I thought it worked out pretty decently, but what I quickly noticed was, like, the Wispons are... I said this completely a billion times, but they all do, like, the same thing, like, for the most part. They all pretty much go up into the air and that's it. Right? So actually having different pathways, and especially stuff like when going down, right? And climbing up walls and going to the side, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, that different kind of varied movement just is not in Forces. So it's like, how do I recreate that? Like, what do I do with, like, the drill sections? Right? Like, you just kind of have to scrap them, or, like, do a code injection mod to bring back the drill wisp properly. Not the drill wispin, right? And that's a nightmare for so many reasons. The big one being, oh, beautiful 3DS quality. The big one being Forces has de novo, so it takes so long to decompile, and there's no symbols or RTTI, so you literally have to guess randomly with everything you do in Forces DLO modding, and so it's just kind of a nightmare. Whereas in Lost World, we have symbols for everything. We can just look at code, and, you know, it's so much easier to make DLO mods for Lost World. So, I kind of want to, I don't know, Lost World would be interesting. Also, Gens has RTTI, but no symbols, and also no de novo or anything, so it's definitely harder to make DLO mods for than Lost World, but honestly, it's not that difficult. Like, it still is possible to do stuff, and I know Skype and Steve have been doing stuff with Gens, so, you could probably, if you really tried, add in a new Wisp or something to Generations, right? Which would be interesting to see. But I feel like there's already a dedicated colors project for Generations, like by SK American, Skype, and others, and they're doing an excellent job with it. And I don't want to, like, you know, hey everyone, don't download that excellent, wonderful thing for Generations. Download my thing instead. I don't want to, like, do that. Like, come on. Like, I think for Gens it's already covered. You know, like, for me, making Spectrum for Generations would be like making the Unleashed project. You know, well, porting Unleashed levels to Gens. It's like, that's already been done, dude. You know? Like, so I'm not gonna do Gens just for that reason. But anyway. Credit sequence is way better quality. You stitch the title screen music with the credits together, hence it's in correlation. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for clarifying. That's really cool that you ripped them up a little bit, though. Like, seriously. I wasn't trying to make fun of the, of your quality or anything. I was just joking about the 3DS. Sorry if I came off as rude. I didn't mean it like that. But anyway. And this is really cool, by the way. So this is... Oh, so this is the credits thing that's playing. Okay. Cool, that's awesome. I didn't know that the Shattered Crystal had its own credits theme. That's really interesting, actually. Because they kept the title theme mostly the same, but then the credits is different. Huh. Oh, dang, cool. Anyway, so let me get back to this, because I got kind of sidetracked. That was my bad, but yeah. Okay, so somewhere up here they have a they have like a character animation loader, and I already was looking at that a bit. It was here, right? Yeah. So they have like jar anim script loader. So somewhere they have like a, so they have this constructor and everything, and that's nice. But I can't remember where it's at. Somewhere else they have another function that will then take this loaded resource and it'll actually do something with it, right? So it might actually just be like C-anim script or something like that. I'm gonna try to find it, so give me a moment here. I'm obviously still not very familiar with lots. Like I keep forgetting where crap is, so give me a moment. It's not up here. I can just search for it, I know. But you know what? I'll search for it. It'll take forever, but we'll let it go do that. In the meantime, we're gonna get back to trying to crack this without the symbols. So, again, there's like 2 arrays here. Well, there's 2 things that are pointed to by this, and then you know what's weird? It looks like this is an array, and then this is just an offset to something. And then that offset points to this array here, right? So it makes me question why they don't just put this right here. But it's Sonic Teams, so that's the reason why, I guess. So anyway, so this is the array, And for some odd reason, they then... Yeah, this is a move array. Yeah, we figured that out last time. That's a move array. So, dude. I wrote a header or something for this. I know I did. Like, it's gonna drive me insane. Because I remember I was ranting about this. It must have been the X2B2 format, because I remember that had the same issue. But anyway, this is a move array. So a move array is a structure that Sonic Team came up with. It's basically like a vector, or if you've ever used C++, or a list if you're using C#. It's like an array that you can add stuff to. So the way that so a move array consists of 4 things. So it has these. Well, actually, you know what? If off the top of my head, I might be remembering that wrong. It's probably better if I search if I pull up a thing of it manually. But if I remember correctly, it has a count, right? Which says, that was cool ending that, by the way. It has like a count which says how many things are in the array currently. And it has a capacity, which is how many things can be in the array. It has an offset, which says where the data begins at. And it has a pointer to an allocator, which is a special, it's like a class that Sega uses in their game, which is capable of allocating and deallocating memory in whatever way they need it to. So they can have different allocators for different jobs, basically. So actually, in this case, I'm being dumb here. I don't think this actually is a move array because, yeah, the way that they would repeat the count twice, I would think. One for the count and one for the capacity. They don't do that here. They do an XCP2. So this is just an array followed by 2 values which are null. I think this might actually be another array and they just don't use it here. They might use it somewhere else. Let me go check out Sonic's Atom file because I assume that's going to be bigger and more complete. Speaking of CSL vectors, I was talking about move arrays, yeah, but I was being dumb. That's not a move array. I don't know why I thought it was. But yeah, they're basically CSL vectors, yeah. Aha, yep, it's definitely another array of sorts. So what does this point to then? So it said F. Oh yeah, I kind of vaguely recall looking at this. Hang on. So it looks like that's the size of that structure. I think. This actually makes sense to me that would be that array. So then this is 39AO. Why do I even have to type this? I didn't even type it right. Oh jeez. So that should be in the file somewhere. Search for it like that so that the endiness doesn't screw us up. It is. It's right there. Yeah. So yeah, that's the size of that array of, well, that blob of data that's being referenced by that array up there. So each one of these is hex 14 bytes in size. So it looks like it's like an offset, 2 counts, and then 2 other offsets. These are probably in the table. I haven't checked. So I assume one of these is probably a name. They usually are. Dash dead. No, it's just dash. Sorry. Yeah, dash. Okay. So then dash has this data here, and then that points down to this. Okay. And this is also another offset. It looks like. Oh, jeez, what a nightmare this is. You don't know some of the Shadow Crystal ending either. It's not like a T. Not like a T to sequel. It's just the end of the credits. Yeah, it's really odd. Oh, you never used every system together, though? Oh, I see. Now I know how I wrote that myself, but before you were like, how to export FMOD formats without wanting to bother through this. Yeah, I got you. Okay, that's a cool thing. And TSR trying to change specific buttons makes the control mapping menu go weird. Mugen, oh boy, Mugen freaks out when trying to change commands during fights. Multiple buttons do many things. That's crazy. JSR is really buggy. They need to like fix it. Because my gosh. So no. It's okay. I'm trying to click. No, stop it. Holy frick. Okay, ever misclick? I don't think that's all one thing that's referencing there. It's usually sequentially written out, so that's why I was thinking that, but... maybe? Because it doesn't seem like anything else references anything in between that range? But that's a pretty long blob of things to be referenced. No, it looks like there's like several things that repeat in there. I don't know what I'm looking at there. Well, we'll figure that out later. That structure's weird. I don't know what the frick that is. Somewhere in here... Yeah, this search should be done now. These symbols should help us see the names of things. So... Okay, I swear there's a function somewhere that the game calls, right? That actually parses the data. Why can't I find anything that seems to do that? Well, I'm just being dumb, I know, but... So, I guess I could search for references to this. Come up in a billion different spots. That might be helpful. Alright, come on. You got this. You can do it, Ghidra. You can do the one thing you're programmed to do. Uh-oh. Oh, geez. No, I can't. Oh, frick. Oh, geez. Okay. Bunch of constructors, and what is this? That are just, it's just constructors. Okay, so do they really never... Do they really just call these constructors and that's it? I mean, geez. They have to pull the data out of it sometime, right? I guess these are all the things that reference the construct. Okay, initialize. So here's one, local 28. Get animation script resource, and that's just gonna be, that's just a pack file thing, yeah. And then what do they do with local 28? Load from buffer. Okay. Animation res container. So what do they do with this? They say, hey, get the address of... Oh, look at that. That's just the pointer, right? Yeah, so they just return the pointer to the data, and then they say load from buffer, and they load up all that crap. So, animation res container, I guess is what I'm looking for. Load from XML! Yeah, so there's a lot of these load from XML functions in the game, and everyone I've seen so far, sadly, they just return nothing. So sadly, it looks as though they've been compiled out of the Wii U version, and so I'm sure they're not on the PC version, right? 'Cause, you know, everything's in the Wii U version, so if it's not even there, then yeah. But anyway, that's a shame. But yeah, so in development, at some point they actually loaded these files from XML data. They like serialized it, which I think is kind of fascinating. And before they never completed them. Oh well, I guess they could have just not completed them as well. I always just assumed that they did, but they compiled them out. But I guess that doesn't. I guess it makes more sense that they just never finished it. So they might have just loaded from a buffer too. I don't know. Okay, so they have this load from buffer function, which is part of this. What is this? Is this them comparing the anim and the version string and everything? Please. Oh, Sonic Team, never change. Wait, are you... Come on, Geedra, stop being dumb. Oh, whoops. I was the one who was dumb. No, I meant to do this. Sorry. Anyway. Well, I changed your name, but okay. If you still want to call yourself that, then whatever. So then this is the version comparison. Yeah. I find it so dumb that they did this, but no, I keep hitting L when, okay, so in functions, right? The shortcut key to change the type is Control L. With data types, it's just normal L will change the name of the label. Also, Gage is totally frozen right now. So you have to wait for it to unfreeze. But I keep accidentally changing the label when I mean to change the type. It's dumb on my part, but it's like, doggone it, muscle memory. Do they manually parse the animation script files? From what, XML or binary? So I guess the answer to both is yes. Well, that's a great name for that. Okay, let's actually rename it this time. Just call it that. Yeah, yes, Geezer, you can rename a string. It's not that hard. Come on, you can do it. There you go. Good job. And this one you just have not figured out how to do yet, have you? Anyway, okay, these names will be useful actually, even if they're even if there's not that many of them. So first of all, what is this string here? It's being so slow. Okay, so they're just checking the different versions. So what version is this again? I thought it was 1.02. It is. So this is odd. So they check to see if it's oh geez. Okay, they check if it's valid. They check if the signature is equal to yeah, is equal to anim. And no, stop it, Geedra. And if it is, then they go check the version number and they say, hey, are you, you know, equal to 1.01? If it is, and they do all this crap, I guess probably to convert it. If it isn't, then they, yeah, then they'll just continue on. So if it's not 1.02 either, then they're going to return, right? Okay, so anyway, here we go. So this is where they get the, whatever this is. Yeah, the count of this first array. So we can figure out what that is by looking at this here. That's actually not a function definition at all, Geedra. That's just a uint. So you don't have to be so crazy about that. Oh, I guess it's a pointer to a uint. Wait, I'm not reading this right. Doggone it, I keep freaking... Alright, param1 plus OC. So param1 is, yeah. Okay, so they're just copying it over. So we're gonna say, oh my gosh. Can I not do anything for, like, today? Goodness gracious. Why did I say you could change, when did I say you could change my name? Radfordhound? Oh, I'm sorry. Binary. Yep. It's great. Calculate mirror number. So that's a weird name for a function. What the frick is that? Mirror num. Okay. Do they, like, what are they mirroring? So in this data, in this file somewhere they have, kind of confused as to what that is. Anyway, well, they just take the, this offset right here. And they take the count of things that they got from here, it looks like? Okay. That's interesting. And they just go yeet. They head right in there. Simple definition is what it's called apparently. Okay. And it looks like they just oh geez. I actually I wanted to see if I could figure this out because I thought it would be simple, but this is a bit of a pain here. What is this? Param1 is a simple def pointer. So that's That's the pointer to this stuff down here. Yeah. So then plus UVAR2, which is set to 0. Oh yeah, that's I. It's like an index. Okay, so then times hex 34, because each one of these things is 34 apparently. No, they're talking about this. I misread that somehow. Yeah, these are the symbol definitions. Okay, so they're just getting the count of these. So that plus 20. Okay. So this ended with 4 if that's not 0. So they're just checking. So this is like a bitwise. These are like flags. So checking to see if the 4-bit is set. Sorry, if it's set. And if it is set, then they increase this number. Otherwise, they don't. So they're checking to see if this is a mirrored animation. And the 4-bit means is mirrored. Okay. Don't exactly get what that means, but whatever. I guess so. An animation that's like flipped or something. I don't know. Anyway, so once I get that number, what else did I do here? If array 1 count plus 8, so this plus 8, so this, what? I think I must have misinterpreted something here. Actually. No, it doesn't look like it. I'm kind of, oh, I'm sorry, they're just adding 8 to the, anyway. Whatever. So an object move, so it actually is a move array, but it's of a special type. So that's res char mirror item. Oh geez. Okay, and it's this plus hex 28. And that can't be right either. I'm definitely misunderstanding something here. Because yeah, this pointer must be pointing to yeah, it's pointing to the class that they already made full of this stuff. Okay, so that's not the binary. Param1 is the binary. And what is this? The tech area. Does it kick into music in a bit? That sounds like it does. Okay, cool. Love Poison. Oh yeah, that's a weird name for the song, isn't it? It's so strange. Alright, so here's where they build the resources, and so this is when they generate stuff based on what they get there. So we're going to look at this real fast because this might have some more helpful names. Create mirror resource. Get atom duration. Ooh, that'll be interesting. I mean, not really. We already know what... I think we already know where that's at, but... Plus hex C. Okay, so what are they passing into that? I think this function takes at this pointer as well. Yeah, takes at this point as well. So they pass it in here. This. Well, okay then. So we could look through all this and we could figure this all out if we wanted to. That's gonna take some time. So I'm not planning on. I just wanted to look at the names really fast to see if we could get some idea about some structure stuff from the names. So I've already got some idea here because of it, and it's really weird crap. Res Char Mir Anim, like that is a weird name for this. Happy Animation, by the way, is the name of the namespace. Okay, so if we actually go to that really fast. Oh, all this stuff is related to animation. Oh goodness. Okay, so Res Char Anim, this is that, and Res Char Mir Anim. So is Mir Anim? It must not be used as super frequently because most of the time that mask, yeah, that like checks to see, yeah, like they don't have that 4-bit set, right? So it can't be no, it didn't appear, Seals, not even for me, I'm sorry. YouTube likes to hard censor links sometimes. They probably use it more in Player Sonic, right, and all that, but at least in Tails and all that, they don't use it. What about LR variant for running animations? Yeah, it's probably... That actually makes sense. It's probably something like that. So they probably have, like, one version of the animation that's bent one way, and then they just mirror it the other way. Something like that, right? But that's odd to me, because I could have sworn that they just had separate animations for that. Yeah, like walk left, walk right. So I don't really get what the mirror system does. It sounds like how Lasso likes to flip the homing attack flick anim. You mean like the homing kick? Yeah, I don't know how Lasso determines when to do that, so that could actually be related to that as well. Because these files are supposed to be animation scripts. They're supposed to tell the game how and when to play animations. So that actually would make sense that this would tell it when to mirror it and when not to, and how to mirror it and everything. But it seems weird that the mirror stuff, if you actually looked at the code, like some of the code for that, it seems like a lot of this code, actually, maybe even the majority of it, is like dedicated simply to the mirror stuff. So apparently the way this works is fairly complicated. Well, I don't think this mirrors the... Does this mirror the binder? I don't believe... Yeah, this is the kind of thing that would, I think. Anyway, this stuff is... It's fairly complicated. There's a lot involved in that. So that's interesting to me. Because the non-mirror resources are a lot simpler, it looks like. Yeah, so here's the... Okay, so here's the part where they check to see, again, in the build resource, they check here to see if that value has the 4-bit set, and if it is set, then it's a mirrored animation, right? And if it isn't, then it's not a mirrored animation. So here's the entire code for what they do with non-mirrored animations. See, it's literally just this. Pretty simple, right? For mirrored animations, they do this. It looks like I might have spoken too much, actually. Yeah, they do all of this. So it's definitely a little more complicated, at least just based in terms of what they're doing when they load it, which I find fascinating. Is valid. That's just checking if the pointer is set. Spoopy. Hey Emil, why'd you do a test saying "Love Poison"? That's the name of a song from Shuffle for Sonic Shuffle for some reason. Isn't that whack? Great naming. Anyway, how you doing? Okay, so wait, so so this is just them getting it from the pack file again. And then they check if it's valid, and if it is, they go, great! And they just jump down to this. They say, is it additive? Get blend hint, okay. This is for the skeleton, isn't it? So this is just them checking if the skeleton blends in a certain way. And they return a boolean. I don't even see what that has to do with... Let's see. That's really spoopy. The animatronic does after attacking enemy with the homing attack. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's strange how they invert that. By the way, the song actually sounds like that. It's not like the stream bugging out or anything. The static and the way it's hopping from ear to ear and everything. It's all intentional. Goodness. So this is all part of the Restauratum struct. So I guess the skeleton's built into that. Hey Rad, I'm looking for something I need to find where Sonic Generations loads the names for the character in the collection room. For a mob, even searching for hours. Loads the names for the character in the collection room. So I would think, so obviously that would be in like, you're just looking for the actual text, right? Like that you want, the strings that say like Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, all that, right? So I don't actually know how Gens does text, to be honest. I'm not very familiar with Gens modding in general. I'm not very, Oh, thanks phone. Let me go mute that. Hang on a second. In general, I'm not very familiar with how Jens lays out that stuff. But I would assume if you can't find it just by poking around through the files, right? Which sounds like from what you've been saying, you've already done that for quite a while now. Another way you could find it honestly would be, I mean, you could use cheat engine, right? So what you could actually do is you could load up the game, right? And go to the collection room and you know, hook the game in cheat engine, and then you could search memory for something that would only be in the collection room in the name. So like Knuckles or Rouge or Vector or whatever, right? And you're probably going to find several results, right? But if you narrow it down a bit, you should be able to find some memory that's going to look like a file, right? And from that point, you should then just be able, I mean, you could, like, what you want to do is you just want to find the file that has those bytes in it, right? So I guess, that's one way you could do it as well. That's probably bad advice, though, in this case. I think probably an easier way would just be to freaking search it, right? Vector. You gotta get vectored, boy. Or, let's go with that. It's an FCO files and generations, thank you. Where are those even generally located at? I don't know a dang thing about Gen's modding. There's also some folders it looks like. Oh no, these are just extracted things I extracted, I think. Yeah, okay. Cool. There's obviously Pact isn't one that I extracted, but well, here's captions, that's when they talk. System common. Okay, so it's in like I don't know which CPK it's in. BB2 maybe? Probably in BB2. BB2 is most of the overworld files. Okay. That makes sense. I never did get Gen's organization. Like it same with Unleashed. Like it kind of makes sense, but it also doesn't to me. It's like, what? It kind of seems like, I don't know, like it's almost like ranked by importance, where like, but not really. It's like levels are used mostly in BB and also some in BB2. And then the overworld and everything is BB2, and then, I don't know, it just seems like it was just kind of split randomly. So these are all like random missions. Maybe Vector wasn't the best name to look for. Co-op Vector, this is, these are stage IDs. I think this is a coincidence. So where are the text files normally even located at? I miss my wife, Rad. Oh. I'm sorry. Well, it's certainly not, it doesn't seem to be there. I really don't know, actually, where it gets that, I mean, they might have even hard-coded it, but I don't know. The text files are everywhere, or are they? So they're just stored in random ARs. Is that right? That's a mess. I mean, I'll search BB3, but I don't think it's going to be there. It also could be a folder or something. It also might not even be in the CPKs, but I think there's just the sound folder and then the disk folder, yeah? So I don't think it's... So I think it's in the CPKs. But I always forget with gens. Let's see. It's all this crap that I put out there. Yeah, it's in the CPKs. So I don't know a dang thing about gens. Sorry, I know I look like an idiot probably, but it's more experienced generations modders because they're like rad. Come on. But I really don't know where anything is. I see there's XNCP files in like the title AR, for example. So those are like Swift, right? They control like the HUD and stuff, but I don't know where the actual text is located at. I would think it would be in like a language-specific AR, right? So like you'd have one for English, you'd have one for Japanese, you'd have one for all these different languages. But I don't see any files that are even like named like that. I'm probably just blind. Probably scrolled by them already, but I don't see them. So, weird. They're stored mostly where they need them. Like, that makes sense, but oh man. You know there's VB3 file or something and that's about all you know? That's fine. That's about as much as I know about gens. Oh, languages. Oh. Oh. There's a languages folder. I think we might have found it. Wait, no, hint vector. We found something. Okay, so it might be in BB2. Is there a language folder in the other ones? There it is. It's probably in here. Oh yeah, it's almost certainly in here. It's in there somewhere. NPC vector CNV? Conversations. Vector conversations. It's like, I don't know if that's it. That's vectors. That's what vector says. But what about this one? Probably not. It's an autosave and yeah. So that's like what vector says. I don't know if that's his name. I don't think it would include that there. That's probably like an NPC.xml or something, right? Or just hard coded. Hee vector. But it actually is Vector the crocodile. The NPC character CNV holds what the character says in the overworld. Yeah. Right, that's what it looks like to me. But I don't get, so where are the names at then, right? That's the confusing part. They honestly might be hard-coded. But they're I don't know. They could also actually get them from, because like here's the thing. How does the game know when to load these NPC underscore whatever's underscore CNV files, right? What tells it to load these? They're knowing gens, it's probably because I don't know gens that well, but from what I know of gens, they almost always put stuff in an XML file. They usually have an XML file somewhere that'll list out everything. So I would imagine they would have an XML file somewhere that's like npcs.xml, and if you go in there, it's just going to be like, you know, vector, and that's one of them, and that'll tell it to load this file and everything, right? I mean, they might even just program it to go through the file and just find everything that's npc underscore whatever and just pull the name from that. As dumb as that sounds, I highly doubt that, but it could be. Wait, what's this? That's probably it, right? Oh, that's it. I was searching for freaking... I forgot they stored in Unicode. This has to be it. There it is. I found it. It's in BB2 languages, and then whatever language, right? PAM000, and then there's a file called the collection room chara CNV. And this has all the NPC names, it looks like. So Vector the crocodile. They're in UTF-16, so each character is 2 bytes in size rather than 1. So that's kind of weird, but that's why it wasn't showing up in my Notepad++ search, because I wasn't searching for UTF-16. But here it is. And they have names and stuff as well. Now actually, you know, I'm kind of a moron, but I honestly didn't know that gens use XTB files. I knew that, like, Lost Order uses XTB2. So apparently gens has XTB1. Huh. What does colors use? I forgot. I, like, ripped it somewhere a while ago. Oh, it just uses XTB as well. Okay, so XTB was invented for colors, and then they liked it, so they reused it in gens, and then they reused it in Lost World, but they upgraded it to XTB2. Okay, so well, maybe they actually invented it for Unleashed. I don't know, but anyway. Cool. So there you go. So the XTB format's kind of weird. I don't know. Is there an editor for XTB files somewhere? If so, you can just use that. If not, I think I have a spec for them somewhere. I'm pretty sure I do. Well, I do at least. That's why I have a work in progress one for XTB2, and it's very similar to that. But simply put, it's like you have like names for the like cues or whatever, and then you have like the text that's referenced by the cues. It's kind of like that, and I don't actually remember the length because it's been so freaking long, but I think these are, yeah, these aren't alternated strings. These are length prefix strings, so they have like a number, and then they have that many bytes. So this says 3, so then there's 3 bytes in it, see? 1, 2, 3, that's the name. So they do that for a lot of these strings. So this one down here, it says defaults, there's a 7 before it, so there's 7 characters in it, see? And somewhere inside of each of these pieces of data, they also reference the actual text, and I don't remember how they do that. But in any case, some of this is really whack. Papa Rad does not approve of some of this. Is it like that? I'm sorry, hang on, I gotta figure this thing out. So, yeah, that doesn't line up with, oh wait, yes it does. Yeah, that's like the character, so that 14 is the character count for this too, I think. I don't know, anyway, I'll have to crack it and make a tool for it. But anyway, there you go. You should be able to hex edit those at least. Oh, this is the, okay, how can I edit this? It looks like one of those files the moment I change the letter, it would die. Well, so if you don't need to change the length of the strings, so if you can keep the length of it the same, you can literally just hex edit the actual characters, and that'll work just fine, right? That should be totally safe. If you need to edit the length of the strings, then that's going to be where it gets complicated. So I looked into these a while ago, and I thought I had made... Oh gosh. Yeah, I made it... in C# EdgeLib, I think I added support for these? Let me go check. I could have sworn I did because I remember I was using this for Spectrum. I was messing with these... I was trying to port over the captions for the cutscenes. Did I put it under miscellaneous? No. Wait, yes I did. Colors captions. That's what I called it. No, that's an orc file. RIP. Oh, I had one for XTB. I could have sworn. Like, I know I did. Doggone it. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. Sorry, chat. Hang on. I'm gonna... You look at all my awful projects. What? I don't even remember half of this stuff. Most of it was never finished. Colors cutscene to forces. Oh. That's probably it. What's this? Yeah, that's it. Wow, okay. So I auto-generated, so I converted colors cutscenes to forces through, well, the colors captions to forces captions with this. But I guess I didn't manually convert the text though. I did that, well, I didn't automatically convert the text. I think I manually converted that, so I don't think I ever figured out XTB, sadly. I just copy-pasted it from these files because it was, that worked fine. Yeah, what I made a tool for was these. I corrected this format, and I hadn't gotten around to this one yet. It doesn't look that bad actually. It's just kind of a nightmare. Rad 2020. It's not bad. It's just a nightmare. I keep flip-flopping between whether it's good or bad. Actually, it looks pretty bad, yeah. Well, let me see if I can get something out. Quick recommend me X editor. 0 to 10 I've heard is excellent, but you have to pay for it, or pirate it, right? But they have a free trial, but yeah. Other than 0 to 10, the one I use is just called Hexedit, and it's free, but the site for it sadly is down now. I have it, a mirror of it on my Google Drive that I've linked out a bunch, if you want to use that. Well, I do. I swear I do. Google Drive is... Hang on. What? What? I think I put it somewhere else. I never got rid of the folder. Apparently I did. Okay. That was weird. Well, anyway, here it is. Okay. I'll paste it in the chat. Should work. Yeah. You can just dump this somewhere, and then there's an exe in there. Run that, and that's this hex editor. It's fairly decent, I think, actually. So it looks like. So one thing I'm really confused about is, well, all this crap. So is this how big is one of these? E. Is that right? This is a really weird looking format. I don't want to make the stream. I don't want to turn the stream into cracking this. I want to get to this some other time, but right now, I don't want to like spend too much time on this at the moment. But I will say I'm rather curious about this. Okay, wait, sorry. So it's not E. It's That's like counting these bytes. So it's like the string and then A. Okay, so let me make sure that's right. They don't like pad anything at all. It's like nightmarish. Yeah, that seems to be right every time. Let's look at the last one and see if it lines up. I think that's correct, yes. Okay, so then the part that's really weird to me that isn't making any sense is how do they reference the strings from within these sections? These like labels? They have like names and then they don't. Oh gosh. Event S70X. Welcome to Eggman's Incredible Interstellar Amusement Park, where you can enjoy 5 planets for the price of 1. He loves to hear his own lips flap, but I gotta hand it to the Eggster. This place is epic. Everyone and their brother is gonna wanna come. Anyway, it's all the text. Wait, what does that say? Oh, dammy. That's a dammy. So here, what's weird is it looks like they have the name, and then they'll say this, and then no doubt. But now I'm not sure why we're here. Okay. This place looks totally harmless. Yeah, there's the size. So that's, this isn't Big Endian, I guess. I don't even know if this format knows what endiness it's in. I assume it's Big Endian, so if that's the case, then that's only 1 byte or... Yeah, it's 1 byte then. What is this format? What? Look at how much of a disaster this is. Okay, well, so what's actually happening is these are all empty sections, so they're just not using these. So they just write 99 entries, I guess, to the file. And the ones that get used have text after them, and the ones that don't. So here's one that gets used, I guess, S70X. So, no, S70, and then 78, and then the actual text begins here. So hex 78 should be the length of this. Yeah, there it is. Welcome to Eggman's Interstellar Amusement Park. This is a mess. Well, I'm gonna look into this some other time. But because I did definitely want to crack this someday. Wait, yeah, this is. Wow, this is a bit of a nightmare. I gotta be honest. What a mess. Sure, no problem. It's not a colors, but every VA is replaced with Rad reading the... I could probably do it without even looking at the freaking files, because I've just heard this cutscene so many times. But now I'm not sure why we're here. This place looks totally harmless. Because Eggman plus secretly built amusement park equals evil plot for us to foil. Luckily, he's not very good at keeping things hidden. True, but it would be pretty hard to miss a giant floating space amusement park surrounded by planets. Still, an evil plot? I don't know. As if we haven't been through all the other games. Sorry. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing. Also, hey, Wheel. Sorry, you've probably been a while. Might be. Alright, so we're just gonna write it. My head hurt looking at that. Holy I'm gonna come back to that format later, but geez. For now, we're just gonna get an anim thing working. So let's go. So here's the header. So signature version, we got, I think offsets.h includes everything we need. Includes endian.h. Okay, but it doesn't include, doesn't include the header, which has the offset stuff. Well, the macros stuff, so we're gonna need to include that if we need that. But anyway. So what did this call that again? It said it was a container. Animation res container. So res container. Actually, I think it put it up here. No, it was up above this. There it is. Animation res container. An animation node. Look at all this crap. Who is responsible for this? Whoa. So I don't know what to call it. Who cares? Count. We'll figure that out. The count of what it is exactly in a bit. So then we got these two offsets here. So really it's more like I think they called these simple resources. Sam Road. That is correct. Sam Road, good, obviously. It actually is. It's a really good track in DSI. Where did I find that at? Somewhere it said simple resources, something like that. Maybe is additive. No. Oh, this was it. S outputs. What does that say? S outputs. App. No, app S output. App simple def. Okay, well that's just a generic thing. That's not necessarily animation specific. We're just gonna say anim. Like. Ah, frick, I don't know, man. Random. Okay, sorry. I'm so indecisive of like entries. There we go. NM entries, and then this is gonna be we'll just call it that because I don't know what the frick that is. All right, so then. So we're gonna fill these out. So, actually, this is an array of 2 things, which makes it even more mysterious. Oh boy. Get res star animation. So what does this do? Look at this mess. Brad made a Tails mod? I'm working on one, yeah. Well, first I'm trying to make a, First I'm trying to figure out enough of this anim format to where I can make custom, like, animation stuff for it. So, I'm just gonna say, I don't know what to call anything yet, because I don't know what it all is yet. We're just figuring out the structure first. I'm gonna say containers. The containers have 2 arrays in them. And then they have a secondary one, which is not used in this file, but it was in other files I looked at. We're just gonna say Animentry 2. Because again, I don't know what to name anything yet. We're gonna fix the names later. 2, whatever. Brilliant. Wow, Rad, how do you do it? Okay, so then this is what the Animentry looks like. So the first one, if I recall correctly, is just an entry to the string. Oh, sorry, an offset to the string, which is the, like, yeah, like the type of animation or whatever that we're dealing with. So it's like, I'll just say like trigger, no, let's just say name. And then it's like, it's always 0 for some reason after that. Then we have 19F, just like the Axor animation, the Havoc animation, like yeah, the anim.hkx files. So, anim file name. Got some more values that seem to always be 0. Got a float. That might have been the speed. There was one of them that I edited that was the speed last time. Got unknown 5. We got, this, which seems like an int. That's always -1. It could also be a bit mask or something. I don't know what that is. Hey, that worked? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. Cool. I have to make a tool to properly edit those sometime. If I understand correctly, XCB files are basically like, you know, like CSVs, where you have like rows and columns, and you know, like it's like a Google Sheet or yeah, Excel document or whatever, right? I assume they basically had something like that, and they would just like run it through this tool that would convert it to an XTB file. So I assume an XTB file is kind of just like a binary version of that. That's just like meant for the game to load more efficiently, right? But I don't know. But that seems like that's all that it is to me. You didn't even know XTB actually hold text. Oh, no worries. And yeah, the only reason I know is because I've seen in other games. But yeah, it's weird, but no problem. Glad it worked. You know, get why they have to have separate formats to hold text? Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense to me either. I don't know why Gens uses, well, whatever. You get the point. I don't know why Gens uses XTB and also whatever else you said, the other format. I'm too lazy to go back, but that's weird. It should just use one format, but apparently it doesn't for some reason, so whatever. It's weird. Okay, this looks like an array of something. I'll fill in that type in a bit. Alright, so 128 is this crap. And again, we don't know what all this is yet, so we're gonna figure that out. 138. So here's 128, here's no it's not. There's 128, and there's 138. So each one of these again is 16 bytes in size. I remember figuring it out last time. And this is a float? Yeah, it's set to 0.1. This is a number. And I remember changing these and I didn't see any noticeable in-game effects. So that's the weird part. So we're gonna have to experiment more with those and figure out what the frick those are. They might be like even scale or something, right? Who knows what this crap is? It's really weird. But anyway, so we're gonna say we're just gonna do this and we're gonna name stuff later. Because I've found that that's better than trying to spend all our time figuring out what to name it. Ooh, I love the song. So first we get the structure, then we get the names, right? Once we get some code work. Well, first we get the structure, then we get the code, then we get the names, right? That's the order I tend to go in. Wait, that is a UN, sorry. This one's the one that's not a UN. Always 1, always 0.1, and always 0. Okay. And then this is the other part of the structure we haven't figured out, 178. So it seems to just point to this array, which really weirds me out. For now, we're going to do that in the interest of time. That array just points down here. And then each member of the array just literally has 2 strings in it. So the first one, they're just 2 strings. Circus, in this case, circus result, and also circus result loop. So this could be one of those mirror things it was talking. I don't know what this is. Normal name. And loop name, I guess? I don't know what it is. Oh, I put this in the wrong place. Oops. Is that the freaking Back to the Future jingle? I'm kidding, but... Okay. So this one was something different. It was an array random contain. Yeah, we don't know what this is at all, and we're not gonna bother figuring that out right now. Yeah, it's his world, dude. It's his freaking world. The song is good. Like you could argue that simple sense of CO holds color and control symbols makes it more bloated. So for simple text, it's fine. Oh, I see. But the way you talk about it seems like it's bloated from it too. I don't think it's bloated, it just looks like a mess. Kid, put it on the show, you want it. Like, it looks like it actually, like the issue with it. Like, I don't know, it's almost like it's like too simple in a way, as weird as it sounds. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like the way that they thought out this format was so simple that they ended up making it complicated, as weird as, and backwards as that might sound. So they put no consideration into making the file, like, readable or make any sense. They just wrote code, they dumped it all to a file, right? And the code works, but they didn't bother actually looking at what they created and stepping back and going, what is this? Why does it stagger down diagonally? goodness! He does have a mouth. Oh yeah, how would Mythos smile? That's funny, I never thought of that. And a real rough neck strikes up his memories, straps on his shoes. It's so edgy, but I love it. Active instrumental and pulling strings is the one who understands when the times with free city breaking down doors. Speed? I think this one was speed, but I don't remember. Alright, so that's basically the format except for this structure we haven't finished yet, but we don't need that for our basic test here. So what we're gonna do is let's see. If your code doesn't make files that tie diagonally, why bother? That's the way to look at things, yeah. Obviously. I can't imagine that even being, I don't know, that's so messy. How did they even do that? Well, I guess it's not that hard. Anyway, it's a mess. Never fear the fall. Okay, so what I guess I want is a file that, sorry, a function that lets me dump this to an XML file, and then also one that lets me load it back from the XML file. So let's say like I don't know, export phosphor anim script XML or something like that. It's kind of a mess, but whatever. Rocking and he's ready to go, cause now the countdown is starting and he's ready to blow. Is that what I called it? Where one is all. It's just M sharp. Never fear the fall. And also included there. I think I'm gonna take the should probably take the blob pointer instead. I don't remember how I did it before. That's the fun part about this. How'd I do it like with this? Oh gosh. Yeah, I would always take the blob. I take a reference to the blob. That probably makes more sense. Because then I can verify the type. Well, I can anyway just by not doing that though. Blob also lets me get the size, doesn't it? Apparently not. That was stupid. The heck is the point of this? I need to rethink some stuff. But anyway, okay. And then we'll also have one later to import it. Go. I'm not even gonna bother. Well, I'm not even gonna check the format of it here, though. I just want something to work first. So before we do anything else, let's say PGXML include this. And how do we even use it again? Let's go back to figure it out. Thanks for the host wheel. Your playlist for Sonic songs and other things? The one I use for streams, or the one that I just use normally, because I have a playlist that has a lot more songs in it that I don't use for streams because they're copyrighted. Well, everything is copyrighted. You know what I mean? I'll get copyright claims. That one streams. Okay. The streams one started off as a playlist on YouTube called Stream Music that I was just adding to, and then it ended up becoming a foobar playlist. So for me to send that would be a bit of a pain, I think. It's like a foobar playlist that like references YouTube videos and stuff. It's kind of a weird. But it's pretty much just game OSTs. It's just pretty much most Sonic OSTs and Terraria, Cave Story, Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, I think NSMB Wii, yeah, NSMB DS, some Pokemon games, like, and Sonic 2020. Oh, sorry, Mario and Sonic Tokyo 2020, just recently. Oh, and also Ori and the Blind Forest. Okay, so there's actually a lot of crap in here. Okay. I guess I should, I don't know, maybe I can export it or something? I don't know how to go about sharing that. The non-stream one that actually has even more than that is called Brad's Music Playlist, and that's just on YouTube. It's just this. It's obviously Sonic music at the beginning, but as it goes on, it becomes a lot more than that. So this one you could find just on my YouTube channel. It's public. You have a playlist? Can I? Sure. I don't know if I can listen to it right now because it can copyright, but I could check it out some other time. Rhythm Thief. Oh yeah, Rhythm Thief. Yeah. And some stuff from Volcano, I think. So this one goes over, opens up an XML file, and then it goes over all the tool nodes that it prints nodes at a timeout. After you get into 0. So how do you save one then? Can you save with this? I assume you can. Okay, well let's figure out how to do it. So XML document. So it actually looks like it's set up to be very similar to C#. Doc.load file. So let's say doc. Can we say doc.save? We can. Marvelous. So how do we add to this? Doc.child. Okay, so I assume it's like doc.add append. Okay, append child. Okay, so before we do all that, can you say, when you say save, oh wonderful, they did, they let us use streams. And also a writer. Okay, so if we want to open up one of those, oh boy. How does the XML writer work? From a file object. Okay, so what about, so stream is just going to be the same thing but from a stream object, is that right? So this library simply does not take file paths, I guess. So you pass in, you're supposed to pass in something like this. Okay, we can do that. Do I have, so I can say XML file file path And then I can say file mode write binary. Okay, and that's my file. And now I can say XML file dot. Oh boy. Hey, I have this. Okay. So that should just work. Good that I thought of that in advance. Well, no, wait. Yeah, the first thing that's in here is this. So this will actually. No, it won't work. It won't work unless I say dot operator file and then I do that. That is some messy code though. So let's let's say, oh boy. That should automatically, it doesn't, of course. What's wrong with this? Yeah, it should work. But it's a void put. Oh. Okay. Oh, what a mess. Yeah, thanks for the link. I'll check it out. Hey, nice. You got some cool stuff in there. Shower time ballad. That's interesting. I wonder what that is. Chrono Trigger, you got Earthbound, Breath of the Wild, Super Mario Galaxy 2, Mother 3. That's awesome, actually. Thanks for sharing that. I'll listen to it sometime. I can't right now because I don't, because YouTube's bad with copyright, but that's really cool. So I think I can say can I just do that? I can. Okay, indent T flags 1 encoding auto. That's fine. Okay. Alright, cool. So that should be enough to save that. So we just gotta generate it up here. So let's say, oh yeah. You know, yeah, this one actually I don't think is that. I think this is actually one of the better ones from Bravos, if I'm being honest. But it's, yeah, I definitely could skip it as well. What is it? Frontier Canyon Zone. I'm gonna search for rivals because yeah, this one's alright, but I think I'll just skip it for now. It's bearable. Yeah, I agree. It's only when it loops forever, so I just wish there were smaller loops of it, right? PGHRT. What is that even? Okay. So you decide whether it uses UTF-16 or UTF-8 essentially by default. Well, no, you decide all of what it uses. Okay, yeah, WHR mode and okay, that's really cool. Nice. So there's probably a built-in way to make it save without you having to do all this, I would hope. But I don't know how to, I don't know. Quick start guide. Save. Saving a document. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Save file. Oh my freaking goodness. Well, that's easier. Wait, what's wrong with this? Well, you have that. Oh. Well, that's a alright, well, let's forget that then. Cool, alright, that's wonderful. Okay, so append child. So Add a child node with a specified type, returns add a node or empty node on zero. Also, this is really nice. How did they just put a comment on top of that? Or how did they get VS to give it, such lovely, Yeah, they just threw a comment on top of there. That's a very nice looking, that looks really nice in IntelliSense. Okay, so add a child node with a specified type, returns add a node or empty node on errors. Okay. And then alternatively, you can give it a name. I'll probably play this song, but I don't even care. I love it. Okay, so here's where you would give it the name. So, how are we gonna lay out this file? We're just gonna say, probably gonna put the version and everything up there somewhere, but for now I'm gonna be lazy. I'm just gonna say, anim containers. Can you reserve? Looks like you can't. Okay, you can do that. And what about elements? So they have attribute, they have encoding, they have node. Probably node is what I'm looking for, right? Yeah. So this will return that. So what we want to do is we want to say, like, I guess a root node. I have a sample here. What? Load string foobar about hey. Oh, you can do that if you so desire. Well, that's nice. I want to generate it, you know. Without just writing out a string, though. Append, here we go, it's all this. Modifying the data, yeah. Okay, so append attribute, name, value, that's great. Param, insert child before, okay. So this is how we would, yeah, so we just go about doing it like this. So if I say, is there a root node? Yeah. We can append to this, I think. I guess we can even do, okay, so I'm overthinking this again. So, containers. We're gonna call it that. We're gonna say and then we're gonna say for here, let's actually get the let's get everything up here. Did I not even include the yeah, no I did. Script. I'm gonna say blob dot raw no data. Okay, and then anim script. Hey, Aura Music has Aura Music played while you're watching a 6-minute difference today? I don't think it has, sadly. I'll play some now though. Hang on. What song do you want me to play, Tess? Because that's already in the playlist still. Should be easy to... Light of Nibble, right. Okay, I remember there was one that you really liked, but I didn't remember what the name of it. Sorry. Okay, so here we go. Oh, nice. I already love it, actually. Like, actually, that's really cool. I'm just trying to hear it, sorry. That's freaking beautiful. I'm gonna cry. Yes, gamer time. That's actually really, that's cool. I really like the keyboard in that. I dare you. It just comes flowing out. I'm like, I can't stop myself. Oh, that percussion is cool. Gamer. The cord for my mouse is like not stretching far enough. It's really annoying. Sorry. But, oh. That's really good. Frick. That's really, sorry, I feel like I keep repeating the same thing, and I don't want to do that, but I actually really like that. That's awesome. Oops, I did that mistake again. That coder mistake. Elementaries and elementaries too. So we're just gonna do the first. Yeah, we're gonna say, that's awesome how it, it's, okay, like, legit, it's like, it's upbeat, right? But it's also really peaceful. Like, simultaneously. That's a really cool, like, sound. Holy heck! Tails, I don't know if I can do it anymore. Let's give it a name. It's gonna be a great name that everyone will love. Container and then whatever. Yeah, frick. Now play Ori. I want to someday. I know I keep saying that. Sorry, but like legit, it's cool. I've heard very good things. How the frick am I gonna get a proper name from this? It is someday, foolish knave. Oh frick. I've enraged Taz. How could I be so foolish? I didn't mean to. Actually the music fits this too. I didn't mean it. I wish I could just go back. You fool. Just echoing in the background. So, my goodness. That was actually really cool. Thanks again for like linking that. That's awesome. How the frick? How the frick? Like, okay, I'll just make a string or something and I'll add it to that, I guess. This is one of those things that's like should be easy, but it's not. Okay, so we're gonna say, I don't know, let's just make it a string. Container name. Okay, whatever. And you know, here's the thing, it'd actually be better to use like JSON instead of XML or something for this, because this is like really weird to do in XML since I don't even really know how to explain it, but the containers don't actually have names, but we're gonna have to have like tags that I don't know. I guess it shouldn't matter, but I'm just gonna say container, and then we can like add. I don't even know. Can we like append? We can append a freaking int to it. I think string append int. There are several approaches of producing a string containing an int. Okay, well, in CBO post 11, you can say this. That's good, so we'll do that. Back to being dead. Sure, that's fine. I guess, that. Now, this is not really that efficient, but who cares? That's fine. It'll work. Alright, so we're gonna say container node, and then and container node, we're then gonna append these entries. So we're gonna say append child, we're gonna say anim entries, and then that's gonna be a node of itself. Anim entries node. We're gonna do that again down here for the other one, so it's anim entries 2, and we're gonna have to get a better name for that. So we're gonna uncomment this. You know what? Nah, we can uncomment that now and just put that in later. Okay. So anim entry is gonna have this stuff. So here we go. Anim entry. Okay, and then the anim entry is gonna say, okay. This is where it's gonna get fun TM. So the name of the entry. What we're gonna do actually is we're gonna say, oh, I'm stupid. I forgot how XML works. I'm actually glad that no one corrected me on that, because that was really stupid, and I would have been embarrassed. Anyway, well, I overcomplicated that. Sorry. Anyway, anim entries. Okay, so then for each one of these, we're just gonna say append child. And okay, so then down here we're gonna actually generate the node. So we're gonna say append attribute, and the first one's gonna be name, and we're just gonna have that be a string on this. So we're gonna say name, and then I think the yeah, set value. Oh, you can set it to anything. Awesome. So we're gonna set it to anim entry dot name dot get, which should work. Yeah, it accepts that. All right. Generate attributes. So there's the name. So then we have unknown 1. Yeah, let's do them in order. But no, let's not. Let's say append attribute file name, and then dot set value anim I think I can actually get away with calling it like that. Okay, then we're gonna do the rest of them pretty much in order. So so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Okay, so this is gonna be fun. There's probably a better syntax for this, but it doesn't really seem like there is. So okay. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we have 9 and 10, and we'll get to the other one in a bit. Okay, so we're gonna say I know I skipped 8. That was intentional because the array is called 8. Okay. So generate sub elements. Okay, so then this is where we would then go through the array. And this is whatever those are. Okay, so we're gonna say anim entry node dot append child, and this is gonna be called. We don't know what these are called yet, so we're gonna say entries 3. This is a really bad name for that because it implies that it's what comes after anim entries 2, which actually comes after this. So obviously we need to change the names later. I don't know what it's actually called, but for now we're just gonna I don't know. But anyway, okay, so for unknown 8. This is 49 M's away from for 100% completing SLW2, all recorded on stream. This guy, oh, that's awesome! Yo, that's really cool. I would think that'd take a while, so that's great progress. GG. Right, so and also hey, by the way. Alright, so we got these 4 things here. So these are all just numbers. So yeah, we don't know what this crap is yet, so we're just gonna add them all here. I don't know why I copied that whole thing, that made no sense. We're gonna do the same thing we did from before. Awful names. I know, again, we don't know what everything is yet. So these names are temporary. They're going to change later. And also, I'd like to have better code than this. But, whatever. Okay, so that should be all we need for that. It's not that bad, I guess. For what we're doing, it's pretty straightforward. It's just the names are awful. So we need to finish that, but that's all. And I think that's actually everything there is to this. Anim contain. Wait a minute. Of course not. We also have the unknown ones. So I don't know what this is, but generate containers and then generate unknown ones. So yeah, it's like, I mean, I guess we can do that and hope that the compiler will optimize it. Yeah, that's fine. Atom script unknown 1. It would be better if we did this, though. Because then we can do this. So we can say, And the reason that's good is because we can, Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to say that. I meant to make a reference to this. So the reason I did that is because this way we can say, like that. And that'll be valid. So now we can say dot loop name, for example. So we can say unknown one node equals let's say Eggman, that's what I am Eggman, I got the master plan. Unknown ones. These are horrible names, but again, we'll fix that later. Okay, and then unknown one node dot append attribute loop name dot set value. Okay, that's gonna look like that, and then we do one more for the regular name. Actually, we would do that first. So I don't know if that's actually what normal name. Just gonna call it that. So I don't know if that's actually what they're called. I'm just guessing based on what I saw. We're gonna run this and hope it compiles and works. So first, before we do that, let's pull this up and let's try to build. Let's try to build this. See if that builds. And while that's happening, over the chat. Reminder, Terra 1.4 is in 8 days, Saturday. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I can't believe it's happening that fast. Hey, David, how you doing? The master plan. Yeah, it's the master plan. Oh. So I did screw up here. What I meant to do was that should work. Wait, that should just work fine. Oh. Yeah, I probably should have just left it in the source folder, if I'm being honest. But whatever, this should at least build. Yeah, it did. Wonderful. So yeah, that freaking script was overcomplicated, but anyway, so now we should be able to say HL, what? What? Okay. Alright, VS is drunk. Or something. So, how would I do this if VS wasn't drunk? I would say... First I would load this. So I'd say blob. No, I didn't mean it. Whatever. Didn't mean to do that, but okay. Why is it taking this long to load this exe that does literally nothing? This exe just returns 0. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think it was trying to load all the freaking symbols. Yeah, it was. Jeez. Oh yeah, this time that's working, so whatever. Blob format, we got all this crap. Okay, and then what we want is actually the file. It's been a while since I've done anything with that, so sorry. Okay. anim script. We're gonna... I think I want bin A. Load. Yeah. See, what's so dumb about this is sometimes VS just doesn't make any sense. Like, seriously. Okay, D bin A load, and then we just give it the path to the thing we want to load. So it's being dumb again. For testing purposes, we're going to pass in yeah, you know, actually, I'm just gonna hard code it for now, just for a test, and then later obviously change that. So tails.anim is gonna be tails.anim is in here, right? It's not in testbed. It's in the characters. It's in here. So we're gonna copy it. It's actually out of here. So we want a version we can look at in Hexed and a version that we can load without having to do all that every time. Gotta just Control H did, but whatever. Too late for that. Again, just for now, I'm gonna hard code this. So we're gonna load that, and when we do, we're gonna get a blob. Yes. Okay. That's actually really stupid that I don't I return a blob and I don't even include the header? What? Why did I do that? Man. Hey Hyper, hang on a second guys. Your job is opening up just for the weekend. You're gonna have to work tomorrow night, so you're gonna be missing a good amount of forces. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, cool that you're able to like start getting back to work though, right? Because that's been hitting people really hard, right? But yeah, it's cool that things are starting to open up again. Next fan and you got done writing documentation for 6 objects and their prems for the night. Still loads left to do, but you found another groundbreaking discovery about a certain object. Common wind collision box is suspected to have had its functionality removed or permanently disabled. Turns out Sonic Team didn't target anything to the value, so we fully documented its unused object. Hey, that's awesome! That's really cool progress. Sorry I haven't like done much. I need to get back to like helping with the 6 stuff again as well. There's so much crap I gotta do, but that's really cool though. Another Green Hill remix. Basically is, isn't it? Na 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 na. Let me see your pain. And text. Alright, we're gonna copy paste this path. We're gonna replace the .anim with .xml because I do not care. And we're gonna run that and see if it dies. It probably will because I probably did something stupid. Let's go. Cause every night I will save your life, and every night I will go with you. Look at all the symbols it's loading. Oh gosh, why? It's loading so many symbols, so we're not going to know if it actually worked or not until it loads all the symbols. When you start up a program in VS's debugger, it tries to load all the freaking symbols for everything, and there are so many symbols and they are so big, so it takes a long time. Okay, great, it took all that time to load the symbols and now it's just going to crash, so let's see what we did wrong. We didn't do anything wrong. Oh, I told it to end itself if it's big ending, but it's not. Okay, so we're just hitting breakpoints that I put there. But this should be valid so far. It's still loading symbols! Okay, good. But it took that long because of the symbols, but it looks like it actually freaking worked. Yo! It worked on the first try, dude! That's pretty good. Well, almost. I did generate an invalid XML file technically, but close enough. Just gotta put it in a root node and it's fixed. Okay. Good. So let's go. So there's no elementaries too. We're aware of that. Here are the elementaries. We have one called Circus Bound, Circus Result, Loop, Jump Ball, and Stand. And these are the names for those. These are the HM.hkx file names for that. And these are the unknown threes. Notice how it's the same for every one of these. So who knows what this crap is. So, there's also a lot of attributes, like probably more than there should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? It's a lot of crap. I don't know how Sonic Team would have, like, laid it out, right? They probably would have, you know, not, organized it quite like this, I would think. There's ways you could definitely make this cleaner. But hey, I mean, it worked. So cool. So we're gonna fix this up a little bit, get it to load these and generate one of those files. And then we should be able to put the Tails anim in game. Has there been a single Sonic Anniversary title without Green Hill, Sister Remix of Green Hill? Yeah, but they say it's a coincidence, but it's probably a lie, so they don't have to pay royalties, you'd imagine. Oh, I never even considered that. They might have actually done that, because they have to pay royalties if they use Green Hill. Which is funny, because they do it all the time. Well, if they use the Green Hill song. If they use the Green Hill zone, obviously they don't have to, right? So yeah, like Lost Valley and Green Hill and Forces cost them nothing. But Green Hill and Mania cost them money. And Gens as well. Did you ever hear So Drew, which is basically Dream Sound Solution but an Undertale song? I remember the name, I don't know if I've heard it. Put an image on Twitter, Sonic goes in his floating state, which has never been seen before outside of E3. That's awesome. I'll go check that out, because it seems interesting. Wait a minute, what is, I always freaking forget. Sorry, forgive me for being dumb, give me a second. That should not have taken that long to pull up. Anyway, here we go. From Hyper, you say, Sonic 06's wind collision object still works. It's required an object target with something ready for some reason. Oh, whoa! So there's even particles and everything for it. Wow! It's awesome. So they could have, so I guess, so it's like in Adventure 1 with like Windy Valley, I guess, yeah, with the wind. It's freaking awesome. Well, thanks for sending it. That's awesome. Oh, it's 40 minutes off. Oh, okay, later, man. I also fixed other characters not limited to Sonic. That's awesome. Oh, that's really cool stuff. Well, frick. Alright, so there's a much cleaner way we can make this file look. Right, obviously. Ugh. But hey, I'll take it. He's really angry about me carrying the wind, huh? Yeah, his like flying animation looks like he's mad for some reason, but that's funny. So something I think is really odd that I don't actually understand. What the frick is this? Notice how here it says circus result loop, and that's also up here. So it looks like what they've done is they have a system where they can take two different animations, and I guess they like glue them together, yeah? So I guess this glues two animations together, so what it'll do is it'll say, take the result animation and then the result loop animation, and basically when you're done with the result, play result loop. Right? So maybe that's what the mirror stuff was about? I don't know. Anyway. So let's fix up the generation of this a little bit. And then we're gonna get it to load and save, and then we're gonna finally get Tails flying stuff in game. After all this freaking time. So, I've done something stupid here. Well, have I, yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna move this in here. I'm gonna rename that to that. So that should fix a bug and also make that work better. And I need a root node for this, clearly, which I've not done. So I'm gonna get a, so we have all the containers, and the unknown ones. Those should all be inside of a thing that I guess is called anim script. We'll call it that. So let's say root node, append child, and we're just gonna call it anim script. Fix that. Alright, and then we can move this down here. And also, obviously, we want to append it to that. Alright. If I didn't make a mistake there, that should work. So let's run that again, and it should be a lot faster this time now that there's no symbol issues. Also, let me get rid of those breakpoints because those aren't necessary anymore. There we go. So that's the new XML. Alright, there it goes, fixed now. So they're all inside that. So it's been cleaned up a bit. Okay, so we fixed those little errors. It still looks messy. I'll be honest, it still is very messy, but hey, it works. So I can make that look better later if I want to. Okay, so we want to do it the other way now, and that's actually more of a pain than it might sound for a large number of reasons. Oh boy. I got it. Well, before we do anything else, let's get some other animations working with this. So let's try, let's just throw in something else. Let me open up the folder this is in here. And then I'm gonna go to the bin directory. And right here I'm gonna, you know, so let me put it here. I'm gonna copy Player Sonic, and we are gonna try this, ladies and gentlemen. No windows. That's not what I wanted. I'll put it there. Hang on. Yeah, we're actually gonna replace this whole thing with just this. Replace this whole thing with. Okay, we're gonna run this. How long has chat been dead? 3 hours. It's been dead for a while, but it's alright. This was null pointer. Okay. So it was. Okay, so I2 is 0 container. That animation. Oh! Which container are we dealing with here? 1. Oh, that's not right. Okay, anim script. That's right. Alright, those are both right. So, anim containers is borked. And I don't really know why. So let me pull that up and see what's going on. Oh! I think I had seen this before, but I forgot about this. It's 2 shorts, actually, I think. Wait, is it? I don't know. So hex 14, so it's right down here. So 9, so hang on, so 114. So that's all the way down here before they begin. That's not right either. Oh, sorry, that's the count. It's just 24. Okay. So, I don't know. That's weird. I think it's just... I think the 1 is the count for that. And I don't know what's up with that 9. There's definitely 2 shorts here. I bet if we were to go on the Wii U version... and pull up... There's Sonic there. Yeah. It's 2 shorts. I don't know why. Okay, so that's something I did wrong, so we're gonna have to fix that. So, that's really weird. I don't really get why. Containers count? That seems to be the case. I don't know why. That should just magically fix that. Okay, cool. Yep. Alright, well that was pretty easy. Let's see how it looks. Yo, alright, let's go! Alright, that's all of Player Sonic's anim file. So we figured, well, except, actually, it's not all of it. Alright, but it's a good amount of it. So here's something I wanted to see. So I wanted to see how they glue the animations together, because this is weird. The way they glue these together is strange. So let's see. So I thought it was name and loop name, but it looks like that's not the case because look at this. So this one actually does say dive idle and then dive idle loop, but this one's like, okay, dive fault end. So as soon as you've finished skydiving, and then it goes to dive. Okay. Game over start, game over loop. Okay, grind, land L, and then just normal grinding. So these just look like transitions to me, yeah? Because look at this, like idle 1 and then stand. So that like goes from Sonic's idle animation back to his standing animation, right? So these are all just like transitions. Oh, this one's weird. World map DLC. Oh, this is for the Nights DLC, when Sonic falls asleep on the world map. Okay. So these are like transitions. This... Now, some of these you might notice have multiple Animentry 3s, which is the first time we've seen that. So that's interesting. So I knew there could be multiple of them because it was an array, but this is the first time we've actually seen them do more than one, so this is fascinating. So what are they doing with this? So like notice here it's like 1 1 1 1 0. So it looks like 0 here. Just indicates that that's the last one in the list, which is weird because there's already a count of things, so you don't need that. Yeah, 1 just means like there's another frame. I think? Unknown 1? Because like notice, it's always 1 except for the last frame, which is 0. Always. Okay, that's really, really weird. And are these frames? Like, they can't be frames. What is this? So these unknown 2, this just seems kind of random. It's like 1 1 1 0 1 1 1 0 1 1 0 0 0 0 0 1 1 1. So that's just like, I don't know what the frick that is. And then this is a float of some kind. So it's usually 0.1, but here it's going from 0.1 to 0.3 to 0.1 to 0.5 to 0.1. So this is like animating something, alright? But I don't know what. And then lastly we have these values here. Unknown 4s. So unknown 4 was always 0 and now we can see it's not. So if we actually were to... let's go plop down int like this. Yeah, that's definitely not a float, that's an int. So I just wanted to see what the heck that looked like. So these are actually ints. These are actually printing the unknown 4 is actually printing the correct value here. Don't know what that is. Let's see. Was Flying the Freedom in another game? I think I'm sure it was in other games. I'm sure they like covered it somewhere else. Where Reggie, 15 streams to code this mod. 5 streams should be plenty. Nice. You know that TSR and Cycle Books from 20 both these time as spine instead? Oh, do they? Oh, are you saying they maybe don't have the royalties for it? That's interesting. Huh. It looks like a state machine type thing, Red. On 4 is like frame start. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Okay. So it's like it's like the index of the frame of this. Yeah, because it starts. Oh yeah, because it starts off lower and it gets higher. That's a good. Okay, yeah, you're right. Good catch. That's definitely what that is. Weird that the last frame is always 0 though. But other than that, that seems to always be the case. Well, wait. Yeah. It's always getting like higher as it goes. So this is definitely like the frame index. Okay. Cool. So, what the frick? 7. Yeah, it's a state machine. Okay, so I think I know what it is. So, for example, right, hear me out. When Sonic is running, okay, the game has to play footstep sounds, right, when his feet hit the ground. How does it know when his feet hit the ground? That's kind of tied to his animation, right? So what I think this can do is you can basically set it up to where at certain frames the game's gonna pass certain numbers around, right? And then the game can do things with those numbers. So in this case, it looks like those frames that are set to 7 here, where it's 2 set to 7, those are the frames where Sonic's foot hits the ground. That's a random guess. I could be completely wrong, but that seems like that might be what that is. Yeah, I think you're right with Unknown 4 being the keyframe, for sure. So then I don't know what the heck Unknown 3 would be. It's a float, right? So we know that much, but I don't know what that's doing. That might be how long... I don't know. We'll have to play with it to find out. But that could be the case. So, like, for other animations, you would need that too, right? Okay, so you don't need that for, like, spring jump, obviously. But for, like, standing... You might need something to happen as well at certain timings. I don't know what. So here you wouldn't need footstep sounds to play, but... Oh, this is just the idle loop animation, so I don't know what they're doing there. Okay. That's weird. But I noticed they also had it for walking. Yeah, walking also has 7 and 6. 7 is like... 7's used in all of the walking ones a lot. So 1 on 2 looks like it's definitely like a bit mask, right? And one of these bits represent different triggers that are gonna be called, I think. I'm guessing here, right? I could be totally wrong. This is a guess. Walk Slime also has the 7s. Why do you need to specify the frames you don't need anything? So that's a good point, but keep in mind, I don't think they just typed all these out. I think they generated these with a tool, right? And a lot of times their tools put in things that they don't actually need. Swift is a great example of that, where it'll add in so much crap. Well, XCP more so. And like XTB and XTB2, they add in like all these entries for things that they don't use, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if their tool just automatically added in all these keyframes in between things. Also, furthermore, I don't know if they're not using these keyframes. They might be using them for something else, because we don't know what these floats are. We don't know what these... Like, in this case, all these 4 of these frames have it set to the same value. So I don't know if they really even needed that. But in the case of, like, the walking and... the run animation? There was one of them that definitely changed up all the... Okay, yeah, like here it changes the float there. Whereas here it's 203. So why would they change the float if it was just put in by their tool, right? So clearly this was manual. Someone manually said, on this frame, use this number. The issue is just, what is Unknown 3? We don't know what that is, right? So I guess what we want to do is we want to play with it. Play with the numbers and see what happens. You sure the unknown thing is a float and not 3 unit 16s for an XYZ coordinate? Well, I'm fairly certain because... well, it looks like this, right? And that just looks like a float to me. It could very well be... Well, it wouldn't be 3 unit 16s. But it could be, it could be 4 bytes, which could be like a quaternion, I guess. So it could be like... I mean, if that was the case, that wouldn't quite be perfect, though. That'd be like... Well, okay, you get what I didn't do that math right, but you get what I'm... Sometimes I have off days, I swear. Okay, that's not quite 1, right? I guess 1 of what? 2? I don't know. I'm assuming it's normalized. I'm sorry. I'm slow today. I think it's just a float, because to me it makes the most sense that that's a float. I don't know what else that would be. That's just a guess. I don't know. I could be totally wrong. We can play with it and see what happens. The obvious thing to do would be if the 7s actually are when the footstep sounds play, then if we just set these to 1, then the footstep sounds would stop. Yeah? So we can do that. Firstly, we would want to make it so we can load this XML and then spit out an anim file, though, and that's going to be a pain, but we could also hex edit it manually, but we have to actually find the actually, that's not going to be as hard as it sounds. Let's do that to test it first. So let's grab clean Sonic Pack. This is in our test bed. So we're going to replace this. We're actually going to yeet this one over here. Well, I meant to unpack the normal Sonic Pack, but that'll work too. Because the jetpack finds it anyway, so we're good. And then we can search for run. No, just run by itself. Can say whole word, but I don't know if that'll account for the null terminator, and I don't know. Let's just say match case for now. Oh, jeez. Run. Okay, there it is. $8D6F minus 40. We get this. That's the offset. Search for that now. Nani? What I did wrong? Should have found it. I don't know why I thought that'd work again. Didn't work the first time. Let's click it again. But what? Well, I'm actually very confused as to why that's not showing up. What the frick? Oh, I'm looking at the Wii U data. Oh, jeez. That's kind of funny, actually. I should have noticed that. Sorry. Alright, well, it should be in the same place even, but let's double check that it is. Well, let's just double check by going there. Of course it's not, that'd be too easy. Oh yeah, because they added stuff, I guess, and changed stuff around as well. Okay, so we're gonna look for that. Probably search for the null terminator 2. Oh, yeah, we can just search for this. There it is. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, thanks. I don't, I don't know what why it would be like what the float would be for, but it only makes sense for me that it's a float, right? I don't know what else it is. I don't know, I'm just gonna play with it and see what happens. So so here's the name. Here's the whole thing, rather. Let's just highlight the whole thing. It's the file name. Unknown 2, unknown 3. There's the speed. Unknown 5. Unknown 6. Unknown 7. Okay, so what we're looking for is this. Unknown 8. So these are, oh geez, these are the unknown these values. So unknown 2 is the value that's 7, so here we go. So let's highlight all of them first of all. I'm being dumb right now, sorry, 17, okay, so that's 110, yeah. I don't know why I even type some things sometimes when I like instantly know it, and then I'm like, why did I type that? Alright, so out of this, we're gonna change these, we're gonna take these 7s, and firstly, just to absolutely make sure that I'm not forgetting anything about Lost World, right? And that Lost World actually, you know, does have the footstep sounds and everything, and I haven't forgotten. We're going to, well, let's make the edit first. Shouldn't hurt anything to set it to 7. It shouldn't crash the game or anything, I hope. We will save that, but we won't repack it yet. We're gonna do that in a second. So firstly, we're gonna start up the game. Taz is undead now. That's epic. I like undead Taz better than dead Taz, at least. Okay. So we're gonna, I like the Lost World ST actually, but we're gonna mute that for now, because we need to hear the footstep sounds. Yeah, so you can hear footstep sounds, right? Alright, so what I'm gonna do is, and I'm probably totally wrong, I don't know, it's just a theory. Okay, you know. Well, we're gonna repack this, start up the game, and we're gonna see if the footstep sounds are still there. They are. Okay, so was completely wrong about that. That was just a guess. Wait, actually, I just noticed something though. The spinny feet animation is dash, isn't it? It's not even run. So that didn't even make any sense. Where does it say, where's dash at? Just by itself. It's only down here? Loop name dash. Well, I called it the loop name because I didn't know what it was, but that's clearly not what it is, right? But so it's only referenced down here. Dash is only ever mentioned. Oh, okay. I thought it was called dash. Maybe it's not. So let's say dash lowercase. Oh boy. Okay, no, let's look for dash lowercase. Oh, a better way we could test this would be the auto running. Okay, so let's just try that just to make sure that I'm absolutely, because I think I am wrong, right? I think I was wrong about that theory, but I just realized the animation's different, so I want to rule that out before I move on. Because I've definitely had times where I'm like, I try something and I'm like, oh no, it doesn't work, I'm wrong, and then I come back to it, and then I spend like 5 hours doing something, and then I figure out, oh, I was actually right with my first random guess. You know, it just, I just thought I wasn't, and I'm wasting all this time, and that's definitely been in me before, so I want to cross it out for sure before I move on. So, there's 6 of these in total, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the 6. So we're gonna change these to 1s. There are footstep sounds. You never heard this? Yeah, there's footstep sounds in Lost World. I don't know how the stream audio is. Let me know if it's too quiet or whatever. But okay, so before I repack that, we're gonna test it again, and just to make sure that I'm not crazy and that they play during the auto run section too. I believe they do, but I can't remember. I think they do. I'm almost positive, but I just want to absolutely make sure. So here we go. So we hear this annoying whoosh sound that's gonna play, but also, yeah, we hear footstep sounds, right? Okay, so so now that I've made the edit, let's repack and let's make sure. So I actually think I was wrong. I think it's still gonna play the footstep sounds, but let's see if it does. So I think the run animation, the one that was just called run that I edited before, I think that was just like, it plays during, it's not spinny feet, it's like something else. So I just absolutely want to make sure. Sonic Lost ASMR. Yeah, rip. There's still footstep sounds. So that's 7. So what did that 7 even do? Changing it to 1, what did that even do? Do you see any difference? Like, looks exactly the same. So, what even is that number for? I did repack it and everything. Yeah, well, obviously I did. Let me do one more thing, because again, I've been bitten by this before. Chat, give me a good meme. I need a good meme to put over this. Trying to move the footsteps for Tails or something? No, I'm trying to crack the enum format so that I can use it for Tails, and I'm trying to figure out what these numbers are. And I guess it might have been footstep sounds. But it wasn't. Glaceon, Mule's meme is a good meme. Sylveon, Cold Steel, Mule's meme. Alright, well Mule's meme would be easiest because it's right here. And hers is fairly dank, so I think I'll do that. But and it already has a Sylveon on it already. And Sonic. Sonic! Nice. Cold Steel isn't on there though. So let's make a quick edit to it. That's not good though. Now it's good. He'll just be in the background on the beach somewhere. Just chilling. Alright, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Very cool. Alright, lazy? But I put in everything that you guys said. Wait, except I think I missed something. Zora. I don't know how to say it, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll add that as well. Put that in the background. Just put it there. There you go. Alright. So this is just to verify that the game actually did load the edit, which I'm sure it did, but I always have to make sure. If it did, it'll look beautiful. Oh, yep. Yeah, it absolutely did. Oh, jeez. Sonic's redesign is looking better than I remember. Oh. Looking good. This is the Sonic I remember. Anyway, alright, so yeah, so that 7 just doesn't even do anything. Well, I mean, it does, but we don't know what it freaking does. So let's change these floats to a 0. See what that does. I don't think it's actually related to sound, so I can probably just mute that, but, well, like, keep playing music. So I'm gonna do that. So this should be related to the auto run. So what we're doing is we're replacing all the floats with this. Wait a minute, this is an offset, isn't it? Uh-oh! Neil would hate me if I said that to her right now. Okay. I hope it does a null pointer check. If not, that'll be bad. But that's an offset of something. Do not say it, Rad. I will write you in my death note. Oh, frick. Meal made a death note. I think you all know that already, but that screenshot she shared on Twitter wasn't just taken from Google. It's actually in here right now. Meal, I actually have it here right now. You better watch out. I could write your name in it, but I won't because you're awesome. But if I can find it, I missed all of these excellent memes. Meal just took a notebook and she just did this. She wrote Minetta in it. Thank you, Meal. I think that's awesome. Taz is doing it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sorry. Maybe it's how much velocity and precision adds to the character? It could be. I could also make it a giant number to see, but I'm noticing here that last number is actually an offset to another string. So it looks like this is actually a transition. And then that's probably the amount of time it takes to transition. I don't know, something like that. But we're gonna play around with it and we're gonna see what happens. So this is the one in the test bed. Was it that? Yeah, we want to be up here again. I'm gonna close that. So first we're gonna set it all to 0. See if that makes any in-game effect. And before we test that, I'm also gonna run this again, and I'm gonna see if this, if it does an all pointer check or not. Probably doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It does an assertion, but that's all. So we're supposed to check that manually. So if it doesn't have, that we're not supposed to set a value. So we're gonna say. Okay. So that should make that work. Yep. So if we actually reload the XML now. Jet, jog, run, walk, walk fast. So this one actually looks like it's just a has unknown 4. It's like a boolean that says whether or not it has the unknown 4 set. Because notice how every time it's set to 1, it has a string set. Otherwise, it doesn't. So the question is, how does this work? So auto running, it says jet, jog, run, walk, and walk fast? Like what? Why does it reference that? So why does the auto run animation reference these other animations? Is it transitioning from those animations? Oh. That doesn't make sense though now. Yes, yourself that every time exists. How does this work? Awesome, frick. Sorry. Hey, Yark guys, how you doing? Holy frick. It changes depending on your state. So if you're already in the, if you're in the run state and you're transitioning to the auto running state, then it uses these parameters to transition. Is that right? Just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. And then I guess if you're not in any of these states by default and you're transitioning to auto run, then it just uses this. This is the default transition. Life is pain. Finals next week. Besides that, you're good. Oof. Well, best of luck on your finals. That's cool that they're I mean they're a pain obviously, but it's cool that you're almost done with that. So yeah, best of luck. Hey Meal, I can't tell we can stream today. Did Rad die? I'm. Yeah, it takes up to 40 seconds. So you don't know. So the unknown 3 is like how long the transition takes, maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So 0 should make it instantaneous, which is great, except... Okay, so we're gonna change a few things here to test this. So auto running is a bad one to test this with then. Because when you don't ever transition from these states into auto run, right? You transition from the canon like shoot animation or whatever. I don't know, the jump ball, whatever the frick, to this. So these don't really get used in game. It's really just the default one, I would think. So I guess if I set if I'm right about my guess, and this is the default fallback one, yeah. Then if I set this, if I set this value here, if I change that to something else, right? That should make a noticeable difference in game. So before I do that, I'm gonna close all these player Sonics. I'm gonna open up the, I'm gonna run the game again, and I'm gonna need to mute the game again because I unmuted it before. Well, I guess I don't have to actually because the sound effects of the game are, the music of the game is muted, so it'll just play the game music plus the sound effects. But, I'll mute it anyway because I think the sound effects are a bit loud. Anyway. Oh, jeez. I like how you can just run down this if you want. And they were like, should we fix that? Nah. Why fix it, right? Number 7 to second Kira? Oh, frick. Yeah, because it just shoots out of there. So, we shouldn't notice any noticeable difference yet. Because I didn't change anything else really yet. I just wanted to make sure that the other thing didn't... Is there any noticeable difference here from how it usually is? I don't think so. Other than the, you know, textures, obviously. It looks the same other than that. So, cool. So now what we want to do is... I don't know if that's transition out of or transition into, and either way I don't know if it makes a difference actually for auto run, because you're going from the jump ball, right? So it's a different model, so I don't know. But nevertheless, I'm gonna set this number to something very high. That's not what I meant to do, sorry. So that should be how long it takes to transition either to or from the animation, if we're right about that guess. However, remember, it's also got the jump ball, so it might not do anything, so we might want to test this in something else just to make sure, but let's see if this works first. That song's awesome. Now, get up there, Sonic. Meme Sonic. Oh, frick. Doggone it. I just want to test one thing, Sonic Lost World. Okay, there we go. It's skeet time. Oh boy, look at that! Okay, he should be very slowly transitioning to his auto-run state. Yeah, but it's like so slow that we're not ever gonna see it happen. Dude, that's what it is! Okay, awesome. So, let's throw that back in. Let's change the number to, I think it's in seconds. So let's change it to 5 seconds. And then let's count it out. And see if it actually takes 5 seconds, right? So these are all transitions. That makes sense. Alright, so here we go. By the way, if you see the game not show the spinny fee sometimes, it's because I let go of the run button. That's kind of a fun little bug you can do. That's another thing I changed. Anyway, here we go. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And if you jump, it'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So that's the transition time. That's freaking awesome. All right. So we totally cracked that. So this is anim transition. All right. So this is it's basically a Boolean, but it's like it might be flags because it's sort of 4 bytes. So let's just say is what do we call this? Like, this is basically this is set to 0 if this transition applies to is like a default transition, and it applies to regardless of what state you were in previously. And it's set to 1 if this is this only applies to a certain state. So like if you were in your walking animation, whatever. Like, see if you look at the data, right? It's like jet, jog, run, walk, walk fast in this. So these all have an one set to 1. This one has set 0. So let's say maybe like only certain state or something like that. Is stateful anim. Yeah, I already like that. I'll just say is stateful. Yeah, okay, is stateful anim. Or like transition. I'm so picky with it. It's stateful, that's fine. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Alright, so we don't know what that is still. But that's something related to the animation. You know what I think it is? I think it's like blend type. Right? And I think it's like a bit mask, where each bit represents a different thing that you can OR them together. Because if you put 7 here and you look at the binary, right? It's these 3 bits set to 1. So it's like the 1 bit, which means something. It's the 2 bit, which means something else, and it's the 4 bit, and it's just all put together, right? So I would think if we change this, now that we can actually see the animation time, we'll be able to see more noticeable difference in game. What I really want to do first is change that to 0 and see what that does. But before we figure that out, let's say blend type. All right, so this is transition time, something like that. And then this is state name set to null if. All right. We were right. Let's go. Yeah, you totally were. Thanks, dropping. I appreciate it. Like legit, that was a great guess. And yeah, it feels really cool to get this stuff figured out. Like I always love when we get something working like that. You gotta understand what all this stuff means. You have no clue. You don't even know where to start learning, even understanding half this stuff. Thank you. But yeah, honestly, like people say that, and I want to help because there's some people who have said that to me, and I like asked where they would begin and all that, right? But honestly, the truth be told, like I don't know, like I don't know where to begin myself. You know, it was like I was in your shoes, exactly, right? Like only like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, right? And I was just like, man, I'm really interested in this stuff. I want to learn it, and I just like jumped in, you know. I just went, well, I want to learn it, so let's try stuff and see what works. And I don't know, like I just eventually I got it, right? And that's pretty much, if I were to ask like Skype and Sajid, Def, Gotta Be Fast, people like that who have like figured it out, this stuff out too, I'm sure they would say the same thing, or something similar to that, right? So it's like, yeah, so I want to give like advice, but honestly I don't know what else I can say other than that. Like just seriously, if you're interested in it, like just dive in, right? Just try to figure out anything you can and try to make sense of it. If it helps, some terms that you can search for that help a lot are like basically just computer data types. You want to learn like, you know, all the data types, so like float, int, char, bool, whatever. You want to get that stuff. You want to get like the difference between like decimal, hexadecimal, and binary, which isn't as complicated as it sounds. It's actually, that part is actually first grade math. But they just don't explain what hexabinary are in first grade. But that part's nowhere near as hard as it sounds. And the first part's just memorizing a bunch of terms. And then I guess also probably just any programming knowledge that you learn is going to help a lot. Because really what you're doing with reverse engineering is you're looking at something like this, and you're trying to figure out what the code that Sonic Team wrote this file looked like. And you're trying to figure out what the code that the game uses to read this file looks like as well, right? So you're just guessing what all the numbers mean, basically. And so if you understand like programming, it becomes easier to do that because you can go, oh well, I've seen before, you know, a lot of times, like I know what an int is. I know it's 4 bytes, and I know it's used for this. So what's this? This looks like an int, right? And you can figure that out easier. That's really. Those are 3 things that helped me a lot. You're learning from the streams and from reverse engineering other file format? That's actually really cool. Like, that actually means a lot to me that someone's learning something from these. Because I try to explain stuff. I don't know if I feel like I always do the best job, but yeah, thanks for saying that. Anyway, I appreciate it. And that's really cool that you're like trying to reverse engineer their format as well. Best of luck with that. You don't even have a starting point. You can learn things, but you personally need like a simple starting platform to learn and make new things. That makes sense. Yeah, I get it. I want to think of a way. I don't know what to recommend starting with then, right? I guess it really depends what you want to do mostly. Do you want to program stuff? Do you want to like reverse engineer stuff, right? Do you want to like combination of different things? Like, you know, like what are the main things you're interested in, right? And also like what games mostly, because that'll help narrow it down a lot. Like if you asked me to like make a mod for whatever, some Nintendo game or like an EA game or something, I wouldn't know where to begin, right? Because I've never looked at those kind of games before, and they have different developers who tend to do things differently. So it would take me longer to figure that stuff out, right? But if you like narrow your scope to like one, to like a group of things, right? It makes it easier. Oh, that's easy. It's all easy once you understand at least one part, right? Yeah, it gets a lot easier as you go too. It really doesn't take as long as it might seem. For programming and hexing, you learned way more stuff than started to apply it to your own stuff. Well, thank you again, once again, for saying that. That really means a lot. You started with Game Maker when you were 7? Went to Unity when you were 9? Wow, dang. And Round and Ends where you're at now? That's amazing. Game Maker when you were 7? Wow. Yeah, you know, I think I started Game Maker when I was 8 or 9. It was around then. And I didn't really totally get what I was doing till I was 9 or 10, I think. And then once I got it more, I was like, well, okay, I say totally get what I was doing, but you know, I got it as much as which anyone understands, you know, programming, but I got enough of it to where I could put in some I could make sprites and objects, and I could put them in rooms, and I could move stuff around, and I could make like basic games, but it wasn't anything like super complicated. I wasn't really getting all the programming nuances and all that. And then I somehow stumbled upon like Visual Studio and MSDN and all that, and they had these courses. I've mentioned this I've told this story probably a billion times, but they had this site that was literally designed where it was like programming for kids, and it was a section of MSDN that was just dedicated to, it was like tutorials, video tutorials and text tutorials with pictures and all this great stuff that was just supposed to like teach kids programming. And it was fantastic because it wasn't just like stupid stuff, it was like, it wasn't dumbed down. They started with very basic things like Hello World and all that, and they build up, right? But they build up to more complicated things. They had it separated by beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and so you could just click on where you thought you were and then start from there, right? And in advanced, they had stuff like building a Notepad clone. They had you literally recreate all of Notepad, which doesn't sound like it's difficult. It's literally a text editing program, you know. But they had to recreate like the GUI of it perfectly. They had, you know, make it so you can scale it and all that works. They had to recreate like all the menus, right, and like the formatting, and they had to recreate like the search and the replace and the time and date and select all. When the frick did they add this? Microsoft, you. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna use that all the time, dude. Oh my gosh, best feature ever. Okay, sorry. They had you do all this, right? Like, it was really, it was in depth, right? And it was really cool, and I learned a lot from that course. Well, not course, just that website. Like, I seriously learned a ton. They showed you how to do, like, that kind of stuff in Visual Basic and in C#. And I started with Visual Basic, and let me just say, don't start with Visual Basic. Well, just don't use Visual Basic at all. It's just not a great language. I'm sorry. I don't judge anyone who uses Visual Basic, but probably it's really not great. So thankfully I was only on that for about a little under a year, and then I started using C# as well, and love C#. And then I just used that for years. Didn't really know what I was doing seriously until about 2015. So when I was 15, because I was born in 2000, so it's real easy to figure that out. Anyway, and really, it wasn't until then that I really started to get what I was doing more seriously. And that's when I was like, oh, I really like this programming stuff and I want to go more into this. And I started like modding and reverse engineering and programming things. And that's when I made the Lost World mod loader, the first one. It's terrible. Its code is so bad. So bad. But it's because it was like one of the first serious projects I ever made. Then from that point on, the rest came very fast. And it was just like, I was able to learn new languages faster, and I learned like C++. It didn't take too long to get most of that, and like pointers and all that. Because I connected it to what I knew about reverse engineering, so it was like, oh, I already get this. It's just that, right? And that's where I am now, I guess. But yeah, it's a journey. These things don't happen overnight, but it doesn't have to take that long for you either. You can learn stuff a lot faster than it might sound. For me, it took that long because I entirely taught myself without any resources or anything. Well, that's not true. Obviously, I used like the MSDN page I mentioned and all that, but I didn't take a course. You know, it was like stuff I found on the internet, and I didn't take it seriously until I was 15. Up until that point, I was just screwing around, right? So I wasn't actually trying to learn it until then. So if you're trying to learn it the whole time, you could learn it in like, not that long. I don't want to give an exact date because I don't know. I think it takes a different amount of time for different people, but I think anyone can learn it. Sorry, let me read the chat. Oh boy, Microsoft no, Microsoft no. Yeah, it's so unnecessary. Roger Silgy. Thank you. I don't know if I'd call myself that, but you said computer programming 11th grade in high school. I've never had a chance before. Oh my goodness. That's cool that you've already been doing some of that. But yeah. Hey, never too late, right? There's some people who are in their 30s and they're just now learning how to program, and they're able to keep up with with stuff that like I'm saying and Skype's saying and all that for the most part. Like it doesn't, like, you can start it whenever. So don't feel like oh, I missed it. I missed my chance. I'm getting old now. Time's going by. It's not like that. You said programming when you were 10. That's awesome. Wow. So it seems like a lot of people watching these, I guess, who learned programming have done it around the same time. That's really cool. You finished an awful platform when you were 7 or 8. You made a programming club before quarantine. It was a moderate success. That's actually really cool. And wow, you made one when you were 7 or 8. That's awesome. Yeah, I think all I was able to do around then with GameMaker was I would like take the GameMaker samples and I'd like screw with them, right? I guess I was kind of modding them in a way, huh? But well, I'd like load them up and I'd like change the sprites and the objects and I'd like change some of the code of it a little bit. I didn't know what I was doing, but I poke around and I try to figure it out. And eventually it started to make more sense, and I'm like, oh. And then I started to like make my own little crappy games, but they were really badly programmed, and I didn't know how to do anything more very serious. I don't know if I made a platformer. I think I made a Pac-Man clone at one point, but it was really awful. It was very badly programmed. You would like clip inside of the walls if you turned at the wrong time. Sometimes because the collision wasn't accurate all the time. And I was like, I'll fix it one day. I never did. If gaming go to C# also JavaScript, that's awesome. Don't use JavaScript, it kills any good habits. JavaScript's kind of a mess, yeah. So let's say one day you want to send at least one hex section from any random game. How would you start off simply, like a personal approach? Okay, so here's what I do. Okay, it really depends, right? It depends on the game. It depends on a lot of things. I think the first thing is, who made the game? I know that sounds like a dumb question. It's like, why do you need to know that? But hear me out. So the first thing is you want to understand who made the game. And the reason for that is, remember, this game is a collection of code that's been compiled, right? That was written by a group of programmers who are human beings, right? Just like us. So they wrote some code, usually in C++, right? And they compiled it and it turned into this binary stuff. So if you can understand who wrote the code and their kind of mindset, right? What those programmers in particular tend to like to do, as weird and corny as it sounds, it makes it easier because you can go, okay, so I know Sonic Team made this game, and Sonic Team likes to do this. And based on those assumptions, you can usually figure stuff out a lot faster because you can, okay, so like, for example, I know Sonic Team is obsessed with their Ninja Node stuff. So knowing that, and knowing that this game's made by Sonic Team, and if I look at this and I go, what's this up here? And I know how the Ninja Node stuff works, I can automatically go, oh, well, Ninja Nodes have 4 bytes at the beginning that are usually, that's the name of the node in all caps, so look at that. Data, and then they have 4 bytes, which is the size. There it is. And let's see, does that match up 26C? Yep, there it is, 26C. So just like that, I was able to figure out that this is a node, and that's the size and that's the type. And then, okay, so if this is a Ninja node, there has to be like a count of the nodes somewhere, right? So in this case, there's only 1 node, so oh, 1! There it is! So, like, just knowing that alone helped you figure out all that, right? So that's an important thing. The second thing is you want to have an idea what the hex is. So if you're looking at a blob of hex and it looks like, can you set the size here? Yeah. If you see this, you're just gonna be like, what the frick is this, right? If you don't have any context, you have no idea what this is. It's just bytes. Now, in case you're wondering, yes, I just generated random bytes. But you get the idea. If you see some crap like this, you're gonna have no idea what that is. What's important is you need to know the context. So what you want to do is you don't just want to look at you don't just want to think of files as blobs of hex. You want to think of them as data that's in a certain context. So if you see a file that's like sonic.pack, okay, so this is data related to Sonic, right? I know that because it's called Sonic, right? Obviously, and it's ending with this .pack. What could pack mean? What do I think a pack file is, right? If you can figure out that that's like an archiving format, basically, right? If it has a bunch of files inside of it, then that's going to help you a lot, because now when you look at this data, it seems like random data if you don't know that. But if you know it, you can scroll down and you can go, okay, so if it's a pack file, if it's like an archive, then there's got to be like a bunch of files inside of this somewhere. So somewhere you got to have file names in here. Let's scroll way down. This is a really bad example that I picked. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here's the file names. Fantastic. So then you can start to put stuff together very slowly, and it's complicated, it takes a while, but you can figure out like how it's structured based on those assumptions. So you need to basically understand what the data is. If you don't know what the data is that you're looking at, if you don't know what it could possibly be, you're gonna be lost, because it's important to know that. So if you see a file here that ends with .anim, you can guess that it's related to animation somehow, because anim, right? Effect, it's probably particle effects, right? HKX, that's Havoc stuff, right? So skeletons, animations, collision, that kind of stuff. Material, that's a material, obviously. Model, also models. DDS are textures, right? So the extensions, just knowing what the files are helps a lot. So then one more thing, one more tip. Files are not usually, these days they usually come in formats, right? So back in like the old days, I guess a lot of times you would have stuff that you just would have data laid out somewhere inside the exe or DLO or something, and it was a mess because you had to do that for performance. But now you can obviously get away with just having things in files, right, and having them actually be organized, and that's not slow at all, right? It's very fast. So what developers generally do with games these days is they have file formats that they develop that store all the data in them that they want. So what's cool about file formats is any file that follows a given format, okay, like the format is going to be the same for every file that follows that format, right? So if you can figure out how one .anim file is structured, that structure will apply exactly to every other anim file, right? So what helps a lot is, say you want to crack this format, you pull up this file here. This is not going to be fun, because just look at how much crap is in this. Look at how much data is in this file. It's just data everywhere, right? So many bytes, and you have to figure out what every single byte in this file means? Good luck with that, right? There's so many bytes. What helps is to go, okay, that's a big file. Let's find a smaller one, right? So look around at other packed files, poke around, try to find another anim file that's smaller, right? And this, if you poke around the last one enough, you'll find this file, tails.anim, and this one is only 636 bytes. So look how much smaller this is. The whole thing fits on screen, right? So this is ideal. You want to find the smallest possible file in that format that you can, because it'll just be a lot simpler for you to understand it, usually, right? So now that you have a lot less data to work with, there's less stuff to figure out. So it's just a lot easier to figure out what these numbers mean. The last thing, I guess, is, again, you need to understand, like, data types, so you need to know, like, what an int is, what a uint is, a char, a string, a bool, a float, a double, all those different data types. There's so many terms, but they're really simple when you figure out what they are. Like, every one of those things I just explained there, you can literally figure out with, like, one Google search. And it's just a matter of remembering what they are. So it takes some memorization, but when you get it, it's easy, and you won't forget that stuff ever. Well, once it's finally in your head. Well, you know, that's not me. What I mean is, like, okay, like speaking as me personally, right? Like, I had to, like, keep reminding myself what they were, but once I memorized them, finally they stuck and they never left, right? So yeah, so once you do that, it won't leave. One more thing you have to get, pointers. So if you've only programmed in, like, C# or Java or, like, a higher level language like that, you've probably never used pointers. If you've programmed in C or C++, you've used them, right? And you know what they're like. Pointers are, if you've never used a pointer before, they're kind of tricky to explain. Really, in concept, they're very simple, but it's just something that people have trouble wrapping their heads around because it's something that you don't really use in modern programming languages as much. A pointer is like a reference, essentially. Alright, so it's like a number that points to something else, okay? That's why it's called a pointer. So, in a file like this, they use pointers as well, but they're relative to some base. So what that means is okay, so a pointer is a number that, again, it represents the position of something else that that's pointing to, right? So in the case of Lost World, these pointers are always going to be 4 bytes. And these pointers are relative to a certain base address. In the case of Lost World, it's always hex 40 in these files. So if you can figure that stuff out, then that helps a lot, because if you can figure out what's a pointer and what isn't, that's going to make things a lot less complicated. So one example is, see this thing up here that says 188? That's a pointer. And that's going to point to this string down here that says anim. And the way that works is, you start at hex 40 up here, and you add 188. See? And you get to anim. So then this over here is 18D, so you start at 40, you add 18D, and you can see that points to this string here. That's the version number. So it's version 1.02, right? And if you can figure that, it's really, this part's complicated. I don't know how to explain it better than this, but if you can wrap your head around pointers, because that's the thing that a lot of people struggle with. They're not as complicated as they might seem. They're basically just numbers that point to something else. And when you can identify them, and you can go, oh, you can look at something and go, oh, that's a pointer. That will help you a lot, because then you can figure out how the structure of a file is a lot more quickly, because you can see how everything is rooted, connected to each other, right? So for example, I see this string down here that says circus bound. So that's the name of an animation that this file uses. So I'm like, okay, circus bound. So I know that because of the way this format works, there's always going to be a pointer to this text here, and I know that these pointers have to start at hex 40. So given that, this string is at position 1D2 in the file. So if I take that number, D2, and I subtract the 40 from it, right? This is the number that that pointer would have to be set to in the file in order to point to that. So now if I search for that number, there it is, right there, 192. And you can see if you actually go down there, 192, there it is, circus bound, right? So I'm sorry if I explained that badly, I did it really fast, but the idea is that you can then use that to basically find things in reverse. So instead of having to start with all the numbers and then guess what the numbers mean, and eventually link the numbers up to the text, you can instead start with the text and then link the text up to the numbers and figure out what the numbers mean. See? So you're doing the same thing but in reverse, and that actually helps a ton, because we're humans, we get the text. We understand what jump ball means. We don't understand what this means. So if we can start with jump ball and go, okay, so we need to find the numbers that relate to the jump ball, that makes it a lot easier than, okay, there's some numbers and some of them are probably related to the jump ball somehow, I don't know, right? So that's very important to be able to do that. I think that's basically it. Sorry I talked so much there. It probably sounded really complicated too because I crammed a lot of information in like a short period of time, but those are like how I would generally. That's how I would generally start with the format. I would use those tips, and sometimes there are formats that are just more complicated than others, right? So if you want a really good example of a format to start with, I think I've said this several times before to people. If you have Sonic Generations, right? Well, obviously you do. Yeah, I've seen your mods. Just go into Generations and look at the. I actually forget where it's at. I'm sorry. It's in Packed, yeah, and then like a stage, and then you just extract where the arrows went. They have these light files somewhere, right? Yeah, these light files. Grab one of these .light files from Generations, or from Lost World or Forces, anywhere you find a .light file from a Hedgehog Engine game, or Hedgehog Engine 2. Throw it into Hexed and just look at this. This is the entirety of a light file. That is the whole dang thing. So what I would recommend doing is start with something like this. So this format's already been cracked, obviously. And if you need, what you can do is if you go to the Sonic Community Hacking Guide for Sonic Generations on Stop Retro, right? You'll find here all these specifications for these formats, and one of them is for .light. So you can look here, and this actually will tell you exactly how the format works. All right. But what you can do is, what I almost recommend doing is, don't look at that yet. Pull it up yourself in the hex editor, right? And just poke around at this and try to figure out, just by guessing, what you think the numbers might be. So where do you start, right? Okay, so you know it's a light. What does a light have to have in it? Right? It probably has to have like a color and like a direction where it has to point, right? So how would you store that if you were a programmer? You'd probably want to have the point be like a vector 3, somewhere like an XYZ position in the world somewhere, right? And you'd probably want the color to be like an RGBA kind of thing, right? So given all that, what are these numbers, right? And they're big endian, I'll tell you that much. You can look at these and try to figure out what they are. And basically, some of these are the colors. Some of these numbers represent the RGB color. Some of them represent the position. And there's a value that represents, there's like a header, which has the file size and all that. And there's a thing that says like what type of light we're dealing with, whether it's a directional light or an omni light. And that's it. That's the entire format. So it looks complicated, especially if you've never presented your format before, but if you just take this apart and try to figure out what every one of these numbers means. And if you can't figure it out, don't fret. Just go here and look, and it'll tell you what it is. So this says file size. That's the first number. Okay, file size. 38. Yep, it's 38 bytes. Well, hex 38. Root node type, most of the time 1. Yep, it's 1. Okay. Right? Offset final table, 1C. Okay? And so on and so forth. And you can figure it out from there, I think. But that's a really good one to start with, because that one's dead simple. Alright, let me read the chat. Whoa. Okay, sorry, hold up. I got behind. Hey, Aaron, Development Channel, how you doing? Sorry, you've been here for a while. I haven't been reading the chat. If you have some for the game, it's way better. You can look at how it loads the file. Yeah, that's true. So in the case of Lost World, I can actually go in to the game's symbols, and I can actually see how the game loads the data. So for these anim files, I can see here at some point, it grabs this number from these anim files, and it compares this number to 1.01. So do you see what it's doing? It's seeing if this is version 1.01 of the file by checking if that string is 1.01. If it is, it's going to do something. Otherwise, it's going to assume it's version. Well, it's going to check if it's version 1.02 then down here. See? 1.02. And anyway, it helps a lot because you can figure out how everything's structured by looking at that. But this is honestly more of an advanced thing. And most games, from what I've seen, don't usually have symbols like this, sadly. So I'd say just start with the hex editing stuff. But that can help too, certainly, if you have them. Start programming around 10 and 12 with Game Maker. Are those times you feel like such an expert when you learn about GML and arrays? That's awesome. Understand the hex section of a game that nobody remembers before some of the more hard and annoying tasks. Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, don't go into it thinking it's super easy, because sometimes you just get a hard format. Like, Scythe is like a genius, alright? I've never seen Scythe, like, he hardly ever struggles with anything. I've given him something that took me and Death, like, we spent like 2+ weeks trying to figure out what it was, and we could not figure it out. It was just so complicated, we could not guess. We showed it to Scythe, and while he was in the middle of a class, right? So he wasn't even technically supposed to be looking at his phone, but he was anyway. He just glanced at it very quickly and went, oh, it works like this. And then he just locked his phone and went back and got focused back on what he was doing. And he solved this thing that took us like literally over 2 weeks just by glancing at his phone, and instantly he figured it out. That's how smart the guy is, right? And he's looked at some file formats and went, this is a nightmare, and been stumped at them for weeks, right? So sometimes you just have a hard format. Sometimes you have an easy format. It just depends. It depends on a lot of things. And also, different people have different abilities and have different insight. So there's been a few times where Skype has been, well, I think only twice now, so it hasn't happened that often, but there's been a few times where Skype has been, he couldn't quite figure out what one or two numbers were in a file somewhere, and I looked at it and I went, oh, it's this. And he's like, oh, you're right. And obviously, likewise, there's been plenty of times where I've been stumped and Skype said, it's this, and he was right. So sometimes it's just it's not a matter of someone being smarter or not. Really, it's just a matter of, sometimes it can just be a matter of, like, someone else looks at it from a different perspective, and they for them, something else makes sense, right? So don't get hung up, on, like if it's, all I'm saying is if it's tough, don't tell yourself, like, oh, I'm stupid, it's because I'm not doing well, and I don't get it and everything. That's not what it is, right? Everyone gets themselves in positions like that sometimes with this stuff, right? Because what you're doing is just inherently, you know, it can be tricky stuff sometimes, but it's worth it. And it gets a lot easier the more you do it, right? So, yeah, I think I'll stop blabbing about that now. Pac is obviously Pac-Man. Oh, obviously. There's many things more recommended than that to learn before. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things you can learn that'll help you with it. I just said those three, I think I said 3 things, are good to learn before getting into it, because I think those 3 are like the essential things. I think those 3 are really the things that if those make sense to you, then you can usually figure the rest out. But yeah, the more experience you have with like programming and computer science and that sort of stuff in general, the more this will come naturally to you. PAC is roughly package. Yeah, it actually it literally stands for PAC file, like PACK file. But yeah, I just said it's like an archive because I was trying to explain it more simply. That makes sense, but even with this approach, help someone like me with mindset. Sorry, I don't. I'm not trying to understand that. By skill reverse engineering and yellow difficulty, Unity or things like C# can reverse with full code. Yeah, you can decompile C# stuff fairly easily, actually. C++ is not more of a pain. Oh, sorry, my data got everywhere I dropped it, sorry. It's alright. It happens to the best of us. Alright, let me see if, it's G. Sometimes you have a dumb format, exactly. Sometimes it just happens. Skype equals Sonic killing your text hex editing. There you go. It actually means something else, but I'm not gonna mention it here because I don't want to torture Skype. He hates when people bring it up. So she might mention it, but Taz mentioned it, doggone it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Skype. I actually think Skype is a cool name. Like, I really do. I think it's a cool way to, like, take an OC name and, like, make it work. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. You're actually not the first person to do that exact thing, Taz. There's been several people who have jokingly said that, and then Skeff is like screaming, and then they're like, "Wait, really? I was joking." Yeah, that's what it stands for. It was an OC name that I guess he made when he was a kid, and he you know, obviously kind of grew out of the OC thing, but he wanted to keep something about the name around, I guess. So he went, "Hey, what if I just shortened it and I say Scythe, like Sky the Hedge," and that's what he. I think at first it was Blue Scythe likes clouds or something like that, but then he changed it to Scythe. And that's how he got it there. But he's quite embarrassed at that. So I try not to bring it up because I understand. But yeah, but I don't think it's anything to be embarrassed about, to be honest, because like everyone's a kid at some point, you know. Like there's nothing wrong with having OCs. I mean, my name's Radfordhound, named after like a Webkins. You know, so I don't think, you know, but I think it's cool. I actually think it's really cool that he took an OC name and he like turned it into something that doesn't make it obvious that that's what it was, and sounds pretty cool. But it's not that. What? Sky the Hedgehog's an actual character? What? I thought it was a. It's an inside joke. It's not Sky. Oh, it's not. Oh, holy frick! I totally thought it was. Okay, never mind. Wait. Then why does he hate it so much when people say that? He always gets like, stop mentioning that. Well, never mind. I totally thought that was serious. My bad. It was really insightful. It was really well said. In fact, it was just the right level between descriptive and simple. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. For also, it's funny because the circuit's removed in the PC version. Yeah, they still have Tails and everything, but it's they didn't need it. It's funny. Big ending Gazoon type? Oh, I should have explained that too, yeah. Well, that one you can... That Wikipedia will probably do a better job explaining that than I will, but I'll say that really quickly here because it's not that hard to explain. It's just kind of weird. So basically, numbers are grouped up. Sometimes you have numbers that are basically collections of bytes, because with just one byte you can't store that much data, but when you have several bytes put together you can store a lot more, right? So one example is like an int, which is like generally it's a 4-byte number. So like for example this right here, this thing I just selected, that's an int, right? And that's 4 numbers that are put together to make one big number. So the issue then is, what order do you read those 4 numbers in order to make that happen? So it actually depends on the CPU basically that you're dealing with. Some CPUs deal with those numbers in what's called Little Endian, and some deal with it in Big Endian. Basically, it's left to right or right to left is all that it is. So this is Little Endian, and the way that works is basically it's actually right to left. So you would, if you were to write this out, notice how it's like this, right? You would write out sorry, you'd write it like that. So it's right to left. See, so you just click like that. And if you put that together, you get a 1 with a bunch of zeros at the beginning of it. And if you remember math, right, you can have invisible zeros in front of numbers, but they're just that, they're invisible zeros. So you can actually just backspace that, and that's 1, right? So this number is a 1. So this isn't hex, so it's a little bit weird. But like this number would actually be right. You write it out like that, and then it would be like 21D, that's the number. And if you put that in a calculator, you can see what that is. That's 541 is what the number is. It's really weird how that all works. But anyway, it's just the order that you write the numbers in. So it's basically if you do it right to left or left to right. So Big Endian means the left to right, Little Endian is right to left. Usually on PC games, it's going to be Little Endian, because most computers these days are Little Endian, but there's some consoles that are Big Endian. So the Xbox 360, I believe, and the Wii, and the GameCube, the Wii U as well, and maybe also the PS3, I don't remember. Those are all Big Endian devices. So Sonic Team generally stores stuff in Big Endian on those systems, so it's like left to right. But on PC and on other devices that are Little Endian, they sort like that, right? So right to left. Actually, these days, you don't. Pretty much everything is Little Endian because the PCs, like most PCs, are Little Endian. The Nintendo Switch, Little Endian. Xbox One and all the variations of it, Little Endian. PS4, Little Endian, right? And I'm positive the Xbox Series X and the PS5 will be Little Endian as well. So, yeah. But in the past, it was a thing where you had to figure out which it used. Anyway. Oh, you got some hex going on here. Hang on. My nickname Yarkaz can be used. Oh dang. I didn't know if you wanted me to read that, sorry. Your name isn't stupid, it's a combination of the 7 Casements and Kirby Superstar. Oh! I didn't know that, cool. Everyone's talking about their names now, nice. Oh, because it somehow makes sense? It does! But it's not actually true. Okay, well never mind. I totally thought Scythe was Sky the Hedgehog. So he just thought Scythe sounded cool? Huh. Alright, that works too. Yeah, Taz is a long story with usernames. RISC base CPUs are Big Endian, so ARM CPUs can be both Little Endian or Big Endian. Oh, frick. Oh yeah, I did know that, I forgot that. That's whack, so I guess the Switch can also do Big Endian stuff. That's kinda crazy. Wow, alright. Well, yeah, but generally, these days people just use Little Endian everywhere, because it's easier to just stick to one thing, right? But anyway, yeah, for a long time that was for some reason Sonic Generations uses Big Endian no matter what system it's on, even if it's on PC. Which is weird, it doesn't really make sense. So because of that, because the PCs they don't understand Big Endian, they understand things in Little Endian. That means that when the game loads up the data, it then has to actually go through all the numbers and do what's called Endian swapping. So basically, it's just going to grab all those numbers and it's going to swap them. It's going to swap them around, right? So like, what once was, whatever. Alright, so it's going to take a number that was like this, and it's going to do this to it, right? And it has to do that for every single number manually, and then it can use the data. Except in, well, if you want to get technical, in Jen's case, it doesn't even actually do this until it goes to access the data, and it does it every time it accesses it, so it's really inefficient. But anyway, it's dumb, but yeah. So the game would be faster if it was not big in any PC. Yes, it would be. It wouldn't be a huge... It probably wouldn't be a big performance difference, really, because flipping a number around like that isn't really a complicated thing for a computer to do. But it's just stupid that it has to do it because it's totally unnecessary. Like, there's no reason for it to do that, right? If they just stored a little Endian, they wouldn't have to. But yeah, that's correct. It would be fast. It would be a little faster. You went headfirst into project and fell out the hurdle because you needed models that are 100% harder to find than you though? What? Oh, than you thought. Sorry. I've been in that kind of predicament before. It's annoying. Anyway, sorry. So I'm gonna get back to this here. So obviously these are called transitions. And we know what the transitions, what all this stuff is. We can write that out. So we can say, is stateful. We still don't know what that is, but I think it's blend type. This is transition time. Okay, or blend time, whatever you want to call it. And then this is the state name. So this is, this is the state name. We're gonna just do that. Okay, that's a lot of code. gonna put that out there because it's a little easier to read if I put on different lines, I think, but maybe not, I don't know. Oh goodness. Some of these are too freaking long. I try to keep them below 100 characters, but honestly sometimes it makes it a lot harder to read. It might even be better if you do that. I don't know. Anyway. So... let's run that again. I don't know if I have it open in Hexedit. If I do, it'll crash. Okay, good, I don't. Alright, so that's, so now we can see what it all is, because we have names for stuff, so that's cool. So I think unknown 2 is the blend type. I said that before. I haven't gotten to test it yet, so we're gonna test that out now real fast. Oh, I have it open still. Whoopsie. No, I don't remember where I was at in this. Let me go find that. Was it here? That's the jet thing. Jet the Hawk. I think this is where I was at. Yes. So it's a transition time of 5 seconds. So this is the blend type, I think. So we're gonna set that to 0, and I want to see what happens. Because I think each one of those bits there is a different flag for something. I'm guessing, but that seems like that makes sense to me. Username was your old YouTube account. On your old YouTube account, sorry, was a random name that Club Penguin gave you when you were 5. That somehow stuck for over 7 years. I mean, hey, same kind of thing with my name. So I ain't judging. Alright, so we're gonna see what that does. Look at that! So he transitioned instantaneously. Despite the fact that we set the transition time to 5 seconds. But last time, so changing this disables the blending entirely. So let's set it to 7. And see what that does. Because there were a lot of states that had it to 7. Is this cold steel? It's just a random texture. That's a combination of a. It's stupid, right? It's literally just a random meme that we threw on there. That Neil had made previously. Because I wanted to just test something. I wanted to make sure that the edit was loading. I believe cold steel is on there somewhere, yeah. Here we go. Okay, so now he's transitioning and it's taking 5 seconds, but it looked like it actually was a slightly different transition though. It was a little different than when I had it set to 1. Because if I recall correctly, at least, when I had it set to 1, what it was doing was it like blended all the way. Here it looked like, let me do that again, just to make sure that I didn't like see that incorrectly or whatever. So it looked like what happened, right? Was like, it starts transitioning, right? So here we go, it starts slowly transitioning from one to the other, and then at the last second, right as it's about to be done, it just goes like that, right? And it just instantly goes into the animation. So I don't know if it was doing that before. It seems a little bit different to me than how it was last time. I don't know. With all of us in the chat, agree. If Rad keeps this all up, he might one day accidentally find out how to add a Nintendo DLC for less for PC, right? So Jeet's actually been doing that, if I recall. Well, I don't know if you're still doing it, but he had the like Zelda a lot of that working, which was really cool, and that's been working in the Yoshi's Island DLC. Again, I don't know if they're planning on finishing it, so keep that in mind. But yeah, they've got some custom objects and stuff working there, so that's pretty cool. Game texturing is my passion. Obviously, you could see. Could there be a min or max threshold on the values affecting it? There could be, yeah. I don't know if I really see I don't know if that values changes there. I don't know if that made any difference actually, or if I'm just imagining that. Because I think it was actually pretty much the same as if I just did that. In fact, I'm gonna do that again now just to confirm. You're gonna finish it, the demotivation kicked in. That is the most relatable sentence I've ever freaking seen. Goodness. Got burned out of it. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, that's understandable. I do that with all this stuff. Okay, yeah, so there is a difference. There's definitely a difference. I wasn't just imagining things. So when I set it to 1, you notice he was like, his legs were moving the whole time, right? But the rest of his body was like slowly, his arms were slowly moving into the dash state. And when it was 7, it was just slowly transitioning the whole time. His legs weren't even moving, right? And then all of a sudden, blip, running. So there was definitely a difference there. So that's like the blend type. So each one of those bits means something, I think. I think it's like a bit mask. So for that to make sense, you need to, it's a little bit of how binary works. So this is a 4-byte value, which is the blend type, so it's an int. So in this case, it's set to 1. So the other number I set it to was 7. So if you actually look at the number 7, and you actually look at what it looks like in binary, it looks like this. So basically, there's a 1-bit, right? There's a 2-bit, there's a 4-bit, and so on. And when you put them together, you get different numbers. So like if you say 4 and then also 1, you get 5, right? If you say 4 and 2, you get 6. And that's how binary works. That's literally all there is to binary. So 7 is just the 4-bit, the 2-bit, and the 1-bit. Because if you add up 4, 2, and 1, you get 7, right? So the reason that's important to understand is you can do what's called a bit mask. So the way that works is you can do some math where basically, well, kind of math. You can basically have each one of these individual bits, they're called, 1s or 0s, right, mean something. So you can say, whatever, I don't know. This 1 might mean, okay, now this isn't what it means, I'm sure, but I'm just giving an example. Like this might mean like does blend, right? And then this bit might mean whatever, like also affect legs, whatever. And if you put them together, you get something that blends and also affects the legs, right? If you have just this one, it just blends. If you have just this one, it doesn't blend, but it affects the legs, whatever, right? And so you can mix match values together to mean different things, so it's very powerful. So a lot of times game devs use that, and Sonic Team does too. So when it's set to 7, I'm thinking that's a bit mask, and each one of these 3 bits that makes up 7 means a different number, or different things. So we've confirmed that the 1 bit means does blend. So let's figure out what the other bits mean. So, because if we set this to 0, no blending happens. So let's try this, let's try 5. And that'll help us figure out what this bit means, right? And I really should have tried. I should use a different animation other than auto run. Because auto run, I have to always go over here to test it. But the thing with auto run is just that it's like everyone knows what auto run is, right? There's no question about which animation the auto run animation is. Whereas with like the normal running animation, there's like different names. There's like jet, dash, run, walk. You know, so that's why I use this. But okay, so let's see if anything different happens. See, there probably was something different, but it looks like it was pretty much the same to me as... Now that looks like what happened when I, His legs weren't moving the first time, yeah? Let me make sure, because I think I spaced out there at the end. I believe his legs weren't moving. It was just him slowly becoming into the, like, going into the auto run. Set it to 420. Set every bit! That'd be amazing. You sure it's Bitfield not Enum? I'm not, but notice how that was the same thing as what happened when I set it to 7. So I'm assuming that if I set this to 3, it's gonna not be the same thing as when I set it to 7. So the legs are gonna animate the whole time still. So if that's the case, then it's definitely like a Bitfield. because otherwise, if it was an enum, then it would be setting it to 5 would produce a different result than setting it to 7, and it looked to me like that was the same thing as when I set it to 7. I could be wrong. Want to try to hunt the values using cheat engine? What would I be hunting for with cheat engine? Because I already have the values in the file. Oh, you know what? That was the same thing too as Interesting. So it seems like if it's anything other than... So if it's 0, it means no blending. If it's 1, it means blend, but in a way to where it's essentially playing both animations at the same time. As weird as it sounds. So it's playing the auto run animation while it's slowly transitioning. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, okay, it's like what it does is like, for each bone, it'll blend it until it gets to the right spot, however long that takes. And as soon as it's in the right spot, it'll start animating it normally. And it will do that for each individual bone. So the arms will still probably be moving while the feet have already gotten into the right spots. So the feet will be moving then, normally, but his arms are still moving slowly. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know how else to explain it. But I think that's like what 1 does. And then if you set it to pretty much anything else, it seems, so like 7, 5, or 3 we tried so far. That just transitions the way you would expect, where it doesn't start playing the other animation until it's completely blended. So yeah, it could be an enum, you're right. The magic number is 13, 42, 69, 420, 66. It's magic. Wow. I wouldn't even be surprised if Sonic Team snuck in a 420 somewhere in the game. Like, intentionally. Maybe there's certain objects or transitions that reset values. Yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into like how the animations are blended. So it might be used for jumping. It could be, but I saw 7s used in from what I saw, they were mostly used in the like running type animations. So like jet and jog, they're used there. Oh, they're used when they're transitioning from dash or jog. You know what I just noticed too? These transitions are how you transition from something to something else. Does it also account for transitioning to something? Right? So maybe one of these bits says whether or not it accounts for that. I don't know. I'm just guessing. So we could test that. It'd be better to try to find a normal running animation. So what's the... Okay, so if I remember correctly, Jet is the animation where Sonic is running and he has his hands out. Okay? So if I start up the game really fast, if you run normally, it's really subtle actually. He has a lot of running animations when people don't really notice it. But when you run, see, he has his hands out there, but they're almost in like, they're not quite in fist. But they're almost kind of in fist. They're almost kind of closed, right? They're not like open. So if you hit like that's like the normal running. They're almost looking. It's almost like he has his hands in fist. So then if you hit the dash pad, see his hand. If you can see that behind the pause menu, his hands are open now. He's opened up his fist and he's just let it. You know, it's similar to the Cubs running animation now. And if you watch his hands closely here as they keep running, after a second or two of him running, when the dash pad speed wears off, it's going to go back to the normal running animation where his hands are closed and it's the fist. See? It's really subtle, but if you look at that again, just stare at his hands when I hit this dash pad. Ready? So there we go. See, they open, close. It's really fast and really subtle. It's hard to notice, but yeah, they have a different animation for that. So I believe Jet is the one where his hands are open after hitting a dash pad like that. And dash is the normal one when you're just running like this. But there's different variations of dash, so like when you turn like this, there's like L and R dash. And, my gosh. And then there's also jog and walk, and there's all these freaking animations. So I think dash... Are you sure it's not just putting jog, and dash? Yeah. You mean the hands open animation? Yeah, I'm positive, yeah. Because if you actually open these up in the G-level material editor and you watch the animations, then Jet is when he has his hands open, and Dash is when they're closed like a fist. Running down. Oh yeah, I know what you meant, but yeah, that's a good theory. But yeah, Sonic Team's not that smart. You're trying your very hardest to make the 15-point AI thing say woo. I can't. That's gonna be beautiful if you get that working. You need to modify in the file and look where it is located in Cheat Engine. Yeah, you can do that. And that's really helpful for if you're trying to find like functions in the game, for example, right? That like modify, like you're trying to figure out what loads the file or like what accesses the file or whatever, right? In our case, though, we're just trying to figure out how the file is structured, right? And Lost World actually on the Wii U anyway has symbols, so it already has like names for everything. So I've got that pulled up here in Ghidra, so I can actually go in and like see the names of all the classes and functions and stuff, which helps a lot. Sometimes the code is still a mess to look at because it's a decompilation still and it's not perfect. Far from it, actually. But we don't usually need to use Cheat Engine too much with Lost World because we can just directly figure out what we need to from looking at this a lot of times, right? But yeah, Cheat Engine is very nice. Yeah, it can definitely help with stuff like that sometimes. If you don't have symbols, you definitely want to use Cheat Engine for code stuff. Alright, so I think Dash is the name of the animation that we're dealing with. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. So if I'm not mistaken, see what's weird is it doesn't seem like there's an animation entry anywhere that actually mentions Dash. Well, there's this run loop, but that's just man, I don't think the tool's printing out everything. Well, maybe I don't know. I think maybe the animentries too, whatever these are. Those might have might reference Dash somewhere in there. I don't know, but it seems like that's a little different because I don't see anyone anywhere that just says name equals Dash when I search for it. So that's weird. Run could work too. I think I want to try idle. So I think the idle animation should be but I don't know if the idle animation actually has stand. Sorry. Oh, it does. It has plenty of these. Okay, fantastic. So let's just take the default transition, the one that doesn't transition from anything in particular, just the default one, right? And we're gonna find that in the file and mess with it. So find text stand, damage stand up, squat to stand, stand. There it is. Okay, so that's at 9489. So because binary files are always, it's always relative to hex 40, we can just subtract that. Here's the number we're looking for. Search for that. Here it is. So this is the struct that we're looking for. So I think this is this is the array of transitions. There it is. Okay, so there was hex 15 of those, I think it said. So 21 in total. Well, 150. I don't know why I had to do that. So these are all the transitions. So the last one is down here. That's the default one. And if we look at the float here, it's not going to be exact because of link and precision, but yeah, 0.2. It says 003, but it's basically 0.2. And 1's right here. That's what this is. Okay. So we're gonna change this time to instead be 5 seconds, so we notice it. And we're going to set this. We're gonna leave this at 1 at first, and we're gonna play with this and see what happens. So whenever we transition to or from the out animation, we should see something. We should see it take 5 seconds. So let's go. Okay. So it's definitely only when we're going to the auto animation, because when we're walking, it doesn't happen at all. But as soon as we stop, The moment could someone put like come up with a good caption for that? Like a good meme caption like this. I feel like you could caption that. I just can't think of anything good. Oh, this is gonna be funny. Hang on. Rolling in a ball and then we're gonna stop. Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, jeez. He's waking up. He's stretching. It's back in place. Goodness. When you forgot you left the stove on. There we go. That's good. That's good. Thank you. That's beautiful. So it's only when you're transitioning to the animation, and it happens like very slowly, and you can see all the individual like fingers and everything are like blending properly, right? So that's cool. But yeah, okay. So we're going to play with it some more and see if we can figure out what that bit is. Is that the 7? Let's see if we notice a difference. Caption above, slow realization. Oh! Whoa! Okay, wait a minute. So what if we unroll from the ball then? Do you see what it's doing? Whoa! Weird! Look at that! Okay, so it's definitely a different... So obviously it's a different blend type. We've established that. But, okay, so 7 is like... How do you even explain what this is? There's like a term for this. But I don't know what the term is. So it's like... So when it's set to 7... He like keeps playing the animation that he was playing. And slowly blends into the new one, I guess? Whereas if it's set to 1... Gosh, I don't know. Maybe it's just like what things are affected by the blending? Yeah? Yeah, maybe it's like what things from the original animation are still playing while the transition is happening. So when you set it to 0, nothing happens, it's instantaneous, I guess. I don't know. I think you know what's happening, we forgot how to describe it. Yeah, I feel like in like Unity, Unreal Engine 4 or whatever, there's like a flag that's very similar to this. And it's called something that makes sense, but I don't know what it's called. So, I don't know what to call that, yeah, but that's fascinating. Wow, so there's probably several other different types, right? It's probably not just 0, 1, and 7, but those seem to be the ones that make the biggest difference. Well, no, it's definitely not, because we've seen Unknown 2 be set to other things. Yeah, 6. So let's set it to 6. Let's see if we notice a change there. Let's call it oh wait, how do you even say that? Sorry. Penduluming for now? Penduluming. I'm sorry, my brain shut down for a second, ignore me. Penduluming. I love that, actually. Okay, so 6 definitely is a noticeable change, too. So how about the, like... Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. Ever just... Hey! Mind if I buy some bathwater? Like, Sonic wakes up. Oh, jeez. So that's another clearly different blend type. So it's probably just, yeah, it's probably just an enum then, I guess. I don't know. Well, wait a minute. So yeah, it has to be something like that because the 6 doesn't include the 1 bit, so it's definitely an enum. Okay. So okay. So they probably have a spot in the code where they check for that, and I could find it if I was patient.
Oh.
Well, that was. This took too long to search for. It's not that funny. Sorry. Ever just. If you've never seen a Staples commercial, that probably makes no sense to you. Sorry. Oh. Okay, that's for version 1. They're converting the enum stuff from version 1 to version 2 of the format. Well, 0.01 to 0.02. So, in version 1.02 of the format... Is this the same function, by the way? Yeah, get enum duration. That's just going to pull it from the skeleton, I think. Yeah. Max. Okay, they're maxing 2 numbers together there. I don't get what all the mirror stuff is still. Weird. Well, they definitely have an enum. You know, one of those easy button? Oh, that's awesome. The animation state before idle text press. Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. So I said this was name and loop name, but that's clearly not what it's actually called. I need to change that. It's something like, I think these are just like state transitions, right? So these are like possible like. Okay, so basically, when the game finishes playing idle 1, automatically transition to the stand state. Alright? That's what this does. So when it's done playing landing, go back to stand. Right? So that's what all this is. Those are state transitions. So I guess it's like previous state and then first state, end state, whatever, right? So it's based on the order you put them in. So then these are the states. And then the states have transitions. And it depends on whether so when you set is stateful to true, or 1 in this case, I guess. It can also be like a state type. This might not even always be 1 or 0. It might be 2 or something sometimes even. We don't know, but because it could be like, yeah, this could be like whether it applies to in or out or both, right? I don't know, but anyway. But it seems like it's always 1. So anyway, yeah, these definitely only seem to apply to when it's transitioning to that state, though, so that's interesting. Let me look for that. Let me actually see if is stateful is ever equal to something other than. I mean, yeah, it's not. It's always 1 or 0. So okay. Weird to me that you know, it actually probably is a Boolean, and then they put a uint right after it. So, if you were to struct like this in C++, so you have a Boolean, which is 1 byte in this case, right? And then you have a uint, which is 4 bytes. You would think that would add up to a total of 5 bytes, but it's not going to. It's going to add up to a total of 8 bytes, and you're probably going, what? You have 1 byte plus 4 bytes. How do you get 8 bytes out of that? It should be 5, right? Here's what's happening. After that Boolean, basically data types have to be aligned. Well, they don't have to be, but it's generally a lot more performant for the CPU to use them and everything if they're aligned. So what that means is you want the data types to be positioned at a certain at a position that's divisible by a certain number. So generally that number is like the size of the type. So in the case of this int here, that's 4 bytes. So you want it to be at a position that's divisible by 4. See? So if you have it come right after that first Boolean, it's not going to be divisible by 4, right? Well, it generally isn't, right? So the way that's fixed is the compiler is going to actually automatically put in basically 3 bytes right here of junk, right? well, just pretend that that's accurate. It's gonna put 3 bytes of junk right here, called padding, and they're just not gonna be used. They're just wasted. But their purpose is to ensure that this number then is gonna be at a position that's divisible by 4, so that messing with this number is faster. So they probably wrote out something like this, right? And they ended up with, you know, that. Now, if that is the case, we can actually verify that, because the endianness, if it's a uint, the endianness of it is going to be like, so we've seen it like this, right? If it's big endian, it's going to be written out instead like that. But if it's a boolean, it's going to be like this no matter what, right? Because the endianness isn't going to be swapped, or the single boolean is just going to stick there, and then you have these 3 jump bags, right? So if it's a boolean, it's going to stay the same. So what we can do is we can just pull up the data from the Wii U version of the game. Pull up an anim file from there. And see if it's endian swapped or not. So where was it even at? So it's at the beginning of these transitions that we're looking at. So so the first 4 bytes. Actually, this was a really awful example to use because literally none of these transitions have that set to true. Okay, so we're gonna look at the Player Sonic one instead. And this is a mess, but let's find one in there fast. I don't know, let's say, I guess run is a bad example because it's everywhere, but let's find it anyway. Run, and then we can search for the 00 at the end. Run. 86F, we can subtract the 40 from that, we get this. Search for that again. It's gonna be beginning this time. Okay. Because we're dealing with Wii U data. Oh, that's another array of something at the end there. Uh-oh. It feels so much she's gonna hate me, I'm sorry. That's an array. Oh boy. Okay, we gotta figure out what that points to in a second. Before we do that, let's keep going with what we were doing. Okay, here we go. RIP. Yeah, it is a uint. Okay, so that's weird. Because it was endian, so that's odd. Have you tried Dolphin VR? Here's VR is easy. Cause is a weird ghost box. Disable the how to left to right. I don't have a proper VR headset, sadly. I have Google Cardboard, but that's it, right? So no, I've not tried that. I want to get a VR headset someday, but it's like they're very expensive, and you know I don't have a use case for other than, well, that'd be kind of cool, you know. I don't really even have hardly any games I could play with it, you know, so I'd have to buy those too. But yeah, but I definitely want to try out VR someday. But yeah, right now I don't have a proper headset, but that does sound awesome. All right, so we got to figure out this crap is too. So how are we gonna do that? So let's kind of go backwards here. So 5B, whoops, 5B78. Okay. Uncheck the beginning in this thing. Okay, so there's that. Okay. So, okay, let's find Run again? Run. It just sounds so menacing. Maybe we can even do that. Yeah, there's run. 90, E9. Okay, there it is. Wait, that's what I was looking at already. No, it's not. I'm being dumb. Sorry. So here it is. Okay, so this is an array of the thing. It's of 8 things. We don't know what those things are yet, so let's find out what they are. Oh, jeez. Well, there's a pattern here going on. It looks like each one of these is like that. Wait. Hang on. Well, never mind. Yeah, it's not what I thought. I was wondering if this is... So they had transitions? Okay, so they have this array of transitions, and then they have this right afterwards, right? And I'm like, wait a minute. What if this is the transitions to this state, and these are the transitions from the state, and it's the same struct, right? But it looks like it's a different struct because there's no. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. It seems a little different. So this, I think this is actually still. Wait, never freaking mind. That's a float. Okay, and the numbers are, well, never mind. Yeah, they're going up. So it's like 0, 24, 29, 31, 40. It goes up. So this is like those other things that we found earlier. Oh, well, those things were this, though. Yeah, those were offsets. But this is not an offset. This is, These are not offsets at all. These are floats. So they're going up. So these might be keyframe things. What's my persona? I don't have one, but again, I guess the closest would be the closest I have to something that would be that Wannick. Boy. I've mentioned before. Okay, so we don't know what that is, so we're gonna support and then we're gonna figure out what it is later. So anim thing. So I don't even know if that's actually the right size of that struct. Frickin' furry. No, I've told you all about that. It was made as a joke to like make the name was like picked to make fun of like OCs. But it's like it's you know, there's like Mario, then Wario, Luigi, Waluigi, right? So this is Wannick. It's impeccably stupid, but that's why I love it. Is that a quaternion array? I don't think so, because there's like a 0, a 0, a 0, a 1, and then there's like the float. And then there's like another 3 numbers every time. It looks to me like it's a structure that goes like this each time. Oh, I see what you're saying though. Yeah, so like the size of each one of these things is 16 bytes. That's interesting, but yeah, but they don't seem to be floats. They seem to be. It seems like only one of those sizes is a float each time. But it definitely looks like that float is like a keyframe index or something. So we don't know what this is yet, but I'm assuming it works like this. I'm gonna say keyframe index, something like that. And I'm gonna say let's grab one of these. No, let's grab this. Okay, so that's then we have a uint. We don't know what that is. And then we have another uint and another uint. That last one's usually set to to 1. I think it was 0 sometimes. Yeah. Weird. Anyway, so we're gonna print those as well. I don't know why I'm getting an error. I think VS is just being dumb again. So we're gonna say anim thing. Yeah, it was just being dumb. And for this, we want to get rid of that. Because there is no unknown 8 anymore. Instead, well, sorry, there's no whatever those. We've gotten rid of those values. So, generate sub-elements. So here we go. So, those are the transitions. So sadly, so we're gonna have to make it a little messier looking because of that. So okay, let's say anim entry node dot append child transitions. Oh, it's getting a bit late, so I'm gonna have to. So very soon I'm gonna try to put Tails and put the flying animations in, right? Sadly, I never did get around to actually making it import them. I should probably do that, but that might take a while. We'll see if I have time for that. Hopefully. If not, I'll just like hex it in or something, right? Because I'm gonna put it in this freaking stream. Like I have to. Like doggone it. Okay, so those are the transitions nodes. So now we want to repeat this, but with the other stuff. So we're gonna say thing node because I don't know what they're called yet. Things and I think I should just call them things. And here we'll say yeah, thing. What's wrong with this? Oh. Okay. Thing note. I meant to put an S up there. There we go. Also, I screwed up here. Whoopsie. Thing. You're back. Welcome back. Hi, back. I'm sorry. Making the worst service in the world. That's what I do. Now, wait a minute. This looks very familiar. Oh, gosh. You know what that crap looks like? Maybe it wasn't Swift. It reminds me of this. Can I just say? Because you had a frame index, yeah, and then after that you had all this data related to. Oh boy. I don't know. It just looks kind of similar. I don't think it's what it is. It's just because it's different like stuff, but it reminded me of that. Oh boy, getting flashbacks of X and CP. Oh gosh, I need to finish that too. By the way, frick, screw me. Okay, so thing dot keyframe. We're gonna call it that because that's what I think it is. Keyframe. Unknown 1, 2, and 3. Oops. Alright, and then we can get rid of this too. All that. And eventually we gotta print out the containers and stuff too, but we'll figure that out eventually. Okay, let's go. So it's made it even messier if you can fathom that. It's even harder to read now. Goodness gracious. But anyway, transitions. Here go things. So things. So that. Oh, we already figured out that was a float, didn't we? No, we figured out keyframe was a float. Unknown 3, we don't know what it is. So what does that look like? Oh, whoopsie. I just generated a random file. I meant to, I mean, that'll do fine, actually, but... If we throw that in there. That is an offset. That's an offset of something. And that's probably the count to that something. Oh my gosh! It keeps going. Okay, is it a string? I don't think it's a string, and this is, and if not, yeah, because that looks like the count. If how did I not see that when I was looking at? Because the ones I was looking at didn't. Whoa. 1 and 0. Oh no. Oh no, it is like that. Wait, 3, 0, and then... Okay, and then if you scroll down here, it's gonna be different numbers for the first two. Yeah, it's like this X and CP animation stuff. A little bit. Oh no, please, spare me. Gosh, why? Okay, so if you don't know... usually things have predefined types. Right? So you got something that's an int, and it's always an int. Right? Every time in every file in that format, that thing is always an int. Right? XNCP said, what if we don't do that? So what they do is, in their keyframes for their animations, they have this number that'll say like the type of keyframe, essentially. And then they'll have the data, and it'll be like just 4 bytes of whatever. And they can make that an int, or a float, or a string offset, whatever they want it to be. So let's check out what this points to. Well, that's actually probably not right. Well, actually, that's probably not what that is. I thought it was an offset, but that doesn't make any sense for that to be an offset. Hey, Bluecore. You've heard of gender fluid, now introducing type fluid. Like, Sonic Team's coming up with, like, new, programming techniques with the intense purpose of making, cracking formats complicated. They have, like, a research division. Like, dedicated. They, like, pay them, right? It's like a very important thing to them. They like pay them to like develop the most complicated formats they can't. I'm joking, obviously, but gotta rant sometime. It's definitely not a float. I mean, I guess it's not an offset, actually. I guess it's not an offset, actually, because it doesn't seem to, like... It really looks like an offset, but when I went to where it points, that wasn't anything. And yeah, it's like 6-3. The offsets usually put something that's divisible by 4, so that's not... That clearly isn't. So this is just a big number. It just happens to look like an offset. Okay, so maybe never mind. Maybe it's not the XNCP stuff at all. Maybe they're just maybe it actually makes sense. Imagine that. So what is this crap then? Like seriously, what is this? I have no idea what that is. Sega hates Radtech. Is that another frame? Yeah, I thought about that. It kind of looks like another frame, but it looks like a really big number for that, doesn't it? Especially for like, this is for like wall hang move L, which I think is, it's not a very long animation. It's like something related to parkour, right? I don't know exactly which one it is, but so that'd be a lot of frames. And also, the keyframe here was presented as a float. Like this was a float, even though they always even though it's literally always a you know, doesn't have a decimal point in it, so it should just be an int. They made it a float anyway, so they weird. And then unknown 3 is not a float, and I double checked, it's not a float. It's definitely like an int or an offset or something. No, it's not an offset. It's an int. So I don't know what the frick this is. Whoa, null space. I might have. So this is a float. It might not actually be the keyframe index. It might be something else, right? I don't know. But notice how it always goes up. It always is like. It starts at a lower value and it gets. Oh, 69. Got him, boys. Got him. Bazooka, pay me your taxes. Pay him. Sorry. So they always start at a lower number and they get higher, so it looks like it's like a keyframe thing. Yeah. But then here they got like super low numbers. 1, 0, 1. And then up here they got like giant numbers. But again, notice the big numbers seem to only happen when this is like 2, 3. When that is instead like 3, 0, right? These numbers are usually tiny. So that could be like a type. It really looks like keyframe stuff to me, but I don't understand why they would have to manipulate the keyframes. Like what? Why would you need that? Just change the animation, you know what I mean? Like what are they doing with the keyframes here? If that is what this is. Especially this, what is this crap? So here they have 1 on frame 29 for the parkour ceiling hang dash. They say 8 and then 0, 0. The heck is this? So I do think thing is an appropriate name for this. I'm joking, obviously. When we figure out what it is for sure, we're gonna change it. But yeah, look at this. It's 0, 24, 30, 31, 40, 64. It's like going up. It's like small, it gets bigger. Now, I do wonder. Oh boy. Fall? Yeah, that doesn't have him. I have an idea. Oh gosh. Okay, hear me out. This is like, so hear me out. Here's the theory. This is metadata. You can set metadata on any given frame, and the game can do whatever it wants with the metadata. Right? This is the type of metadata we're dealing with here. And that's the value. Alright? Well, maybe it's not the type because this is 0. Anyway. 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. Could it be my footstep sounds? Everyone collectively face palms. Rad, no, we've been over this. It wasn't the footstep sounds last time, you moron. Okay, but I gotta check. I gotta check. Wasn't it this? I gotta know. I do wonder if those are my footstep sounds. Oh, I already was at the position, sorry. Maybe keyframe duration in frames? Yeah, I could like search it out more. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. This could be anything. Hey, Bloober, how you doing? I, Jordan Giovanna, am late. That's fine. That's completely acceptable. How you doing, my man? Okay, so we're gonna set these to 0. Yes. What? 0 is not a valid number, guys. Okay, well, it is now. I don't know what the frick happened. I must have hit the wrong key. I sworn I hit 0, but anyway. We're gonna set them to 0. We're gonna see what that changes. Hey, Shills, how you doing? That's a mood. We're gonna see if it's my precious footstep sounds. Except I forgot again that the run animation doesn't. Oh boy. Made the same error. Okay. Yeah, but this still has. Well, it only has 1. So it's probably not that. But what is it? Okay, what the frick? Okay, so let's, whatever, let's let's just search for it and mess with it and see what happens. Oh, it's literally the first one in the, well, we can't be too sure, but, I mean, we can, but let's not assume. Let's verify it, just in case. It was. Alright, 34. There's 2 of them. Here it is. There they are. We're gonna set this one to 0. I don't know what it is, but it kind of makes sense to me that that's what that would be, but you know, it made sense for me that that would be, that's what the other thing was, and it wasn't at all, so I'm probably wrong. But let's just see if anything changes. I'll pause the music in a second. I bet Rad doesn't think Zero's worth anything either. Disgraceful. What? Alright, let's, here we go. Hey! No footstep sounds! No footstep sounds! Oh, there they are. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Okay, so the footstep sounds are still here. But they didn't happen until he fully transitioned to the auto-run animation. So the game doesn't just hard-code it then, yeah? Because if it did, it would just play it whenever you're running. I would think, right? Whereas here, it's not playing it until he's in the auto-run animation. So it's like hooked up to that animation specifically somehow. So where is it in the file if this isn't it? What the frick? And two is like touching wall or ceiling? I think I read that already, sorry. Yeah, it might be. I really don't know. Wait, I just had another idea. No, I might be right. I'm gonna do something. Click on it. Where is it at? Freaking. Is it there? No, it was just the first one, right? Okay, so it's up here. So here's what I'm thinking. What if, hear me out, having one of these, okay, so like, this is like a trigger type, or I don't know what you want to call it. So this is like a thing that occurs when that keyframe happens. So unknown 1 is the type of thing that occurs. So let's say 3 equals play sound, right? And then in that case, unknown 3 is the sound index, essentially, right? So unknown 2, I guess, would be the sound category or whatever. Unknown 3 is like whatever, something like that. So there's like 2 different footstep like sounds that might be played. I don't know. It's just a guess. So you might have a 1 sound that plays a certain type, 0 that plays another type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the whole thing's array by just setting the count to 0. So it's saying, hey game, there are no things here. And the game's going to go, okay. And if it needs those things, if it absolutely requires them, it'll crash. But it shouldn't need them. Let's see. Okay, so it hasn't, it loaded it. I love this music playing in Windy Hill. I'm gonna pause it though, even though I love it. Because I want to hear the footsteps. So here we go. So as soon as you transition, let's see what happens. Come on. No footstep sounds! I freaking told you! I freaking told you, bro! Nobody believed me, but I was right! I was right all along! Hey everybody, I was right! I'm sorry. Rod gets freaking canceled. I probably deserve it at this point. Okay. Alright, cool. So that's what those are. So I guess 3 is like the type of thing. Unknown 1 is like the type of thing that it's gonna do. So 3, I guess, is like play sound effects. And then it's what sound we're playing. So if we set these to other values, we should be able to actually hear other things other than the sound effects. Now, the I believe Rad. Nobody believed me. Thank you for believing. No, I'm just, but yeah, yeah. Obviously, I was joking. But thank you. So for breaking, they say unknown 1 is 0. And unknown 3 is 1. Okay, so actually maybe these are just sound effects. Maybe things are just sound effects. Like, they can only be sounds. Right? And unknown 1 is the category. Something like that. And unknown 3 is the sound. So what I'm gonna do is, this plays the break sound, I guess? As soon as the break ends. So we're gonna replicate this and see what happens. It's either that or it could also be like a particle effect, maybe. It could be like, show the sparks when you break. Yeah? I don't know. I don't know how powerful their system is here. But it might, I don't know, it might just be sounds. We'll see what it is. So we're gonna figure it out. So we're gonna set this to 1. So there's only 1, we're telling the game, hey, there's actually only 1 thing in this array here. And that's a lie. We're lying to the poor game. How could we? Rad's been cancelled again. But anyway, we're gonna set this to 0. Set unknown 2 to 0 and set unknown 3 to 1. So that's the exact same settings as what the break end thing used. So we should be able to see whatever that break thing did as soon as we start auto running. Sorry, I keep pausing the music, by the way. I know I don't have to because, oh geez. Game, please! Okay. It's okay. Sorry, I know I don't have to because, there's no music in the game anyway. But I feel like it doesn't fit well. Maybe it's just me, though. Wonder if Bandit Homing Attacks and breaking is part of Sonic's files, or the Bandit's files, or sound? Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Okay, let's see what happens, by the way. Wait, do you hear something? I didn't see anything happen there. But I could have sworn... I think it was just me. I'm gonna do that one more time, because I don't know. I feel like I heard something that wasn't supposed to be there, but I think I'm just listening too carefully, you know? But let's see. A very quiet sound. You don't know what it was, but yeah, I thought I heard that too. Yeah, same. Oh, okay. So it wasn't just me. Okay, cool. So I think it definitely did play a sound then, but I don't know what sound. I guess it would be the brake sound, yeah. But interesting. Okay. So let's copy paste some things for some others. Okay, so so it's interesting. Okay, so like for break our turn, they do 2 of whatever those unknown 1, 0 things are first, and then they do 2 unknown 3. Unknown 1 works up to 3. So these are the footstep sounds. These 2 here. This is playing 2 different footstep sounds. All right. But then this is something else. Same. Okay, cool. So it wasn't just me. Cool. So there definitely was something that played there then, I guess. But it's really hard to make out what that was. Okay, probably be more helpful to do this with stand. Because then we could hear it better without the whooshing sound over everything that is terrible and shouldn't be in the game. Anyway. Here it is. Oh, it has no things. We can hack it in. Wait, no, well, we can, but that's gonna be a nightmare. Frick. Okay. If you can't determine the sound effect when changing the code, can't you replace the existing sounds with modded sounds you can clearly hear and recognize? So that's when you change the code, you know for sure. Yeah, I can, but there's I don't know where it's pulling the sounds from. And there's like a lot of sounds, right? So I'd have to like replace a bunch to do that. But yeah, you can do that. That can help sometimes, like replacing something with something else so you can see it more easily. I did that with like Sonic's texture though. I like replaced it with something else so that I could tell that the pack file was loading, for example. No, that's a good idea though. Okay, so really it's like the easy hex edits that I can test within a reasonable amount of time right now are the ones that where I just edit something else that's already there. Yeah. So like auto running, I can like mess with the things that are already here, but I can't like add a thing, which is a shame. So what I ultimately would like to be able to do is, obviously this tool already spits out an XML. I need to be able to then like do this, you know, whatever, and write my own, right? And then basically take this XML that I've just edited, right, and drag it back onto the tool and get an anim file. And that sounds like it'd be really simple. It's like, well, you got it to go one way, just go the other. But actually going the other way is tough, because there's a lot to consider, and you have to get everything right. The big thing right now is these entries right here. We don't know anything about those yet because I've been putting them off since they look like a nightmare. But yeah, so I don't know where to go next from here. Because there's not much time and there's left before I should probably go to bed. It's a bit late already, and there's several things still that I'd like to do. So I didn't get to work on the randomizer, obviously. I want to put Tails stuff in, and it seems like I can't properly do that until I mean, I can hex edit it manually, but that's kind of a pain. Yeah. But I guess I can do that. Okay. So we're gonna hex edit in just the flying animation at least, and maybe go from there. I don't know. Just from what we know. D-loss word? Oh, so it's a weird naming convention. I'm basically doing a type of loading for these files. It's called direct memory loading. And it's a little unconventional, but the idea is that you just grab the entire file and you just throw it into memory, and then you can just use it, right? And it's what the actual Sonic games do because it's really fast. No pun intended, but yeah. So I prefix these structs here with uppercase D. It's short for direct, right? So it's supposed to say, hey, this struct is meant to be used for direct memory loading. Probably don't use it yourself unless you know what you're doing, right? That's kind of what it's meant for. So what you're really supposed to do is you're supposed to call a function like this or whatever, right? And then the function is gonna use all of the D structs and it's gonna take care of everything else for you. But yeah, that's what that means. Have I played Sonic RPG? I've not. Do you mean the fan game, or do you mean the Sonic RPG as in Sonic Chronicles, The Dark Brotherhood? I'm not sure. Sorry. Oh, so this is definitely like blend type, but I don't actually know what the different values are for that, so we're just gonna put that there just so I don't forget. What's a fan game? Okay. I've not played. That sounds cool, though. Alright, so the toughest thing about saving this is something really stupid that I really need to make. I need to improve with Hedgela because this is a major pain right now, and it really doesn't have to be. But my gosh. Well, I don't know. I guess it's not a major pain, but it's just kind of... So basically, so you got these direct structs, right? And that's all well and good, but say you want to, like... make one, right? So when you're loading a file, you just load up the data and then you just use these structs and it works. But when you want to save a file, this is a nightmare because of how memory management stuff works in C++ and all that. So say you want to make one of these yourself. So you're like, okay, I need to make a DLS random script, right? Great. So you try to make one of those. Say you're writing out, say you've got some code somewhere that's going to make one. So you're just like DLS world anim script, all right? And then you're like, okay, great, I'm going to set the signature up, and I need to set it to be this, right? And you're like, that'll just work just fine. And well, actually, in this case, it did, but that's not going to work properly because this is a 32-bit relative pointer. It's meant to point to something that's close to where that pointer is located in memory. Here you're not. This isn't necessarily close in memory. In fact, it can be quite far because of how virtual address stuff works. So this is gonna be one of those things that might work one time when you run it, but most of the time will crash. It's a very weird and bad bug. So this is not how you want to do this. So to actually do this properly and like make one of those is like a nightmare. So what you want to do instead to make it easier for people to actually do is you want to make like a class, something like anim script, and then you want to just make it generic, so it's not specific to one game. It's just like every game that has an anim script feature in it, so like Colors, Lost Order, and Forces, we know of so far at least, right? They can all be serialized to and from this anim script class, alright? So that's how I did it in C# kind of. And that worked well, but then the issue here is sometimes it's really difficult to figure out what to put in this freaking class. So, like, gosh. So I don't need the signature of the version, that's format specific, so that'll be handled when I save. I do need containers, and yeah, I think this is the count of these. No, it's not, because there's only ever one of these pointers, and then there's an offset. Well, maybe it's an array of offsets. Was there an array of arrays? I don't really. It could be. It could be. Apparently, I didn't write that anywhere, and I should have. Well, okay. So we're gonna have like anim container. We're just gonna make a very basic thing here. So an anim script is gonna be like I don't know. Let's make it like a struct, actually. Because I'm lazy. Let's just get this thing working and then we can make it good later. So, containers. And then the containers are gonna have... So we're just gonna make this basically the same as... that's what the game did. Okay, so the elementary is gonna be, it's gonna have a name. Okay, it's gonna have, we never did figure out what these were, did we? Yeah, they're always like 0, 0, oh. Is that a float? Let's find out what that is. That's a float. Okay, that's a float for some reason. It could be like start and end frame? No, because that's speed. I don't know what it is. Well, that's weird. Okay, so we gotta figure that out. And yeah, this is definitely animation speed. I want to change that too. So let's say, for now anyway, let's actually move this up there so that we can type this more easily. Let's, I'm gonna try to get something working really fast. I'm gonna try to put that fly animation in, and then I'm gonna stop. So I'm gonna try to not spend too long on this, so it won't be that great, but here we go. File name. I don't know what those on 1 and on 2 are. I'm gonna leave them out for now. Same with on 5, I don't know what it is. We're gonna have a vector of transitions. And also these things, but we'll figure those out in a bit. So should probably make these structs because then they'll be public by default. We can change it later anyway, but I'm gonna... Alright, so anim transition, it's gonna have the same properties pretty much. We're gonna say transition time, and then we're actually gonna say state name, and if this is empty or null, then we're going to write set this to false, so we don't need to have that because we can just check this. And then blend type, we want to have that too. Anim blend type. And we'll just put that up here. Just say no blending, and then like smooth blending, and then like bootleg. I don't know. We can add more later. Okay. So we're gonna put these in its own header. It just makes sense. Say include hedgelib animations, and then anim script.h. I'll load that up. What else? I'm gonna do that. Okay, and well, no, we don't actually need that last one. I'll get rid of that, but anyway, that should be everything. Alright, so that should at least give us enough of a start to where we can serialize most of the file, not all of it. So we won't be able to just save edits to Player Sonic and then load them up, because there's going to be bits of data that are missing currently because I haven't put it all in yet. But we'll be able to get it. It'll be a good enough start to where we can at least get some stuff for Tails. So we're gonna do that tonight, and then I'm gonna probably stop. So let's get to that. So we're gonna say anim script, I guess. Yeah, import lost rule anim script XML. Okay. Let's make that be the file path, I guess. All right, and we're gonna include this one. Okay, so let's go. Alrighty, so this is gonna be a bit of a pain to figure out. Bear with me. I think it's like, oh gosh, I'm gonna look at the documentation again. Doc.load file. Oh, that's easy. Yeah, and it also supports Unicode, like UTF-16, which is so nice. I'm so glad that whoever wrote this library thought of that. You know, some my kind of pandemonium. Those looks probably not right. It's close enough. The song, yeah, I love this song. Okay, so you just say child, and then you say the name, and then you get the children. Attribute them .as. Okay, wow, wonderful. So that's actually pretty simple then. Cool. Okay, so we're not gonna check these out because we're lazy. So first things first, we want to just go through it and figure things out. So we're gonna say doc.root. Well, no, I guess first child? Okay, and that should return the node, yeah, so this is gonna be, it's gonna be the root node. Okay, so then we want to get the containers node. Containers. We're not going to do any mel checking right now either because I want to sleep. But we will later. Hopefully. Okay, so containers. So we're gonna get that. Containers node dot children begin dot end. Okay, but there's no size. That's fine. So we can say for auto container node in this. So this is like a for each loop if you've done C#. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with my voice. Root node dot no. We're gonna generate a anim script here. So anim script dot containers dot pushback. I guess we probably want to place it back actually. Now we want to just push back. It's fine. So we're gonna push back a container, and it's gonna be no, you know what? Yes, we do. Sorry, I can't make up my freaking mind. For each one of these containers, we're gonna push back one of these, and that's gonna be our container. Okay, so now we have a container in there. This is from Ori. That sounds cool. Hey Beats, how you doing? That was November. Oh, cool. I haven't seen it yet. I'm sorry. But yeah, how you doing? I'm trying to figure out the anim format. I've almost got it. Right now, I'm trying to get to like import changes, so I don't have to keep hex editing stuff. But right. So container. Where was I? Yeah, there's always only one, so I don't even know why they bother having this be an array. But anyway, so container. Okay, so for each container, we're then going to go through and find each anim entry. And we're going to find the anim entry. Okay, so I don't know. Again, I haven't figured out all this crap yet. But, okay, container dot... Did I misspell it? I didn't. It's just saying there's nothing available. Oh, it's because I made this a class. Okay. But anyway, container node dot child anim entries. Anim entries node. That. What's wrong with this? Well, that shouldn't be a problem if you would... What? It's being so dumb. Alright, well, it'll fix its own mistake in a bit, I think. Yeah, it's just pretend it's being dumb, ignore it. Sorry about that. Okay, so anim entry, so then each one of these. For auto anim entry node in anim entries node? Dot, oh, we can do that too, I think. Evidently we can do that too, that's awesome, but I'm gonna say dot children because I think it makes more sense to me, but... Oh, wow. Well, it looks like we don't have to do that at all, I think we can just do this. So never mind then. It literally is the same thing. Okay, never freaking mind, that's fine. Okay, so anim entry node for each one of these. See how much manuals, like how much crap you gotta write out manually. It's so annoying. I need to like make this better because this is ridiculous. So for each one of these, we're gonna make an anim entry. So we're gonna say container.animentries.placeback. Okay, and that'll give us that. So now we have the name, and we're gonna get all this stuff. So we're just gonna say anim entry node dot attribute name dot to as string. But yeah, that should actually be just fine. Yeah, that's beautiful. Okay, that works really well. So because that'll allocate it and take care of everything for us. So okay, so then we say file name equals file name as string. Okay, and we're just gonna do that for each one of these. Again, there should be a way to like automatically do this. I'm sure there's a way if I like think about something, if I think of something that works, like, but I haven't yet. So anyway, we haven't changed the name of that yet apparently to speed. Oh, which I need to do anyway. It looks like. So let's do that. Ooh, love this song. As float. There we go. Transitions. Okay. So now, so we're gonna ignore the other stuff for now. So for the actual transitions, we're then gonna go and find that node, and we're gonna go through each one of those. So. Anim entry node. Child transitions, and apparently I capitalized it because it's an element, yeah, so for auto transition node in transitions node, oh geez. Okay, and then for each one of those, I'm gonna make one of these. Transition time, blend type, and state name. Okay, so anim entry dot transitions dot placeback. I mean, it's like the same code over and over again. It's just really tedious, right? Okay. Transition time. We'll do that first. So transition time is transition node dot attribute. It's just called transition time. as float. Okay. Transition dot state name I think was the next one. Oh, it was blend type. Okay, anim blend type, and then here we go. Well, I said unknown 2, but I think I changed the name later. Because we definitely found out that was the blend type. I think I changed it to blend type. I did, right? Yeah, I did. Blend type. So, we're gonna do that. Blend type. Sorry, this is really boring. I've almost got this part done. As uint. Yeah. And then we cast it to the blend type. Okay, so that's good. And then, state name. I think I just called it name. No, I called it state name. As string. I think I could actually, I could probably make the XML look a little cleaner by having, I don't know. Nah, I guess not, it's fine. I was thinking I could just make it so state name was, part of, so like, you don't need the is stateful. You just print state name, and if that's blank, then it's default. But, whatever. It's not worth it. So we just want to get something working fast, so let's go do that. So state name s string, that should hopefully be fine if I didn't miss anything, and that should be basically everything there. So there's a lot to do's here, obviously, but that's for stuff that we'll parse later. That shouldn't be a big deal right now. So right here we should be able to just say return anim script, and that we should get that back now. Okay. So let's make sure that works first, and then it doesn't mean to scare you, but there's 25 plus memes. Oh boy. Yeah, so we're probably gonna end up showing most of them tomorrow. But thanks for the heads up. Try to show a few tonight. Let me test this first. How easy you can tell the song is from Shuffle? Yeah, because it's like weird. Okay, so before we, so first off, we're gonna, actually we're gonna export it again. I love this song too, by the way. This song is awesome. So first we're gonna run this again with the exact same code as before. And the intent there is just to get a new XML file. That has the new names for stuff. So then we're gonna run the new code to try to import it. And we're gonna put a breakpoint there. And we're gonna run this, and it's probably gonna crash, because I probably did this thing wrong. Let's see. Oh, it seems like it worked. Okay, that was freaking fast. If it did. Oh. Wow, hey, look at that! Dude, freaking, wow, okay, so I picked this, XML serializer because from what I had seen on, online, it looked like it was really easy to use, and also it was really freaking fast. And apparently it is, because that parsed that entire thing that quickly. Good grief. It even, like, allocated all of the, like, everything. Goodness. It like resized the vector that many times. I could have made that more optimal if I wanted to. Goodness. All right, that's wonderful. So that'll work really well with like the big. That'll help a lot with the big set data files in Unleashed and Generations, which are in XML for some dumb reason. That's cool. Okay. So, so let me make sure, because there might have been one part I forgot, well, that it got wrong or something, so let's just, let me absolutely make sure. So it should be like run, I'm gonna scroll down a ways here, run, not quite, almost there, run. Hey, it got him. Smooth blending and whatever 6 is, we haven't figured that out yet. Smooth blending probably isn't even a great name, but anyway. Alright, wonderful. That's really nice. So, and yeah, it's got the state names. It didn't crash with that. Marvelous. Alrighty, so, so sadly, there's still one more thing we gotta do before, like another piece of code we have to write. And actually, sadly, this one is the one that I'm kind of dreading. It shouldn't be that bad, but it just might take some time, and I don't want it to. I hope it doesn't. So what we have to do is, now that we have it parsing to a generic anim script class, we now have to make it actually save it. So we're gonna say like save Lost World anim script, and it's gonna be like anim scripts. I'm gonna take a reference to it, and then we're gonna say where we're gonna save it at. Okay, and now we're gonna write that function. So that's the part that's gonna be a pain. Hopefully, it won't take too long. And then this is the last thing we should have to do before the Tails stuff will work. So let's go. We're gonna start with we're gonna look at a really simple one and try to replicate that. So all this bin A stuff should be easy because we already have the bin A stuff done for us. So just bin A, oh, what is it? D bin A start. Oh yeah, I didn't include it there because I'll include it here. Okay. So bin A start right v2 data node. Oh yeah. So we're gonna start writing the bin A file. Oh yeah. Well, we can pull this out to another function if we need to later. Is that an okay? Oh, okay. Why is this a spoopy version? It's not that spoopy, but it's a little spoopy. Gotta admit. I am adequately spooped. Right, binary. Okay. So then, pass in the file. It's not big endian, but we should probably have a thing to control that at some point, and no, we're not doing that. Okay. So, we're gonna start writing the bin A file, and then we're also going to, oh no, geez. Somehow I accidentally cleaned. I don't even know how the frick I did that. But anyway, we're gonna keep going as if nothing happened, because it should be fine. We're gonna start writing the data node. So that's spooky. This is when you stop. This is when you stop moving. It's spoopy to me. Anyway, that's gonna write the data node. So then, just like that, we've already written the first hex 40 bytes. So now, you can see how Hedgehog makes that easier. Cause goodness. So now we're gonna have to write this data, and then Hedgehog will take care of writing all this for us as well. So all we have to write is this part, but that's, you know, the majority of the files. So fun times. So let's go. First thing we need to do is we need to account for their stupidity. So it's like add, what is it? String table. You become petrified upon finishing your morning walk? Yes. You are spooky, Radfordhound. Oh, thank you. I try. Because I forget this every time. Is it like add string, fix string, whatever, write string? It's nothing like that. Bin A add. It's nothing like that. So you have to manually, yeah. Okay. So you gotta put this in the string table. It's just the string and then the outer position and the length. Oh. Okay, so yeah, I remember now. Okay, so Anim, I'm literally the least scary person you ever met. I'll take that as a compliment. Is this relative? I don't remember. I don't think it is. I think we need to be like... Well, I don't remember. Let me go see something. So when I say string table... Okay, data. It's just gonna write... when does it even use that? Oh, here. Opposite position. And when it does that, it's relative to the origin. So it's relative, okay. So it's 0. So then it's version 1.02. See what they did with this freaking crap, by the way? Oh my gosh. Alright, so then I don't think Rat would even come off as writing to a rat. Oh, maybe that's his persona. A rat? Yeah, dude. Anim containers. Is that what I want? No. No, it's like, I don't know, whatever. It's gonna lowercase that. No, it just gets louder and louder. The Civic version, it just continues to, you know, get louder. It'd be great, I'd love it if it did that. Okay, so the anim containers count. No. And then anim script dot containers dot size. And then the offsets are fine because we'll write those later. Unknown count one we need to set to. Okay, so then we're gonna write the anim script to the file and then fix the strings. So write anim script header, fix anim script header. Okay, and then okay, here we go. File.fix offset 32. So the offset position should be hex C, and the value should be this. So, you know, but who knows? This should be relative to the origin, right? So, but whatever. So then off table. Apparently I forgot to make that too. I mean, it worked out for now. He confirmed it, guys. It's confirmed. I'm now dropping into a rat with glasses programming. Oh my gosh. What have I done? What have I gotten myself into? I think it was unknown 1. I mean, I think, yeah, the game shouldn't care what it's set to, because the count doesn't... Yeah, so this should be fine. Fix unknown 1. That's it. Okay. Alright, so now we're gonna write the containers. Write anim containers. So, for... that, right? We're gonna, for each one of these, we're gonna write a thing. So here's what the anim container looks like. Stop by just in time for the first stuff. Hey, hey man, how you doing? There's no better time than the furry time, as they say. Everyone says that. B container. We're gonna set that to okay, so we're gonna set yeah, I think we can actually get away with just saying so this code could be a lot cleaner than it is. That's the thing, it's like a lot of it's really messy. I don't like that. Like for no good reason, anyway. Alright. I hope things are going well. We'll set that count later. Alright, and then this is where the anim entries are gonna happen at. So write anim entries. And before we do that though, we want to fix anim container offset. So wait, is that right? No, we already fixed it up here. Yeah, that's like the... That's like, yeah, okay, so that we don't need to do that, that's fine. Alright, so then write anim entry, so then here, bunch of code is depressing messy as well, can I have such consistency? The same, and also just... I don't know. I guess I worry too much about performance and crap, right? Yeah, I'm trying to get better with that. Alright, so here we have write anim entries. What happened to you now when it takes too long or whatever you do? I mean, I don't care, I'm just joking. I know, believe it or not, I'm still trying to do that. Yeah, like I said when I went into this, it's something that's gonna take a while, but I'm trying not to, you know, get too in depth on it. But it just is naturally slow, so I've almost gotten it. But goodness, so write anim entries. So so we're gonna do that. So my head just totally shut off. Give me a second. Frick, what are we doing? We're writing the animation entries, and in order to do that, oh yeah, so we already wrote this crap. Well, not yet, but okay. So file.write the container. Okay. So then here we're gonna write the anim entries. So actually, we need to write all the containers first, and then the entries, I think. Yeah. That's how this is gonna work. So write anim entries. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do that. No, hang on. All right. And that's going to be initially set to X14, which is fine because the offset should make it so it's always the same. And we're going to say fix anim entries offset, so file.fix offset 32, offset position, file.tell, no, stop it, Visual Studio. That's a table. Someone's trying to knock on the door and they're doing a very bad job, as you can hear. I'm just kidding. Check your mail! We have coupons! They brought the whole marching band. What are they doing out there? It's 1:30 in the... I'm sorry, I think it's funny. Alright, okay, so right here, we're gonna write the anim entries. It's a song you forgot? Oh yeah! As you do sometimes. This is the song that plays when you, when you watch hentai, I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. I'm also just singing very well with the marching band. Yeah, well maybe they're all 6 feet apart. Maybe it would help. Maybe it would help with the acoustics actually. Oh well, they're gone now. Dang it! Oh, I thought they were just gonna have one last. But no, they're still there. So stupid. I love it. That kind of looks bad. I kind of misread this. Gotta be honest. No, I will not. I will not check the mail. I will not. I don't know, whatever. I don't know what they want. Oh, they're gonna use bad MIDI now. I see how it is. My goodness. Oh, okay. That was beautiful. Dang on it! Yeah, thank you for being funny. Oh, thank you for saying that. Frick. Oh, they're leaving now. They're walking away. They're gonna terrorize the other neighbors. Oh boy. My goodness. Well, alrighty. My goodness. Alright, we hopefully already, Ah, frick! Thank you so much, Taz. I thought you said furry for a second instead of funny. I misread it. And, I wasn't even upset. I was just like, okay. I guess if that's how people see me. But thank you. Once again, I really appreciate it. Alright, so I think I'm just gonna actually say to do at the end of all these because I should know what that means. It's obvious. Unknown 7 is gonna be that one there. So we're just gonna hard code a lot of this right now. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so this is the part that's really fun. Alright, so, Oh my gosh, what is happening? It's so mystical. Oh. There we go. I forgot to do that. things count. And actually, for now, we're gonna set it to 0, and we're gonna say to do. Later, we're gonna change that, obviously. So, okay. There we go. And then Pokepark 2. I love Pokepark 2. Wonders Beyond. It's Wonder World from Sonic Lost World. Wow, that's not like a major nightmare to say or anything. See, all of this code is like very manual, so I feel like we could like automate this. What is an anim thing? I don't know yet. That's why it's called a thing, right? I'm gonna when I figure it out, I'm gonna change the name, but it seems to control. So it seems to control sound effects or something. So it seems like what it is you have a keyframe index, and then at that keyframe, a certain sound effect or something will play, right? And these numbers seem to specify which sound it's going to play, but I don't know where the game pulls that from, because normally in like ACBs you have cues, and the cues have names. Stop talking about mute your mic, please. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And see, it all makes sense. Sorry. Alright, the Pokemon version of Null Space, is that what it is? We did it, we got rad. By the way, when I looked that up, I'm glad I looked up Woody on a second monitor. Let me just say that. Oh no. Because that, for some reason, brings up not just Woody the Cowboy, but also... I can't even explain what it is. If you're interested... Google Woody, I guess. It's not good. It's not great. Anyway, could be used to spawn visual effect via keyframes as well? I don't know. That's a good question. I was wondering that. So I was looking at the XML. I was looking at whenever the things are used. So this is an XML that I printed out from the data. So it's used in the auto running, and it's used here. So these are the footstep sounds, and I confirmed it because when I disabled the things array by setting the count to 0, the footstep sound stopped. But when I set these both to 0, they didn't stop. So it seems like 0 and 1 are both different footstep sound indices, like Q indices, whatever, something like that. So, or whatever, I don't know. This is set to 3 whenever it's related to footstep sounds, which is interesting. But it's set to something else when it's not. So there's a few cases like that. It's usually footstep sounds that they use it for, but they also, here we go, like this is set to 0. And in the case of like braking, no, stop. Well, okay, I can't seem to find a good one. Well, here's one. It's not that great, but like, there was one of them that, okay, well, break L end, whatever. So it plays something at keyframe 10. I don't know what that is. It seemed like it was a sound effect when I played it, but it was like really quiet and we couldn't quite make out what it was or something. Because when I said, am I crazy or did I hear a sound? People were like, I heard it too. And I tried it again and I still couldn't like hear what it was at all. It was like way too quiet, but there was definitely like something I think that played. So it might just be sound effects. It might be something, I don't know. Could be hard-coded certain events via index. It could be. And it would make sense for Sonic Team, though I do question why they would go to the extent of setting up this system where they can queue up sound effects at certain times if they were just going to hard-code the sound effects anyway. And you know what I mean? Like, so I wonder if it's pulling it from... I wonder if one of these is just like an ACB, one of these values is like an ACB index or something like that, and that's a hard-coded list, I guess, right? And then the other values would be like the Q index, like just based on the order they come in the file, or I don't know. I'm just guessing. It's probably hard-coded, but we can play with it more in a bit. But I need to make something to be able to actually, you know, generate an anim file from an XML, right? So that's what I'm working on. It's taking a while because I need to make my code better. Goodness. But anyway, okay, so string table dot in place back. So right here we're gonna, I keep forgetting to do this too. We're gonna write this, and then we're gonna say after we're done, by the way. Yeah, this is actually accurate. That's fine. Okay, so then here, I should be able to say, okay, so we'll do this. Entry position, we'll say that. And then here we'll say, hey, entry position, okay, so the string itself comes first. So the string is so wait, we can't do that because that's actually relative now, and that's not gonna add boy. I think? No, wait, maybe it wasn't relative the whole time. Like, I don't freaking know. I don't remember my own code. This isn't relative, because this does, like, the stuff with the offset. Bum, 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 bum. But when you, like, call this, and you look at how this works, it's going to say fix offset position, and then that is not relative. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was. Okay, so when we place back to the string table, we need to, get, data node position, I don't know. Whatever, something that. Offset position. Actually, that's not. We can just put that down here somewhere. Okay, and then. Alright, so that's what we'll do there. We can make it better and actually make it decisive. Yeah, that should be the right size, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, cool. Alright. Oh, what's going on? What a wonderful time today. For time to, I think it was so we can learn to walk and play, but maybe I'm wrong. And get along with each other. Got to listen to your heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, get together and make things better by working together. Mix that with Starlight Carnival. It'd be the sickest beat of 2020. With some beautiful fan art of a rat and maybe, oh my goodness. I'll have to, I'll make sure I show some of the newer ones. I'll show that tonight. I'm sorry. I know I'm taking forever. Let me go into turbo mode. All right, like the movie with the snail. This is what you all wanted. Okay, anim entry dot, name. Gotcha. Alright. And then, right, we're gonna say, file name. Okay. And then, there's another offset that has to be fixed. It's this one, fixed offset 32, we're gonna say anim entry position plus hex 28, and then the value is gonna be frick. Well, we don't actually have that one there yet, but it's after we write all of these, so we'll fix that one later. Okay. And then after that's all done, alright, I think that should be good. So then, well, for that part, okay, so then after I write all the animation entries, so in this case there's 5 in the file. Look at how much we've just written just because of that. As soon as we get to this part down here, by the way, so this is all that we have left to write. As soon as we get down there, the rest of it will be handled by HitJump automatically, so we're almost done. So I'm gonna really focus here, and then I'm gonna, I'll read the chat later. I want to try to like do this fast for you guys, so I don't take too long. Hopefully. Wait, is this another one? Yeah, that was another one. So I think so. We're down. Yeah, we're down to here. I think so. Wait. Hex 104. Yeah. I somehow miscounted before, but anyway, we're actually down to here, so all we have left is this part, at least for Tails. So that should be enough for Tails, so that should be good. So here we go. Right. Well, I guess we could put it here too. No, we can't. Sorry, we have to write all this first. Okay, so after all this, then we can say write. What are we writing now? The transitions. We're writing the transitions. Okay, so write transitions. And for this, we're just going to go through each one of these. Okay. Scary value. I just love that it's called that. It's like STD vector anim container scary value. It is scary. Microsoft agrees. Okay, so what I want to do here is first of all, how are we gonna do this? Doggone it. So we gotta get the position for the offset. So offset position equals oh boy. We were incrementing this the whole time, which is a bad idea actually. So okay, so we're gonna actually say long containers offset. Yeah. No, just containers offset equals offset position plus the size, and then offset position plus equals no, it's just gonna equal containers offset. So okay, so now we can mess with offset position. That's fine. So then containers. Okay, so our scary value is 0. I don't know what that means, but I feel offended. Alright, so now we're up here. So we need to get down there again, so we need to figure out how to do that. So, yeah, just for each one of these, just say, jeez. No, just do this. Containers offset, plus, right? The size of a anim entry times the amount of anim entries that we have. Okay, and cast that to long as well, because if we don't, then the compiler's gonna be mad at us. That should work if I'm not dumb. So, well, bad luck for you then, rat. I'm just kidding. So, wait, no, it's wait, this won't work. Sorry. Okay, so first off, you have to say size of this times the number of containers that there are, so anim script.containers.size. Okay. So once you've gotten that, so you've gotten all that worked out, you're not gonna have, it's gonna be like hex, it's gonna be like 14 plus, well, 40 obviously, plus, let's say in this case it's 1. The size of this is 16, so it's that. Okay, so you're gonna be at hex 64. So you're gonna be there. Okay. So now where you want to be is anim entries position? Something like that. This is weird actually, because I could just get that down there too. Whatever. This is fine, who cares? So when we have the anim entries position, we're gonna say that plus this. So that should then get us... Wait, no, what? Oh, yeah. So this is gonna get us the transition position. That's fun to say. Okay, no, it's not. What we want... jeez. What we want to get is the offset to that one animation. Okay, so we need to say this times... whatever index we need. So size of this times... This is terrible. Like, goodness. I'm sorry, guys. So, okay, we're gonna say, offset position. See, this kind of crap is what I need to work on, because this is like a nightmare to write. So this plus equals the size of the anim entry after we're done with... No, but we have to do it now. Oh my gosh. No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay, so that's what we want. Yeah, so, okay, sorry. I got really tripped up there. So, alright, transition. So this is going to be offset position plus hex 28, I think. This is definitely going to be error prone because, my gosh. But that should work if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So, that's that value. So then to write that, all we need to do then is say, now that we have that crap, file.fixOffset. There's a position and the value is going to be at, and we actually don't even need to do that. We can just do that up here, actually. We can say file.tell. It's a messy pointer arithmetic. You just gotten used to it. Yeah, a lot of programming work is like that. There's definitely ways you can clean all of this crap up, but like, then you know, sacrifice other things all the times, and it's just kind of like, it's not fun, this part. I need to find a way to make this better because this is terrible. Like maybe reflection or something, honestly, could make this a lot better. I don't know. It depends how. I need to think of another way to do this because this is a nightmare, but the issue is that there's so many formats that do things differently, and I need to account for all that crap, and it's like that. Okay, so now we've just written the offset. Thank goodness, that's the hard part. So now we just have to write this. So here's what we have. Okay, so it's gonna equal, ready? We're actually gonna static cast it to a uint32 just to be safe. And literally all it's gonna be is state name empty. So if it's not empty, then this is stateful essentially because it applies that state. Okay, so then d transition blend type, cast that. From now we're just gonna grab that straight from this. Later we want to make this is an enum class, so we want to like convert the values later. But for now, they're always going to be the same for now. So we just want to test something really fast and then do a break and sleep. Because goodness. Okay, so we don't need to static cast that one. Just transition time because that's already a float. Great. And then state name. We'll fix that in a second. So file.write. Okay, and then fix. String table dot in place back. Ah, jeez. And then we're gonna say the name and then the offset of that. So the name is just transition dot state name dot data. I can type. Goodness gracious. Okay, the offset value is, oh boy, here we go. It's actually not that bad. This one's easy. Here we go. Yes, there you go. That's done. And now we can just increment that. That's done. So there you go. If I didn't make a mistake, which is likely, then that's all that there should be to that. So there's also obviously elementary 2s and all that. We're not going to write those right now because I can't be bothered, but for Tails we shouldn't need that. So we're just going to get Tails working and then we're going to do the rest later, so write the rest. Alright, so then bin finish write. The data node position we should have stored up there. Why would we do that though? I think I usually set this to 0x40 and then, or do I actually usually record that? I don't remember. Let's see. Finish right. Yeah, apparently I've just been hard coding that pretty much because that actually that should always work. Since that should be relative still to the apparently it's not. Well, okay then. So let's do it the proper way. So let's say okay, so this I could definitely make better. Good XML dump of all the formats, right? Those include byte offsets and sizes, yeah. Why write this manually? It seems like a lot of this could be procedurally data driven. Yeah, it definitely could. I don't have an XML dump on the formats. This though I don't have that. This format has been like we're cracking this manually. There's no like reflection data that describes this format. So I've been going through it manually and like figuring out what all the what it all means, right? Hence names like anim thing, right? If I do have an XML written out for something like this or something like that, then I can automate it somewhat. Yeah, but the issue is, so for bin files, it's a lot easier to automate, right? Because bin files generally follow a certain structure, and they generally have like a certain order and everything, and so you just basically say, here's the data, here's the types, and it goes, alright, and you can automate that, right? You can make that all work, even with all the offsets and the strings and all that crap. So for that, for sure I can do better. The issue becomes other formats. So there's some formats that Hedgehog supports that are just nightmarish, and don't seem to really... They have a pattern, but it's so hard to describe the pattern in terms of like an XML file or something generic that it's like just I don't know if the trouble of setting up a system to do it automatically for me would actually be worth it for some of those files, because some of them you just have to do manually pretty much, you know. I guess it could help for, I don't know, I definitely am gonna rethink some stuff here, because this is, the fact that I have to write this all out is just dreadful, right? I shouldn't have to do this. So that goes without saying. My problem is just I can't figure out how to solve the problem, I guess, right? I can't figure out how to, like for bin again, it's pretty easy, but for everything, it's like, it becomes challenging to automate it without performance implications that I can speak, and other crap. You should make a mod for your Lost World Tails mod where you replace Tails with Sonic. Yes. Well, I'm already gonna do something like that actually with the tornado, right? I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna put that there in a second. Yeah, I'm already gonna do it with like the tornado actually, because you know how it's flown by Tails. I'm gonna make it so Sonic flies instead. But yeah. So, in this case, I don't need to save file.tel here, because I've just opened the file. Obviously, well, I've just created a file. So, you know, this should be 0. We're just going to overwrite, you know, but I want to move this out to another function later where I want to make it so you can just write this at the end of a file if you want. And I'd like to make it so it's all relative to where you wrote it at. So, for example, you could have an archive and then you could write this at the end of the archive, yeah? And all the offsets and everything would still be valid. I don't know. So, that's why I'm not just hard-coding that at 0. Anyway, that should work if I didn't make an error. And I definitely do. It's tornado, but it's a transformer. Yes. That'd actually be interesting. You remember I said I didn't think Sonic could fly his own plane even though he flies it in the Sonic Mania opening? He does? I never noticed that. What? That's crazy. Well, frick, alright. Again, for clarification, I knew it was Sonic's plane. Right? For anyone who's going, what, Rad? How can you call yourself a Sonic? I knew it was Sonic's plane, alright? I just didn't know he could fly. I don't know why. Somehow I assumed he just got a plane and didn't know how to freaking fly it. And he's like, well, I have this, but I don't know. Can you fly it for me? And Tails is like, alright. I guess I assumed it because why else would Tails be the one who flies it if Sonic owns it, right? I just kind of assumed Sonic didn't know how, so we asked Tails. But, yeah, I guess what actually happened is Tails just stole his plane. With permission, but... Anyway. Oh, right. Yeah, I know what you mean, an Angel Island. Yeah. Whack. Okay, I guess I noticed it, I don't know, subconsciously I never put it together somehow. It's really... I know it's dumb, but anyway. It's kind of funny. Alright, so save lost a random script. Alright, so we're gonna test this out now. Alright, so we're gonna do this, a much simpler one, obviously, for testing. Okay. So, where was my window at? It was somewhere over here. There it is. Alright, oh, no. Okay. Okay. I don't know if that showed up on camera or not. But okay then. Sure, Windows. Well, guess we're gonna have to find our window again. Let's bring some stuff up where it was. I actually like this remix. It's a lot better than the Wall 5 one, my gosh. Oh, we're gonna use the test bed first. And then moving on. We got the strength we need. And we're feeling strong. Alright. Hedge tools. There we go. And we're gonna copy this over. We're gonna run that now. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's just CLib. Because I cleared everything. Hang on. No VS. Let me read that. Okay, you just have to wait for it to finish compiling before you can read the warnings. Okay, now what's going on? I think it's... Okay. Can't open file hedgelib.lib? Well, I don't know why that would be, but something's holding it, I guess. Can't convert from argument from constant STD string to constant char. Oh no, it's just because it couldn't link. I'm sorry, I'm being dumb. I'm tired. I'll stop soon. Can't convert from string to constant char. So it's up here? That's funny because you should be able to. I think there's an implicit operator. I guess maybe not actually. Anyway. Yep, I'm still up. I'm gonna stop soon. Sonic can fly, but Tails, I think, gets shotgun because he maintains it, upgrades it, and I guess eventually flew it more than Sonic one day. This makes him slightly better at flying than Sonic. Sonic can fly, but Nintendo just fine. Okay. That makes sense. Sonic can fly, but Tails is better at it. Gotcha. It's funny, though, because I don't know about that, because, like, he's crashed so many times. Like, in almost every game that has a tornado in it, he crashes. Even in Lost World, when he just flies by in Windy Hill, he's like flying away where it's like, oh jeez, he's gonna burn out. I like to think that Tails actually doesn't know how to fly, but he's convinced Sonic that he does. Well, you know how to fly, right, Tails? Yeah. So it's like the same thing as in a plane, right? Well, no, not really. Okay, well that's great. Sonic doesn't want to fly because he's lazy. I don't know. Sweet, I can buy a plane for 1 billion rings. What a deal! Oh no, what a steal! Cool, I have a plane now. Oh, I don't know how to fly. Exactly, like that's actually kind of what I thought happened. I don't know. You don't know the idea of Sonic buying the plane without thinking if it's his character. Oh, his current character. Like, yeah, I don't know. Somehow that just always made sense to me. It's like, yeah, that's what Sonic would do. He buys the plane because it comes with free chili dogs. Oh yeah, obviously. You know if Sonic generates to some kind of catch or something? You're getting desperate trying to press one of the boost particles? Yes. A catch for what? For like particles or what? Think of it this way, Tails always flies, and that's when getting shot down it just happens to be Tails. Oh, so I was saying it would be him. I see. Okay. It's repeated thousands of times, so all gen spells, and well, I think you got them all, it doesn't appear in game. Oh. Oh, you mean recent file? Oh, to my knowledge, no, sadly. Yeah, I don't know how you'd find it then if it's not any. Huh. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know what to recommend for that. If you've already like replaced all these boost files and it's showing up in game, then I don't honestly know what's going on. That's weird. It's probably the file organization in gens is really weird. I don't get it, to be honest. There's probably another one somewhere that is haven't found yet because they're just scattered all around, right? I don't know what to recommend to find that better. I'm sorry. Just try anything else that might make sense, I guess. So yeah, let's skip that too. Okay, so now we should be able to parse this back the other way. It probably won't work, at least on the first try, because it's me. But let's give it a shot. Okay, so we got a file. It's probably invalid though. So let's see what we got. Oh, it's the. Never mind. It's very close in size, but it's not quite the right size. And we've got some values that just straight up did not get initialized ever, so that's bad. So we gotta fix that. But let's compare it. Let's see what's going on here. So we got the data node. Okay, 178, that should be accurate. It is. Cool, same with the string. Alright, so those two are written correctly. Then we have this, and oh, we never did set that value to zeros. That's bad. I just default initialized it. We need to fix that. This we should have overridden, so I don't know why that happened. So I must have written that somewhere else, which is bad. Oh, I wrote this 24 here, so something is definitely off. So let's see if we can figure that out. So actually, we should just need to well, we'll just tell, because it's easier. Okay, so, those two seem to be in their right position. This says... Oh, this is wrong. I don't know why I thought that would... Oh, geez, so I was overwriting something... That's bad. And then off position plus hex 14. Okay, so that should have fixed that at least. And then, what's going on here? So containers off, so that's opposite position, which should be just the beginning of the data, plus the size of this, so plus x14. So that should be, oh, that's not right though. Yeah, so it wrote it exactly where I told it to, but that wasn't right. Oops. Well, that is the containers offset. Yeah, but what I meant to do was that. Yeah. So that should, those two things alone should fix some stuff. So let's run that again. Oh, I forgot to initialize it again, frick. Okay, well, we'll do that in a second, because there's surely going to be more bugs. Let's pull Tails and him over here so that we can compare without having to drag that tab over every time. Little thing, but it helps. Okay, so that offset's running correctly now, cool. This one's running correctly now. That other value is, so we just have a lot of things that aren't default initialized, it looks like, but okay. So that's the container data. So here's the first container value. So 182, so we're gonna highlight this whole thing. That's correct, and then 1EF, that should also be correct. Yeah, that's valid. Okay. All those things are 0, and that's 1, 0, all that is, oh wait, 128. That should now be down here. And yep, that's accurate too, great. So, this should also be closer to, well, it's still not the right byte size, so something is missing. But apart from that, it seems like, well, it seems like that at least is correct. So let's go through and see if there's some other things that, let's make sure that everything else is correct here. I don't know if I counted for ones that didn't have transitions, but I guess everyone does. There's probably some bugs here that, yeah, I need to fix it. This is bad, but X34. This should be correct too. Yeah, that looks fine. For at least at first glance. 140. That should be correct too. 148 should be. So this is 128. So then 38, 48. So this should be valid. Yeah. Anyway, 1, 2. Sorry, seriously, I'm almost done with this. I know I keep saying that, but I mean it for reals this time. Oh, so the reason it's smaller is I forgot to write those at the end, because I didn't. That's not a. I don't know if that's a big deal. Like, it should work without that. Yeah, it should work without those. For the time being, anyway. We'll add those again. We'll add those later, but. Okay, so we're just gonna fix the default initialization. So this isn't initialized, so we're gonna fix that. We could really fix these all with, like, just doing this. Okay. It was gonna be done soon 2 hours ago, yeah, but it's still gonna be done soon. Alright, so it loaded that from the XML and it put it back. Wonderful. So now if we just add something to, so the game should load that, and I'm gonna show what it looks like. So we're gonna go back to the Tails the mods folder. Okay, so these are the new animations. Well, they wore. Okay, I must have misplaced them or something, so I'm gonna have to get those back. Okay, but so we're just gonna I can't believe I freaking did that. All right, whatever. Or maybe I didn't copy them over to begin with. I don't know. We're gonna delete these real fast, and yeah, delete that too. We're actually gonna get rid of these two. We're gonna copy over again a clean Tails set pack just to make sure that we're really doing something clean here. And before we do anything else, we're gonna boot this up with the multi-character mod. With the intent being, I want to see what's. Well, first off, I forgot what state the mod's in. It's in this state, apparently. Okay, so you'll notice that there's no animations or anything for Tails yet. Anyway, right? He's not. Oh, it still plays Sonic sound effects and everything too. That's fine. I'm actually gonna mute the game again because I think it's a bit annoying that the sounds are playing over the. I don't think the volume mixes well, sir. Alright, so it's doing this, right? But obviously we don't actually, so that's all working fine. But obviously there's nothing here but the actual idle animation, right? And the reason for that is because in the clean Tails pack anyway, yeah, you have this tails.anim file, and it has a, well, I thought anyway it had a loop. Maybe it doesn't. A stand. Yes, it has a stand trigger, which is what the game's looking for, but that's all it has. So it'll just play stand and nothing else. So we can add to this now, but we need to like write our own things. So here's what we're gonna do. So this is where it gets fun, hopefully. Thanks for bearing with me for how long that took. Okay, here we go. So Tails.xml. So we can't actually do the things yet, but we can do transitions, and we can do we can add our own anim entries, and we can change all that. So that's cool. So what we want to do is, we're going to want to put in some animations. So first off, I might have to oh no, I don't have to re-download them. Apparently I was gonna copy them in there and I just never did. No, I did. I don't know how they got deleted. But anyway, they're still here. So whatever, that's cool. So we're gonna copy them. We're gonna put them in a folder here called anim. And we're going to extract them. Get rid of that. We're gonna rename that. Alright, so now, and we're also gonna rename this to, again, what I think Sonic Team would name it. I did this at the beginning of the stream, but I don't know what happened. Anyway, Tails fly loop.anim for this means. Okay. So now we're going to, oh jeez. Gonna go there. I'll go in. Why can you not? Bug Renamer is good, but like sometimes it just refuses to do things for no reason at all. Why is it not going in there? Oh, it doesn't seem to think that's even a folder. Can you not just refresh? Well, this is annoying. Okay, well, I could just ren probably, but let's we'll just restart Bulk Renamer. Because I don't feel like dealing with that right now. Yeah, go in. Go get it. Good job. I'm gonna be extra careful about that. Alright. Yep. Great job. Close that. Alright. So now we've got all these Tails animations. Marvelous. Did you say stand? JoJo references. My goodness. You know what's sad? Rad is 99% more interesting to watch instead of the videos my teachers had me watch for college this semester. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. They were that boring. Thank you though, I appreciate it. Drink every time Rad says he'll be done sooner. Yeah, it's true. Click F5 to refresh files and Control F5 to refresh tree. Oh, thanks. I tried to. I could have sworn I tried F5 because that's like an obvious one, but I guess I didn't. Thanks. I'll remember that. All right, so we're gonna paste in these animations. We're gonna add them in, right? And then we're going to try to add in some entries to the .anim files. So remember the game calls certain things. So we're going to look at player Sonic.xml. We're gonna see some of the things it calls. So for Tails, let's say, okay, dash loop, for example, right? Here we go, dash loop. Okay, that's not the right way. It should be up here. Canon dash loop. Okay, actually, this is weird. It looks like the dash loop animation is used somewhere else, maybe? So I might have to change that. Let's do jog loop. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna copy paste this whole thing from the Sonic one, and then we're gonna mess with it to fit Tails. So we're gonna say, here we go, and we're gonna say Tails jog loop, right? Here we go. And these are the transitions, and we're not writing the things currently, but we'll fix that later. So we're not gonna have the sound effects yet, but we have these. So we can transition in from all these if we want to. We don't actually have those states yet, but we can write that. So let's at least test this. Okay. And we should result in a bigger new.anim. And as long as, now I might have made a mistake with the programming of this. But as long as I didn't, which is very likely, the game shouldn't crash. So let's give it a shot, and if it crashes, you'll know why. It's because I screwed up. Please work. Okay. Hey! So now Tails is running! Fantastic. So yeah, now he's got the jogging animation because we threw that into the anims script. That's excellent. Alright, so he doesn't have the parkour yet because we haven't programmed that yet. But he does jog. So we can add in other things to the script now. You mean a collaboration video? Right, collab with Elon Musk, confirmed. Whoa! Now I'm gonna collab with, how do you pronounce their kid's name? I think wasn't it officially pronounced Kyle or Kevin or something like that? It's pronounced in a way that it absolutely does not look like it's red in the slightest. Tails, Tails! We got Tails. That is the most obscure reference. No one's ever gonna know what that is. If you know what that is, I'm gonna lose my mind. It's like, Tails. We got Tails. No one's gonna know what that is. I'm sorry. Anyway, it said that under actions. I didn't see it. I must be blind. Okay, sorry, my bad. Thank you for noticing that. Because I was looking specifically for that and I didn't see it. How weird. Okay, so, not quite Taz, but yeah, it's really obscure. It's like a random VHS tape from the 90s that was meant for kids. That I don't think most people have even heard of. Imagine if somebody knew what it was from, that I would have lost it. But yeah, it's like, okay, so apparently Gabbyfast also made a jog L loop, which is wonderful. That's so nice of him. I don't think there's a jog R loop, which is actually kind of odd, but I think you can just flip it to the right, so that's no big deal. Anyway, we can put that in a bit. So what I really want to get is the flying animation, yeah. So that's what I really want to do tonight. So let's get started with that. So let's make a totally custom entry. Ready? And an entry. Okay, and as per the other ones, we're gonna have a name. We're gonna call it fly. All right. Maybe fly loop actually would be better. Fly loop. Okay. Unknown 1, we're gonna set to 0. And we're gonna set all these unknown values to 0 because, well, or to whatever they're usually set to. Speed's gonna be 1. We can tweak that later if we need to. Unknown 5 is 0. Unknown 6 is always -1. I don't know why. Unknown 7 is always 1. Okay. Then in here we're gonna put transitions. Transition is stateful. We're gonna say no. Blend type is 1. Transition time equals, we're gonna just say 0.1. This is just the default thing that they always use, and state name is that. So that's like a blank transition. We can also put in other transitions if we want to, manually, which might be nice, but for now we're not gonna do that because we shouldn't need that just to test this. So this is gonna add a fly loop. So when we run this, and we copy over our new file, yeah. I can put that in the build process or something so that I don't have to manually do that every time. But that's fine for now. Anyway, so that should, if we actually look at the hex of this. Somewhere in there, yeah, fly loop, tail fly loop. Look at how beautiful this is. Dude, this is freaking... Alright, we got this. Cool. So, we start the game now. It should just ignore that, and it shouldn't do anything with it, right? Yeah, so it's just gonna pretend that that's not even there. And if we fly, it's just gonna look like this. So it looks kind of garbage, right? But that's because we haven't coded the game. We haven't told the game to... The game has no code that references an animation entry called fly loop, right? We just added this ourselves. We just made a new one. So the game's not going to know how to, it's not going to do anything with that because we haven't told it to yet. So what we want to do now is go over to our DL mod, right? And we're going to tell the game to do that. So how hard will this be? Let's find out. It should actually be a matter of just, yeah, it should be easy. When we first enter the double jump state here, what we want to do is just say, hey, change animation to fly loop. What's wrong with that? Okay, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna run that, and if it works correctly, you should just start flying. It wasn't stop motion, I don't think, but here we go. Yeah, dude! Yeah, dude! That's freaking awesome! Oh my gosh, called me fast. Thank you so much, man. I know he's not here right now, but like, dude, that looks so good! I haven't ever seen it in the game until now. Oh my goodness! Okay, that was totally worth everything. Holy frick! I love it. That looks really good. Dude! And we only have 2 animations and, well, obviously. Poggers. Oh my goodness. Alright, that's awesome. So you can fly Mach Speed too, can't you? I haven't tried it yet. Well, yes I have. Yeah, it works. Oh, dude, that actually looks pretty good. It kind of bugs out with the splines, but it works. Wow. That looks great. Okay, so I still need to tweak the physics of the flying mod. Oh, wait, yo, when I hit the spring, he actually stayed... Uh-oh. Yeah, he's still in his flying set. I need to kind of fix that. Because it looks kind of wrong in some places. When he runs, it just looks kind of interesting. It's not supposed to look like that. So what's happening is whenever the game tries to change animation to an animation that isn't in the... a name that isn't actually in the anim script, the game doesn't crash because they programmed it to check, but it'll just ignore that call, so it won't change anything. So what happens is the game's just going to keep playing the animation that was already there, but at like a different speed or whatever, and it looks really weird and produces some strange results. But if we just add some more stuff to the anim script, that'll fix that. So that's fairly easy to fix. So wonderful. All right, so just like that. So we got a custom anim with a custom thing that's calling. That's excellent. So I am gonna sleep. I swear. Was it an animated kids show? It was. It was. It involved stuffed animals and elephants, and it was CG. And it involved cake. I'm gonna make people more confused with every word. It doesn't reset the fly animation. It has to change. Yeah. You know, it says G8 programming. Yeah, that's actually really cool test, because yeah, that actually legit does apply, like, to this too, which I think is cool. You know, like the running state uses a jog instead, but the flying looks good. Yeah, it's using a jog because I haven't put in all the animations yet. But yeah, I'm gonna put in the other running animations as well. So I don't know if I'm gonna do it all tonight because apparently there's something weird with the way the game handles the dash animation, which is the normal running one, which looks like it's not showing up in my XML output, which is really weird. So I need to figure out what the frick's going on there. But before I do that, we're just gonna get in some other animations tonight. And then I'm gonna do the breaks. So that's all we're gonna do, right? And this is seriously gonna be very fast. So, okay, jog L loop, because we're just gonna be copy pasting stuff from Sonic, and everything's working now, so it should be good. So okay, jog L loop. So that's not actually in Sonic's data, which is quite fascinating. So I think there must be a thing somewhere that like defines how that works, because it's in Sonic's data somewhere. Yeah, it's just not showing up here for some reason. Okay, so there's a lot of... So Dash does that too. So there's some animations that... So it said Animentries and then also Animentries 2. And we haven't been putting the Animentries 2 yet. So these must be part of Animentries 2. Right. So I have to crack that crap. But before we do that... okay, ball loop. So when you roll on the ground... when you roll around a Sonic on the ground, he has that weird looking jump ball where he spins and it looks bootleg, right? Gotta be fastest animation like that for Tails too, which is wonderful, but I haven't put that in yet, so here we go. Jump ball. It's Tails' ball loop. Okay. And what else do we want to put in? You know what, let's actually delete them from this folder, because I have them in another folder. Let's delete them from this folder as we add them, so that we can keep track of it like that. So we got the ball loop in. We got the jog loop in, is that right? Yeah, we got the Tails jog loop in, and obviously we got the fly loop in. Thank goodness. So those are all gone. Tails idle loop. Yeah, we already have that in there because that just came with the game. Wait, jump ball was normally Tails idle loop? Oh. Well, we need to override that one. Okay. A GC 90s TV show on VHS. Now that is obscure. Don't know any 3D shows from the 90s. Yeah, it was I kind of want to show you what it was, but you're gonna cringe. Can Can I find it? Okay, hang on. Ah, dang it. I don't think I'm ever... I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Maybe it was... Kids show. Let's see. I found it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Whew. This is really bad looking. Okay, someone made like a awful looking YouTube thumbnail. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean. It's a thumbnail where they took the logo of this show and they threw it on top of a screenshot from this show in a way that looks kind of they didn't crop it out correctly, just white edges all over it, and then they put text on it. It has a blur. So this isn't from the actual show. This is, oh wait, here's the actual case for it. Okay, they released it on DVD later. Whoa, okay, but it was originally on VHS, and it was released in the 90s. This was it. Goodness, and this is a screenshot from the scene I was referring to. Sorry, I know I showed that on the screen for like half a second. Yeah, it's whew. That was a thing from when I was like 6 or so. I don't know. It's obviously Toy Story 2. Yeah. If someone remembered that show, I was gonna lose my mind because I don't think anyone has ever freaking heard of that. But I don't even know how we acquired that. It just showed up in our house one day. No, obviously it didn't. I don't know. I don't know how that was there. The cover looks pretty good. Screenshot, not so much. Yeah. Well, to be fair, it was taken from a television and all that. But yeah, the CG's not great. But for the time, I thought it was actually pretty competent, considering it was like a budget thing. Why did it make you think of Animal Crossing instantly? Maybe it was just Animal Crossing. Who knows? Anyway. I can't believe I found that. Like, on the internet. I'm kind of surprised. Because, it's like, so obscure. Is that what the song's called, Des? Apparently it's called Pounding 2. Okay. Good one. Okay, we're gonna just put in these other the other ones that are easy to put in right now, and then we're gonna stop there. So, ball stand apparently is not showing up in the list of. Oh no, here it is. Wait, why did it not show up when I searched for it then? I said ball stand. It didn't. Oh, it did. I just was blind. Okay. So apparently there were 2 of them that they use that have the same animation. That's funny. And they also have a ball low loop, so we're gonna throw those all in. Wonder what ball low loop is. Like, what the heck is that? Well, anyway, apparently Gotta Be Fast made one. So thanks, man. So that's already in there, so we're gonna take those in there too. Okay, ground loop. Because again, I already put them in the Tails pack. There we go, ground loop. So this is pinball. Okay, these isn't the pinball levels, I guess. I thought on the pinball they just switched to the jump ball, which has like it's a different model, yeah? But I guess not. Okay, so Dash knew, I think that's what he called it, but I don't think that's what it was called originally. I don't remember. What's weird is, if you search for dash loop, you get the cannon dash loop, and you get ring dash loop, and that's it. You don't get the actual dash loop, so it must be referenced somewhere else in the file that I'm not printing yet. Also, I don't think I have the cannon one, sadly, yet, but that's fine. I can actually use the dash, I think, for the auto run. So we're gonna do that. So we're gonna put auto run in. And we're gonna say, but I'm gonna leave the animation there because I haven't technically gotten all of it. So wait, so dash new, I forget what that. So that's a new. What you think new because it's the new improved animation? Yeah, I think so too. But I'm wondering, was that called that in the original files? Yeah, no, Gotta Be Fast just called that because it was the new version. So dash new is the one I'm supposed to use instead of dash loop, I think. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so given that, alright, so that should be that. So we're gonna well, we'll repack that in a moment. We're not done yet. So I'm gonna actually, it doesn't matter, I'm gonna just delete that one, leave these here so I remember to put them in. That's the only reason I'm doing that. Okay, so that's the auto running animation, that's what we're gonna use for that. So the jump animation, so why are there even jump animations? Is it for bouncing, or like, jump D, oh that's falling. Okay, so jump D S loop is actually the falling animation. Okay, wonderful. So we're just gonna copy paste that. Oh, copy paste made so many animations. That's so wonderful. Like, holy frick, man. I seriously feel bad that it took me this long to put them in, but I'm happy I'm finally getting them. All right, let's go. Jump D loop. This is for large fall. Okay. Oh, he made all these different like falling animations, dude. Like, that's freaking awesome. Wow. All right, wonderful. Jump D loop, we got that. Okay, jump E. So these are probably shorter jumps, I would think. I don't even remember what the E stands for. Jump E. Large landing. So this is when you like land on the ground. Okay. And land running. Okay, that's ES. So wait. So let's just get jump E by itself first of all. So we got jump E by itself. Okay, jump ES. Didn't capitalize that right, but it doesn't matter. Alright. Cool. And they reuse this animation twice as well for landing and for land or running, whatever that means. Alright. Almost done. He made a name did that because yeah, thank you. Yeah, I figured that's what he named it. Yeah, they named it like that. I couldn't remember because when I downloaded it, I didn't remember. Anyway, sorry, I don't know how to explain it. The organization kind of confused me a bit, but that makes perfect sense. Okay, so parkour. So PK stands for parkour. FS, I don't remember what that is. It's like something, but obviously it's something. We'll find it. Or not. Oh, sorry. Parkour wall over. So this is when you jump from one wall to another, I think. Oh my gosh, it's so awesome that they made parkour animations, dude. Alright. Wall run loop. Like, I'm actually so happy about the fact that we have all these animations. Like, that's so wonderful. Like, I wouldn't be able to make any of these by myself. If I tried, they look like complete hot garbage. So this is wonderful. Okay, run loop. So that's gonna bring up a lot of results, obviously. Let's just narrow it down to that. Okay, so that's just straight up the run animations. So we're gonna throw that in for sure. And I don't think the things, yeah, those aren't currently being written yet, but that's okay. We'll write them later, and it's good to put them in here now, so we're prepared ahead of time and all that, right? Okay, and run L loop, I would think would be in here as well, but knowing Sonic Team, it's not. Yeah, so it must be in some other day that we're not printing yet, so we got to take care of that later too. Okay, finally, we're almost done. We got walk loop. We go walk. And walk fast. We can grab that while we're at it. Alright. Yeah, that sounds really cool. We can eat both of those. Spring, we just have spring jump, and then the wall run, and that's basically it. So let's do wall run first. Wall run end is what it is. What is it? This is really cool. It's from Rhythm Theory. This is awesome. This mod is trailless, is video worthy now. Thank you. It's almost. I think I need to improve the physics some more first. But animation-wise, definitely, it's going to be once these are all in, I assume. I don't think we can put these in yet. Oh, we can. Okay, great. Apparently, what the frick? They wait, look at how lazy Sonic Team is. Wait, no. Maybe they mirror it. Maybe that's what the mirror is talking about. Aha! This is 5 in this one, and it's 1 there. That could be mirrored. Okay. That's why I'm copy-pasting everything, because there might be some little values like this, right? That are off. So instead of making a L loop and a R loop, they just reuse the L loop. Okay, so they do use the mirror for that. That makes sense, but it didn't seem like they did earlier. Weird. Okay, spring jump. This is the last one we're gonna do tonight. The others seem like they're gonna be a pain with the current limitations of the anim editing. So spring jump loops. This is when you hit a spring, right? I guess maybe just a big spring. I don't know. All right, I'm so excited. Let's go. All right, here's the new file. It's 4 kilobytes, stuffed of good data. Move that in here. Again, we can see how freaking beautiful that is. We wrote all this stuff ourselves, like manually. It's all completely generated from scratch. That's awesome. All right, hopefully it'll work. Let's go. Oh, Nightman. Thanks for stopping by. All right, here we go. By the way. All right, so there we go. So we got the running animation. We have the walking, the running. We have the flying, of course. Wonderful. We have, oh, the jump ball I didn't fix yet. Oh yeah, so the dash animation isn't here yet, so the dash animation is bugging out. So whenever we go full on run mode, it does that, sadly. We can fix that, obviously. Godly Fest already gave me a dash animation, I just haven't put it in yet because of limitations with the anim editing, but we'll fix that. Wall running, dude! Let me go see that again. Oh, that looks so good! Wow, alright, so we got wall running. Let's see how the dash looks with the Mach speed sections. Here we go. Okay, so this should be the dash animation, but it looks like it... Yeah, it's going pretty fast. So I'm probably gonna want to turn down the speed of it a bit, I think, because that's a bit fast. But hey, that's really cool. Also, I don't think the spring jump... Is the spring jump not working or something? Because I don't know... Oh, no, that's working. When I hit a spring, that's working for sure. So maybe spring jump... Yeah, I don't think it's a big spring jump. I think it's just a normal spring jump animation. That's not working. But hey, that one is. So that's great. Alright, so cool. So let's, So again, yeah, whenever I run any glitches out like that, that's an error on my part. I'm gonna fix that. It's not gonna be fast. This is great. So you just like, oh, no, you're good, man. Yeah, this is, I'm really happy about this. So we can climb up things too, and yeah, all right, cool. So let's try some parkour some more. So let's climb up this wall. Straight on. Yeah, dude. So he just walks up it like that, and oh, I love how good those animations look. And yeah, we can run on the. Oh, okay. So that actually bugged out. Wait, that's interesting. Does it do it if I do it on this wall too? No, it doesn't. So I think what happened was, yeah, it's like mirroring the animation incorrectly. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so there's something about the way I'm saving the anim files where, yeah, it's playing the, it's not actually mirroring the animation the way it's supposed to. So that's something I'm doing wrong. Because the actual game apparently has just one animation and it reuses it. Okay, so interesting, but there wasn't cloud jumping, I don't think. So that'll look interesting. It doesn't mirror it at all. Yeah, it's not mirroring it. Yeah, there's no cloud jumping yet, but there is a falling animation. So it's just the game's just defaulting to the falling animation. I mean, it looks. That's honestly a reasonable default, I think. But yeah, oh, I don't think there was a skydiving either. This is totally fine, by the way. I'm just remembering as I'm playing through it. So I think, so I wonder what happened when we skydive. Oh, it's just gonna play the falling animation. Okay, that makes sense. So the jump ball looks kind of interesting, but I mean, to be honest, like, I don't know what else I expected. Like, his tails have to go in somewhere, so that makes sense. Maybe we can blend that more, actually. We can, like, blend it so that it, like, when you go into the ball and when you come out, if we want. And we can change up the way the spin dash stuff works, too. But yeah, when we, like, go into the actual cannon, the ball looks cute. Yeah, I actually like it, honestly. Okay, so I still think his tails are too fast there. A little bit. He did say that I might have to tweak the speed a bit on some of them. But this is really the only one I feel like I need to so far. Alright, so yeah, let's see how parkour looks at the end here. Yeah, the mirroring is not working, but as long as I'm running the right way, it's working fine. And that's my fault, that's not his. So this animation, this result thing is going to be borked, I think. Because I'm not saving a certain bit of information that I need to be. Yeah, result animation is completely borked. I'll have to fix that, but normally he's supposed to spin around and then bow, right? So that's already in place too, I just haven't, basically anything that you see here that looks bad currently isn't, is literally just because I haven't finished putting something in yet. But it's totally doable. So that's amazing. I'm kind of curious, right? What if with the jump ball? Because we have these transitions, yeah? What if I make this more, like, what if I make this a little faster? Oh, sorry, make this take a little longer. So what if I say, like, 2 seconds? Yeah? And then, I think there was something else I was going to try to, but I can't remember what it was. So I think that'll be fine. Oh, I should have gotten rid of this one. Because I already took care of that. Yeah. I really need to, come with a more efficient way to copy this in, but it's not a big deal. Oh, I was gonna mess with the jump ball too, but I don't know if I should tonight. I don't think I will tonight, because I need to stop, but let's, just see how that looks, and then a shot. Headbanging to the excellent Rivals music, oh, always. Oh, okay, wait, so now that's gonna take 2 seconds to come out of that, or is he just stuck in that perpetually? No, okay. So that's interesting. So I changed the transition time, and yet the game puts him into that instantaneously, no matter what. That's fascinating. Maybe it's the wrong one that I changed? Huh. Anyway, I think that's just great. So again, I need to fix the like dashing animation, obviously. But let's see how it looks in 2D. I haven't gotten the kicking working yet. Oh, that looks so good. Like, oh man, I love it. Oh, I don't think bouncing works yet either. Okay, I mean, it looks fine. Yeah, look at this. This is freaking great. So I might have gotten the wrong animation when I changed the transition for the for this, because this is still instant. That or I'm missing something, right? Which is very likely. Oh, what about Wisp? Oh yeah, they have a different model. Oh no, frick, I didn't want to. Oh jeez. Runners vibes. Yeah, it looks a lot like Runners, and I'm not upset about that. It's just making the tails rotate in the ball form, like in the classic games, by the way. You mean have them be like when you jump, have the tails be like I know what you mean basically. I just can't word it. So kind of like like when I jump here, have the tails go back and forth and not just be static. Is that what you mean? Just want to make sure. Because it's so, yeah, I agree. Like, okay, like right here, see how they're like animating there? Like, do that, but while I'm jumping, right? Because it's so, yeah, I definitely plan on doing that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I want to do that. The only, I don't think that would even take long to do tonight. I just feel like I've already overstayed my welcome a bit, so I think I'm gonna do that some other time. But that's really easy to do at this point. I believe, because I should just have to edit the jump ball item. But yeah, I mean, it's looking good. That's really cool. I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, the flying definitely needs some tweaking still. I need to definitely make like the physics. They can work a little better, right? But like, they work pretty well. Considering like how simple of a code edit like that part actually is. Like, I wouldn't think it would work this well actually. Again, ignore the buggy dash animation. That's just because I haven't put something in yet. Oh, whoops. You know you haven't paid much attention, but it's genuinely so great. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I should, oops. I keep accidentally jumping off of that one. I don't know what's wrong with me. When you get tired enough, you forget how to play games. Oh, no, actually, wait, there's something bugged. When I'm hitting A on the wall to, like, go to the right, for some reason it's thinking that, I'm hitting it twice, and it's trying to put him in the fly state, which is bugging things out. Yeah, so it's just dropping me instantly. Uh-oh. Okay, so I have to fix that, because that's, I don't know why the frick that's happening. That's quite a bug. Can we fly up? Can we make it? Oh, somehow we made it. Okay, good. We can run on the walls. And as long as we're running on left wall, it looks good. If we run on the right wall, it doesn't because the mirroring's broken, but we can fix that. Wow, that's wonderful. Alright, so yeah, no ground rose animations yet, which is totally fine. But yeah, I wonder how that'll look, I'm curious. Oh! I don't know what I expected. Oh, now he's spinning. Oh, now he just looks like classic Sonic. Wait a minute! Do you think they use a similar system like this for Generations animations? Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, do you think in Gens it just does that because they didn't give him a grounding animation? Right? But I don't think that's it. It was just a random theory. He's spinning on derail. Whoops. Also, wait, it looks like if you jump off of a rail... Yeah, he just double jumps if you do it off of a grind rail because the grind rail double jump state is actually different from the normal double jump state. I'm only hooking the normal one. So that's why that's happening. Okay, so there's a lot of things I need to fix, but this is coming together, right? We got something here. I know, I'm sorry, right? But like, one more thing, this is really, really, really easy. Here's what I'm gonna do. Speed. Make that like 0.5 maybe? Alright, put that in. And run this. And now the speed of the animation that plays during the Mach speed section should be like that animation should be slower, so it should look more like how you expect. I actually think the jump animation there looks pretty good for a placeholder for that section. You know what? I don't know if it is slower. It looks about the same speed actually. I can't tell, to be honest. It looks like let me turn that down even. Let me make that really small. Really, really tiny, just to make sure that the changes are actually taking effect. Again, I should have it automatically copy this over every time I test it, so I don't have to do that for me. Well, I don't have to do that, you know, every time. But hey, whatever. We're stopping the stream in like a couple minutes. Well, after we do the break. Since we did pour, yeah, I maybe made it not small enough, but you know, I should have it go to Honeycomb Highway, so I can save even more time. But whatever. It's right up here. I do love that because I didn't put the dash animation. He's just like he's just bugging out. Yeah, so that speed value is definitely taking effect. But now it's obviously too slow. Okay, so let's set it to 0.1 maybe. And oh no. That's why I've been copying it first. And then finally, let's test it in Honeycomb Highway. I think it's XB01. I love that it's called XB. Yeah, that's it. Too slow. I think it's too slow now. Okay, but now we can test it a lot faster. Let me, nah, it's not worth it. We'll just do it like this. Again, I wanted I was gonna try to like automate this and try to make it copy over faster, but like the time it'll take me to set that up is gonna be like more than the time it's gonna take for me to just test it. What do you guys think? I think maybe a little faster. You think how it was before was fine? Okay. Yeah, a little faster. Okay, yeah, I agree. Not by too much, but I think that's almost perfect. Let's say like, actually let's say 3.5, and that might be too much, but let's see. I love this remix of Tropical Resort that they use in the credits of James 3DS. And like it actually sounds really good, right? And then you have the classic Sonic Tropical Resort Act 1 remix, quote unquote, which is actually just straight up Tropical Resort 1 copy pasted. You know, I might have made it a bit too fast, but honestly, I think that looks pretty good. When you get to a certain speed, it's hard to honestly tell if it's faster or slower because it's animating so quickly that you know. But like, I think this is well, maybe it's a tiny bit too much. This is good. Okay. Yeah, I think this is honestly fine. That looks perfect in your opinion for max speed. Yeah, this honestly seems fine to me too. I agree. Okay, cool. So this is yeah, remember before it was playing at 1 speed, now it's playing at 0.3 speed. So remember how fast it was before, goodness. But yeah, this looks good. I think that's pretty cool. I like that. So when I use this animation for the normal running, I'm gonna have to slow it down, right? Because this is it's, you know, the default speed's gonna be way too fast. But that's fine because I can just tweak a speed value and it's fixed. So I don't need to do anything other than that. Just type a number. So like that's wonderful. The fact that we have that animating stuff is great. So yeah, look at that. That's freaking good. I like that. You can do so much with this game, like if you really put effort into it at this point, which I think is awesome. So yeah, I know I've said it a million times, and I know he's not even watching, but like, I'll be fast, man. Holy frick. Thank you for making all these animations. I can't imagine how much time it took just to, you know, to make all these. Can I fly over that? I sure can! There's no point to it, it's just fun. I love that, that's fun. Yeah, we need to, obviously I need to like tweak some things still, but that's looking really nice, so I'm really happy to see that. I'm sorry it took me like freaking 8 hours to get that going, but obviously it was going to because I was cracking an entire format and writing code to do all this, you know, and then load it back from that, you know, it was a mess. So I think it was worth it, but hopefully it wasn't boring and all that crap. In any case, thank you for joining me on that journey. With that said, we're going to do a very short break, and then we're going to stop for tonight. So, let's look at some memes. So, first of all, let's look at some new ones. Because I remember number 7 said he made a meme involving a rat or something like that, and also me. So I feel like I have to see that. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're going to show the new ones first, and then I think I'm gonna show the older ones tomorrow. I know that sounds backwards and weird, but I think there'll be some newer ones than this by tomorrow as well. So then we can show those tomorrow then too, right? And I think it'll work out all right. But in any case, for number 7, here we go. Got this. Today, Ra not only admitted that he is in fact a furry, but he confirmed that his persona is a rat. Wait. I completely forgot how to read. Here's some entirely accurate art of his persona with a quote from Rad himself. There's no better time than the furry time. Radfordhound the furry. Oh my goodness, he made a like MS Paint rat with glasses, and he's using a laptop, I think. That's beautiful. Oh my goodness. The glasses really do make it, I have to say. Also, real talk, like, it's MS Paint, and it's supposed to be kind of, like, simplistic and, you know, not very detailed and all that. But, like, the glasses, the eyes, the, like, shape of a tail and stuff, like, frick, dude. It actually, like, It doesn't look bad. I don't know. I'm just kind of impressed because if I tried to draw an MS Paint route, it would look like a potato. But anyway, that's amazing. Here we go from Taz. I need an essay soon. I need a hashtag essay soon. My hashtag essay is due tomorrow, and I haven't written my hashtag essay. If only I could have a hashtag essay written for me. Hashtag help. Oh gosh, that was Bo who sent that tweet. What have you done? I acquired a team of expert hashtag essay writers to make me a super hashtag essay. I think that's because Twitter. I'm not up to date with the memes, but if I were to guess, I guess there's been some spam bots who've been going around where if you say hashtag essay, they've been coming up being like, we can help you with your essay. Oh gosh, why? That's so let's see. So here's some of the replies. Help HMU. I don't know slang. I'm not a zoomer. Can write the essay for you. I cannot DM you. They are closed. Please hurry. I need the essay fast. I have followed you. Tweet me now. DM me now. I have followed you. Oh my gosh, Bo. Top tier screwing around. I freaking love that. Alright, from David. She just felt ignore me. I'm hurt. Let's see. Yeah, that tweet. I cannot DM you. They're closed. DM me now. I have followed you. And then here we go. Oh my goodness. Hello, essay please. Hi, I will help you with essays and assignments. Oh, hit me up. I knew that. I'm sorry. I knew that. I'm a freaking. Just ignore me. Anyway, don't worry. We always do. Awesome. We need lots of essay help. That's nice, Bo. I just need to see the instructions. I got you. Awesome. Give me a second to get them for you. But while I have you here, my friend David needs an essay as well. High quality, non-plagiarized, and instant essays. Oh, that's how English works. You just say that whenever someone says something. I lied. There is no essay, but I'm not lying when I say you should buy Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition on when it releases on May 29th on the Nintendo Switch. Okay, but waiting. Just ignore that. So I need an essay about why May 29th will be the best day of the year. Oh my gosh, and it just keeps going. Creative writing about personal experiences? How many pages? I'll take the number 4. $10 per page. That's $40. When is the deadline? Around 6 hours from now. Can I pay in Nukits? Don't got any bells at the moment. USD. I gave you a PayPal address. I'm not familiar with Nukits. Use dollars. Oh my gosh. So it's just like a, you know. I'm assuming this is just like a bot, right? Or like a person who's just paid to shill to where. It's so they've been so numb to how many times they've done this that they come off like they're a bot. You know what I mean? They just ignore everything that is. But I assume it's a bot, right? Because of the fact that they ignore all of the jokes. Anyway, that's beautiful. It keeps going apparently. Oh my goodness. Look, I haven't been completely honest with you, Emery. I'm $90,000 in debt. I can pay an exposure if you'd like, though, of course. I have a very big TikTok following. I can help pay as well. I have around 700 subscribers on YouTube, and I'm sure you get tons of popularity. I'm glad that you've been honest, but we have barriers. We can't get into a deal if you can't write the fund. Oh yeah, that definitely seems... Okay, that's a person then, I guess. Is exposure not enough for you? My apologies. I could pay for Bo in a few other ways, though. You don't need to do that. Well, if you say so. I didn't want it to have to come to this. Looks like we need plan B. So what's this? A blackmail? I am out here to help. Render a service that Bo and probably you and many more here needs. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. Hey, remember that joint we caused the other day? Huntington, meet me there in an hour. I'll bring the tools. Your payment will be on the way soon. I just need to take care of an errand. Got it? And then I like how, Bo says that, and it's like very suspicious, obviously, intentionally, right? And then the reply is just, alright, I'll be a click of a button away! Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Wow, I feel kind of bad that I wasn't part of that. I should have been there. That was beautiful. Like, that's going down in the history books. Hey, while we get the money, I'd like for you to have this image. What did she... I wonder if she reacted to that. Just like, oh, thank you very much. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Wow. Goodness. Oh, it's a bot? Apparently there's just some... Wait, so it actually is a bot. How did they reply to the, like, because most of it seemed like a bot, right? But then, like, this. So what's this? A blackmail? I know it's crap quality, sorry. But, like, they, the bot was able to detect that you might be, blackmailing them? And replied with that? That's freaking... It's kind of impressive, actually. For how crappy of a bot it is. But, like, goodness. Oh yeah, this is the full context for that. Found your twin! Oh, roasted. Roasted! She didn't? She just stopped replying entirely. Oh, I see. After that, she just gave up. That's all. That's what it... Wait, so is she still in the freaking group chat? Because that's amazing if so. Oh, wait a minute. And then she sent me a personal DM. Oh boy. Continues. All you need to do to get one of these hashtag answer repeatedly? Oh my gosh. And then, wow, that's amazing. So from Ron Walls, we have this. Uses tweet, they use TweetDeck, I think? Let's wait and see. Seems like a dumb operator replies. I heard responses like that when people have to take care of many things at the same time. Bots are a little dumber and they use TweetDeck. Okay, so here we go. Alright, essays, contact me for any assistance, thanks. Okay, so that's their, that's the Twitter account. And in their bio, they have this, email address, so you can contact them, I guess. You enter to unworthy freelance sites. You enter for a decent programming job, where they buy and sell 50 to 100. Is that 50,100 or is it 52? I think it's 50,100 something like that. Of any kind. So I'm more prone to think that it is than any guy with a lot of accounts open at the same time. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is. It's because it seems like mostly like a bot, but then some of the replies seem like too good for a bot, you know? At least a bot that's that you would think would be that cheaply made. But anyway, that's actually very fascinating. So alright, that's actually all the new memes. I don't have time to show all the memes tonight, sadly, because it's already in the morning. So I'm gonna try to show the rest of them today. Well, you know, later during the Forces stream. And I'll show serious breaks now though. I think it's only fitting, and then I'll stop for tonight. I'll show the rest then. So here we go, from Taz. Tails got stuck in a bridge. Oh geez. It reminds me of the Tails model we were literally just making. Like somehow it's like a similar thing. That's amazing. Well, guess I'm stuck in a bridge now. That's just how life be sometimes. Sorry, man. I hope you get out of your bridge soon. If you need to get out of a hashtag bridge, make sure you contact me with the hashtag bridge problem that you're having. Whatever. Just summon the bridge bots. Here's screenshots I took because I'm bored. Nice. We got that screenshot. We have this one. Oh, that looks cool. I like the vines in the background. It reminds me of a time when Vine was... I'm sorry. Oh, I like the tornado there too. That's cool. You know, the one that Sonic compiled it? Remember that ride. We got this. That's freaking awesome. Thanks for sending those sets. Those look really cool. I can't wait to see where that goes. As always, it's gonna be amazing. Oh, hey, David. No, Taz, most are made in bridge. I see how it be. Alright, from, I think that's gonna be all for tonight because, it's already like 3 in the morning, so, I'm gonna need to stop, for now, but I'll show the rest of the stuff tomorrow, so, sorry about that. I know it was kind of a short break, but, in any case, yeah, thank you all for watching that. I hope you did enjoy it. I'm really honestly happy that we have Anim's stuff working now and we got Tails in there. Holy frig. I want to continue that, obviously. And so one thing I want to do is colors also has an Anim format, and obviously so does Forces. So I want to look into how those games do it too. And obviously I want to perfect stuff and write the rest and all that. And I think we got something interesting here. Let me just say that. I can't wait to see what we can do with this crap because this is really interesting to me. Like we can actually add entries and all that. That's amazing. In any case, I'm gonna sleep. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, if you need an essay, you know who to contact. I don't know how to end streams. Good night.